this is going to make China fume even further. The Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the third high-profile visit by a U.S. politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which had granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some updates coming in now. The Delhi police has told the Delhi High Court about the PFI's role in the Delhi riots, and they've gone on to say that if Nanis and Dadis were behind Shaheen Bagh, there was some other alliance that was behind what has happened. Otherwise, it was PFI, and this is what we've heard from SPP Amit Prasad. PFI was one of the main conspirators behind the 2020, Delhi riots, and this is what has been told to the Delhi High Court. We'll try and get more details, but I believe my legal correspondent Ananya Patnagar is now back with us. Ananya, what has been told as far as the role of the PFI is concerned?
Well, yes, remember that the Delhi High Court is almost on a day-to-day basis hearing the bail petitions with regards to the 2020 Delhi riots, which had happened in the national capital, northeast district of the national capital to be precise, in the year 2020, in February 2020. And now when the bail hearings of Umar Khalid, of Khalid Saifi and other accused persons in this case is being heard, SPP Amit Prasad is basically addressing his arguments against the bail, to be opposing these bail petitions, and clearly arguing today that there is a role of PFI, and the PFI was one of the main conspirators in this particular case. Special Public Prosecutor Amit Prasad said that though they are putting forth an agenda and a narrative that Nanis and Dadis were behind the idea of Shaheen Bagh and they were the ones who were controlling it, there was a this is not true, and in fact there was some other people who were actually manning this. He is also relying upon the WhatsApp chats of various accused persons, the various groups like JCC, that is the Jamia Coordination Committee United Against It, that is the UAH, and various other groups that were from, in fact, a very popular group that emerged out of this investigation was DPSG, that was Delhi Protest Support Group, wherein it has been alleged by the Delhi police that the whole conspiracy of doing the violence in the northeast Delhi when Donald Trump had visited India was designed on this particular WhatsApp group and these other WhatsApp groups. And now with role of PFI coming in, the Delhi police has categorically, through SPP Amit Prasad, had said the PFI was also one of the conspirators into this particular case and was behind the violence and arson that took place in the month of February 2020 So we are yet the hearing would continue day after tomorrow at 2:15 when the bench would hear these cases again. So we'll have
Okay.
to wait and watch as to what more comes out from the Delhi police's end and what the court will have to say in this particular matter.
True. The other
Vedima.
aspect that I want to understand, Ananya, is when such a big claim is being made as far as the Delhi police is concerned that the PFI was the main conspirator, what is the evidence that they're banking on?
Well, the Delhi police has already filed 3 to 4 charge sheets into this particular matter, which run into thousands of pages. Big volume charge sheets have been filed with evidence or electronic evidence, statements of witnesses, and various electronic gadgets had also been seized during those times. So a lot of electronic evidence and verified under Indian Evidence Act 65B certification have been submitted before the court. We had also broken down for our viewers first when these charge sheets were broken and what these charge sheets contain. In fact, these charge sheets do have a lot of evidence with regards to WhatsApp chats, with regards to a lot of statements from various witnesses who were a part and parcel to these meetings that had taken place. Remember, names of various people, including Prashant Bhushan, had also Yogendra Yadav had also cropped up during the investigation of the Delhi police in the 2020 Delhi riots. In fact, what has also been argued by the Delhi police before the Delhi High Court was that Sharjeel Imam was the new Umar Khalid because he was basically comparing the 2016 JNU case and the 2020 riots, wherein he says that the mistakes that Umar Khalid had made during the time of 2016 making bookings in his name and also going out in open is something that he has avoided in the 2022 riots. And Sharjeel Imam is the new Umar Khalid who'd been making mistakes and was going out and giving out statements. So particularly, the new aspect today is that PFI's role has been discussed by SPP Amit Prasad, and it might be possible that on the next date of hearing, he would elaborate more on how the PFI was doing it and who all from the PFI were involved into this particular case. Vedima.
You know, before we talk about the question that emerges every time the name of PFI or STPI is mentioned as to why we're not seeing a complete ban on these outfits, I want to understand when is the next hearing as far as this case is concerned?
Well, the matter would be heard day after tomorrow by the Delhi High Court bench headed by Justice Siddharth Mridul. He is hearing all of these petitions, and almost a day-to-day hearing is taking place. Almost 3 to 4 days a week, this matter is being heard because the matters were pending for a long while, and now the High Court would want to dispose of these petitions very soon. So the matter would continue day after tomorrow at 2:15 p.m. and we'll have to wait and watch as to what the High Court has to say or whether it requires more hearing in this particular matter.
True. Ananya, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's take in a reaction from the BJP as well. RP Singh of the BJP now joining us. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. The updates that we're now getting, and this is as far as the Delhi riots case is concerned of 2020, where the Delhi police has now told the Delhi High Court that one of the main conspirators of what we saw play out in the national capital was the PFI.
Well, this is a dangerous signal that PFI is spreading wings in capital now, national capital also. It has already spread it in Rajasthan and it has tried to spread it in UP also. And I'm hopeful the central government will take initiative and state government will also support the initiative of banning PFI in Delhi also, because the way the PFI activities are going and especially trying to radicalize the Muslim youth and trying to push them for riots and other nefarious activities.
Mr. Singh, you know, the question that emerges every time we discuss a situation like this is what is causing the delay as far as ban is concerned. Dossier after dossier has been given to the NIA. Every state government wants to have a debate on it. What is causing the delay as far as the ban is concerned?
Well, it's a state government issue. The law and order is a state government issue. The respective states, already some states have taken initiative on that and have banned PFI, and other states should also take initiative and ban PFI since it's a state government issue. But since law and order is a state government issue. But I'm hopeful that Delhi government will also take the initiative and recommend the ban for PFI in Delhi.
Mr. Singh, I also want to understand, taking on from what you were pointing out earlier, from writing to radicalization, unfortunately, every time the SDPI or the PFI finds its name, what is allowing it to spread its wing to other states as well now?
Well, they have been funded from abroad and then they're using the radicalize and spread the radical message of Islam, whereas Islam doesn't teach violence, but they are using it to spread violence among the communities and among the countries, among the states they are operating in.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We also have the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Arvind Jain, also now joining us. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. How do you see this recent development where the Delhi police is now confident, using a lot of evidence, saying that one of the main conspirators behind the Delhi riots was the PFI? What's leading to the PFI to be able to spread its wings to other states as well now?
PFI has a great organizational capacity. It has a network, very big network, and it has capacity to organize riots, to organize people, to collect people within a very short notice. This happened at Lucknow also during CNN, CA and RC riots, and it happened at other places also. This capacity is only with PFI that within minutes, thousands are on the roads, on their command. So I have I'm not at all surprised at the finding of Delhi police, and I 100% support it, that it is the handiwork of PFI, and only PFI can organize riots at such a large scale within such a short notice.
You know, I was asking this question to the BJP spokesperson also. What is this modus operandi by the PFI that we're seeing on the ground, that they find their names every time there is radicalization or rioting that's spoken about?
They were very powerful initially in Kerala, but gradually they have spread their network throughout northern India. Lots of people, lots of young people who are slightly radicalized, they are joining PFI. They are very fond of joining this organization, and membership is growing day by day. They have penetrated rural areas also in UP and Bihar and other places. Recently, you had the module at Bihar Sharif, which was busted. So this organization has a great organizational capacity. And once they give a call, people come out on roads and they start pelting stones. They start indulging in violence. So this is the organizational capacity of PFI. Otherwise, at such a short notice, so many people cannot collect what happened during Jahangirpuri riot.
True, true. Okay, we leave the conversation there. So we appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. I'd like to thank RP Singh as well. We're also now shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. A Kerala court has directed the police to take the case against KT Jalil on the issue of Azad Kashmir and India-occupied Kashmir. This was the complaint of RSS district leader Arun Mohan. That's the big update that's coming in from Kerala, where we're now understanding a Kerala court has ordered action. What we're understanding is the cops have been directed to now file a case, and this is against KT Jalil on the issue of Azad Kashmir and India-occupied Kashmir. So this means there will be trouble that will be mounting for KT Jalil. We'll try and get more details of whether there has been a reaction so far or not, and what are the other finer details. But after the Azad Kashmir comment, there is trouble mounting now against KT Jalil, as a Kerala court, as I pointed out, has now directed the police to take case against KT Jalil. This, of course, was in the complaint of RSS district leader Arun Mohan. So there will be trouble for Kerala MLA KT Jalil now after those comments that were made as far as Azad Kashmir and India-occupied Kashmir was concerned. My colleague Neetu is joining us on the broadcast. Neetu, talk to us about what the Kerala court has directed.
Now, what we understand is that the order has just come in, so we haven't got a copy of it yet. But what we understand is that Arun Mohan, the RSS district leader, had approached the Tiruvalla first-class judicial magistrate. He had filed a complaint on 20, along with a copy of KT Jalil's Facebook post, where he had put the words India-occupied Kashmir and Azad Kashmir. So the complainant was saying that this is against what the country's position is. This is similar to the line that Pakistan spokespersons take. So there should be a case under Section 153A, because this is essentially promoting enmity. So this was a complaint that was filed. What we understand is that the Tiruvalla First Class Judicial Magistrate has directed the police to register a case in this incident. So once the police gets this direction from the court, they will have to register a case and then begin the investigation. Then the process will be taken up later according to how they feel this is and what materials are there. But definitely they will have to register a case and begin the investigation.
Neetu, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Keep tracking those developments for us. We're slipping into a very short break. We're coming back with lots more.
To grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll plaza has 7 female employees, but no guards.
A group of brave Indian soldiers made the impossible possible. High-altitude trek in Ladakh by snow leopard. The brigade of a 14-member team of Jawans completed the 230-kilometer journey. It's a treacherous trek from Rumsey to Nyoma. It was done in 12 days. The trek happens at an altitude of anywhere between 14,000 to 18,000 feet. They traverse through snow-covered mountains as well as valleys, and clearly it's a record for the boys in olive. Landslides because of heavy rains have left a trail of death and destruction all across Himachal Pradesh.
It looks like business as usual at this petrol pump in Shimla. But suddenly, a giant rock breaks away from the mountain, comes hurtling down and lands on cars parked at the petrol pump. It happened so quickly that people didn't even have time to get away. At least one person was badly injured and 3 cars were completely destroyed. In Chamba district, a 3-story building was destroyed due to a landslide and the debris that came along with it. In Mandi, traffic came to a standstill after debris from a landslide fell on the road.
सबसे बुरे हालात यहाँ पर मंडी के हैं, जैसे कि आपको पता है कि अकेले मंडी में 13 लोगों की जान गई है.
The administration in Himachal Pradesh is on high alert after several landslides have been reported due to incessant rains.
The Kupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting in the valley today over electoral revision that proposes to give voting rights to non-locals who are working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. All opposition parties have unequivocally opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list. It's vindication for the Kerala governor and embarrassment for the Kerala government over the Kannur University professor recruitment row. The Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as associate professor till the end of the month. This comes just a day after the governor ordered the Kannur VC to put Priya's nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. The Campus Front of India has slammed the BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. A war of ideologies between ruling BJP and opposition Congress has erupted in Karnataka, with Savarkar being the focal point. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa flagged off a Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru and said that it's wrong to speak incorrectly about Veer Savarkar and that it's a sin to do so as well. The Rath Yatra is a part of a campaign called Everywhere Savarkar and is meant to spread awareness about him. This comes in the wake of clashes that you would remember took place in Shivamoga, where one person was stabbed over Savarkar posters being put up.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು. ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Now, amid the high voltage drama, JDS's Kumaraswamy has hit out at Baswaraj Bommai Sarkar over the Veer Savarkar Yatra. Let's listen in.
Veer Savarkar issue, unnecessarily these BJP friends, to spoil the atmosphere of the state, they have encouraging this subject. For that, actually, these Congress friends, they are putting petrol to fight it. What will be the message they wanted to give? Several problems we are facing here in this state. From last 3 years, in flood situation, what the people are facing, nothing has happened. These 2 meals, what people are struggling to get, that we are going to solve.
Let me also now bring in my colleague Harish Upadhyay, who's joining us on the broadcast. Harish, before we talk to you about what the opposition is saying, just talk to us a little more about this campaign, Everywhere Savarkar.
Well, it's a campaign that will go on for the next few days. This has been kicked off from Mysuru. More significantly, for the first time, we are seeing Yediyurappa commenting openly and associating himself on a very crucial issue that is seen as very polarizing and divisive. We've always seen him maintain some sort of a distance from such issues, but for the first time we are seeing Yediyurappa taking the stance, taking part in such activity. Many would be attributing this to his elevation to the parliamentary board. Well, this even as this campaign goes on, what you'll see in the next few days is the fact that several Ganesha pandals, especially the ones associated with the BJP or set up by BJP workers, planning to have Savarkar's photo in those Ganesha Chaturthi festival celebrations as well. And at various places, they are saying that we want to have it on a grand scale. They've sought permission from municipalities in several towns of Karnataka.
Harish, now I also want to understand how is the opposition reacting, considering the fact all of this is happening in the backdrop of what played out in Shivamoga.
Well, they're asking why the BJP wants to bring in Savarkar now and have him in Ganesha Chaturthi celebrations. They are saying that this is being done with elections on their mind and to gain electoral dividends from this is the allegation of the Congress. You heard Kumaraswamy just a while ago. He's taking a stance that's totally different from what BJP and Congress are taking. He's saying that why are both these parties fighting over Savarkar? Right now, ideally, the government should be talking about administration. They should be talking about providing relief to people who've been affected by floods. Remember, except for 2 districts in the state, all of them have received excessive rainfall and people are in misery because of crop damage, house damage and flooding that's taken place. And Kumaraswamy asking why this government is not talking about them. And all that we've heard in the headlines and from politicians of the last 2 weeks is about Veer Savarkar.
Okay, Harish, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. This is a mega exclusive. CNN News 18 now decodes the entire FIR against Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. The FIR is based on the report of the LG, waivers and benefits to individuals by Sisodia to be probed mainly. According to the probe, the Delhi excise policy was tweaked without getting the nod from the LG. According to the findings, undue favors given to the beneficiaries, which is license holders, by the excise department after the tender without the approval. Let me also bring in my colleague Ashish Merishi, who's been tracking all these developments for us. The trouble doesn't seem to be ending as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned. Allegations of quid pro quo, allegations of individuals being recipients of proceeds of crime. Talk to us about what we've accessed here at CNN News 18.
So, as of now, as we speak, the CBI is basically looking at the criminality. That the criminality that they're looking at is and how people close to Manish Sisodia, they made huge amount of money as the policy was tweaked in favor of them. So the as we also know that the Enforcement Directorate is also getting into the picture. CBI has already registered in FIR. The Enforcement Directorate is basically going to look at the money trail now. And it's not about one violation that we're looking at. There are so many violations, one after another. There is, we all know that there is a EMD refund of around 30 crore rupees that has been done, and that money was supposed to be forfeited. We also know that there is, there was, a removal of Section 41 in the Delhi Excise Act of 2009, and that allowed them for carrying out social media promotions. There was also, an import pass fee on beer in each case. This was around 50 rupees. That was also removed. So there was, a loss of 144 crore rupees that was basically on companies. During the COVID times as well, there were companies, there were L1 licenses were extended without approval of competent authorities. The approval of the policy was done post facto. There was basically approval was not taken from the Lieutenant Governor. So there are it's not about one. You can say that there is one violation. There are many violations that are coming to light, and that is why we are seeing, that the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate, they both are looking at the criminality of the entire excise policy of the Delhi government.
Okay, Ashish, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Keep tracking those developments for us. We're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with lots more.
To the man's help and took him to a nearby hospital. A woman toll plaza employee in Madhya Pradesh was brutally assaulted after she refused to let a person pass without paying.
A man walks to the toll booth where the employee is seen standing and slaps her across the face. The woman stumbles for a second, then picks up a shoe and starts hitting the man back. The man tries to grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll plaza has 7 female employees, but no guards.
A group of brave Indian soldiers made the impossible possible. High-altitude trek in Ladakh by snow leopard. The brigade of a 14-member team of Jawans completed the 230-kilometer journey. It's a treacherous trek from Rumsey to Nyoma. It was done in 12 days. The trek happens at an altitude of anywhere between 14,000 to 18,000 feet. They traverse through snow-covered mountains as well as valleys, and clearly it's a record for the boys in Olin. Landslides because of heavy rains have left a trail of death and destruction all across Himachal Pradesh.
It looks like business as usual at this petrol pump in Shimla. But suddenly, a giant rock breaks away from the mountain, comes hurtling down and lands on cars parked at the petrol pump. It happened so quickly that people didn't even have time to get away. At least one person was badly injured and 3 cars were completely destroyed. In Chamba district, a 3-story building was destroyed due to a landslide and the debris that came along with it. In Mandi, traffic came to a standstill after debris from a landslide fell on the road.
सबसे बुरे हालात यहाँ पर मंडी के हैं, जैसे कि आपको पता है कि अकेले मंडी में 13 लोगों की जान गई है.
The administration in Himachal Pradesh is on high alert after several landslides have been reported due to incessant rains.
The Kupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting in the valley today over electoral revision that proposes to give voting rights to non-locals who are working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. All opposition parties have unequivocally opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list. It's vindication for the Kerala governor and embarrassment for the Kerala government over the Kannur University professor recruitment row. The Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as associate professor till the end of the month. This comes just a day after the governor ordered the Kannur VC to put Priya's nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. The Campus Front of India has slammed the BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system in Karnataka. The CFI says that the government is focused on the upcoming elections and they're not.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Some news coming in now from the aviation space, where we're understanding the right engine of the Mumbai-bound Indigo aircraft developed a snag at the Goa airport while proceeding to the runway. We're also now understanding that passengers disembarked with the help of the Navy rescue team, and this is what we're hearing from the airport director. So snags there continue to be an issue as far as the Indian aviation space is concerned. Now an issue being reported as far as Indigo is concerned, but we're understanding it was the right engine of the Mumbai-bound Indigo aircraft which in fact developed a snag at the Goa airport while proceeding to the runway. The good news is that passengers have now disembarked with the help of the Navy rescue team. All of this comes in the backdrop of multiple issues that have been reported with Indian Airlines, with many of them having to return to their original destination. It's been bird hits, windshields being cracked, and a lot of engine issues that have been reported as well. But now this time around, the update is coming in from Indigo, where we're understanding, as I pointed out, there was a snag that was developed and passengers now have disembarked with the help of the Navy rescue team. And speaking of the aviation space, this is a CNN News 18 exclusive. Airfares, pandemic and safety concerns that we just spoke about have actually made things very, very tough as far as the aviation space is concerned in India. I spoke to the Civil Aviation Minister earlier in the day on what are the challenges ahead. Let's listen in.
So what do you see the challenges in the next few months?
Well, I really see the fact that, as I mentioned, the aviation ecosystem firmly being transplanted in India. There are tremendous opportunities. There are still some structural issues that need to be tackled. ATF, as mentioned in my initial comments, has come off from a high of 1,41,000 a kiloliter to about a 1,26,000 or 1,21,000 rupees a kiloliter. But certainly it still forms a very, very large component of the cost of operations of an airline, almost close to about 50%. Along with that, as we mentioned, within the growth phase, I believe there are tremendous opportunities both on the airline side as well as the airport side, as well as the ecosystem from FTOs, because we will need more pilots, to MROs, to even cargo, to even drones. I think the opportunities are tremendous, and I think for us, we must look at challenges also as opportunities.
Look at challenges even as opportunities. That's the word that's coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister. This again is a CNN News 18 exclusive on the back of multiple safety issues that have been reported with airline SpiceJet. SpiceJet CMD Ajay Singh also spoke to us here at CNN News 18, confirming to passengers that the airline is absolutely safe. Let's listen in.
On the safety aspect, that has been an issue as far as both the airline and the passenger is concerned. What is your message to passengers today as far as SpiceJet is concerned? Is it safe to fly?
I think Indian airlines, including SpiceJet, are incredibly safe to fly. We've had multiple audits, and in every single one of which Indian airlines have done exceedingly well. I think incidents are routine in this industry, not only in India but across the world. And as has been pointed out by our regulator, even, of course, foreign aircraft coming into India have the odd incident. I mean, if there is a bird hit on an aircraft, that's hardly an avoidable incident. It happens. If there is a windshield which cracks, these are not events which are unique to India or to any particular airline. And India has one of the best global safety records, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. We are absolutely confident, both of our industry and our airline.
So lastly, sir, just want to know, as far as working with the 50% capacity is concerned, has it taken a hit as far as the schedule is concerned?
Not at all. This was the lean season, and in lean season, most airlines, including SpiceJet, were flying well below the 50% approved schedule. So there has been absolutely no impact on schedule, and as the season picks up, the schedule will increase.
And before we wrap, Noida is all set to witness a big boom on the 28th of August with the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. The explosives are being laid in both the towers and will be completed by tomorrow. The evacuation of the towers is almost done. My colleague Akash Sharma reports from the Supertech Towers, bringing you the latest as far as the demolition preparations are concerned.
This is first of its kind event in Delhi NCR, where we are going to see this long story building that is going to demolish on that particular day. This is happening after the orders of Supreme Court, and at this point in time, not only the company that is involved with this particular exercise, but also the Noida administration is trying its level best to make all the necessary arrangements and to take all the necessary precautions, but everyone is waiting.
Actually, this entire society, all residents have to vacate this society on 28th by 7 a.m. And all vehicles have to move out from here.
Okay.
Now that is a big task. So we are already circulated the instructions and information to our residents. So that is part A. Part B is that this entire complex would be closed from 12 o'clock onwards, and we will be maintaining a very skeleton security.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsimhan and we are coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. Amidst this entire press conference versus press conference, questions versus unanswered questions and allegations about breaking away from the party and Operation Lotus, etc. This allegation, counter-allegations charge, counter-charge between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. What we bring to you right at the top of this Tuesday edition of The Nation at 5 is exclusive information on Liquorgate, ladies and gentlemen. The dynamics. There are a few questions which continue to remain unanswered, but more importantly, what is the ambit of the FIR? What are the grounds and the charges of the FIR in which Manish Sisodia along with 15 others has been named? Now, CNN News 18 has accessed the exclusive details of the full CBI FIR against Manish Sisodia, highlighting the focus of the agency when it comes to the now defunct excise policy. What are the grounds for the CBI investigation? Many have even questioned, why do we need a CBI investigation? Where is the criminality for the CBI to come out and investigate this aspect? Now, this is the entire FIR that we have accessed, and we are decoding it for our viewers. The CBI, what is it probing? It is probing illegal waivers and undue benefits via this excise policy that came into function. The excise policy was allegedly tweaked without the LG's nod. Manish Sisodia allegedly gave undue favors to license holders. Coercive action was allegedly waived in cases of default. Manish Sisodia has been accused of, quote-unquote, illegally waiving the fees, citing COVID-19 restrictions in Jan 2022, whereas in Jan 2022, there were hardly any COVID-19 restrictions that were in place. Then, L1 license was allegedly extended without the Lieutenant Governor's approval, which is totally violating the norm. Also, individuals close to Manish Sisodia accused of being some of the key gainers. Some of the questions that have been posed by the BJP repeatedly by the likes of Shehzad Poonawalla, Adesh Gupta, Kapil Mishra and many other leaders, Gaurav Bhatia and many other leaders, is that what is the equation with certain accused numbers within the FIR and Mr. Manish Sisodia? Also, was there a total license waiver of nearly 144 crores that was made? Why was it done? So these are questions which the BJP is also asking, but some of these aspects are also the ambit or under the purview of the FIR, and that's the reason that's exactly what the CBI is examining. The accused, they have been very, very clear, key gainers who are close to Manish Sisodia is an allegation. The CBI is also probing gains made by Manish Sisodia, ex-excise officials and also liquor barons. So this is the entire ambit of this investigation that is now gathering steam, with many people asking questions and questioning the role and what was the intent. If all was well about this excise policy, then why was there a revocation of this excise policy? And was there an EMD refund of 30 crores that was approved in the Air Force zone in case license holder failed to get an NOC in 30 days? Now, was there an import fees on certain kinds of alcohol in case, and that was a import fee waiver, that in case of foreign liquor,
And also, was the license fee reduced and waived in Jan 2022 in the name of COVID restrictions when COVID restrictions were at the barest minimum in Jan 2022? These are questions that it looks like, and that's what they are saying. The FIR says prima facie, all these benefits that accrued because of these lapses or these waivers or these concessions that were made consciously, that is what is being probed. With the awareness of the excise minister and the minister in question in charge, that is the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, this is being probed. But it looks like the benefits accrued to certain individuals. That's the detail that we have been able to access, and that's what we're going to start with here right on top of the nation at 5. Before we go across to Ashish Mehrishi for more details, let's listen into what Manish Sisodia himself had to say through the day today.
आपका ये जो बढ़ता हुआ जोश है, तेजी से बढ़ता हुआ जोश है, यही दिल्ली में मेरे ऊपर धीरे धीरे सीबीआई का शिकंजा कसवा रहा है। ये जो आपके अंदर का गुस्सा है, जो यहां आप इस बार वोट पे निकालने वाले हो, ये जो जोश भर के आप बैठे हो यहां पे, इसी जोश की वजह से दिल्ली में केंद्र में बैठी हुई सरकार को लग रहा है इस जोश को रोकने के लिए थोड़ा सा शिकंजा और टाइट करो और टाइट करो और टाइट करो। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली से आपके बीच सिर्फ ये कहने आया हूं, मेरी गर्दन की चिंता मत करना, मेरी गर्दन ईमानदारी की गर्दन है। ये सीबीआई के किसी शिकंजे में नहीं फंसने वाली है, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है। इस जोश को बनाए रखो, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है।
अमेरिका तो दुनिया का सबसे ताकतवर देश है। अमेरिका के सबसे बड़े अखबार न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स के फ्रंट पेज पे इनकी फोटो छपी। दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चों की फोटो छपी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में फ्रंट पेज पे, दिल्ली के सरकारी, इनकी मनीष सिसोदिया की फोटो छपी। तो इनके नेता ने इनको बुलाया, क्या ये सिसोदिया की फोटो कैसे छप गई, हमारी क्यों नहीं छपी? तो उन्होंने न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स को फोन किया, बोले $1 मिलियन देंगे, हमारे नेता की फोटो छापो। बोले नहीं छापेंगे। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स वालों ने कहा ये तुम्हारे वाला मीडिया नहीं है, हम बिकते नहीं हैं। इन लोगों को लगता है कि दुनिया में सब कुछ बिकता है। दुनिया में सब कुछ बिकता नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीजें ईमानदारी से भी चलती हैं।
Now again, the allegation on the Aam Aadmi Party is that they have been talking about everything else but the questions that have been posed and the charges that have been raised in the FIR, especially on Liquorgate and this excise policy. Ashish Mehrishi joins us with more. Ashish, the CBI investigating specifics. They believe that the Delhi government was denied certain revenues. The liquor policy was changed to benefit certain individuals, and most importantly, the LG's office was kept in the dark.
So, Anand, there are two aspects to the story. First is that there was a compromise in the policy. That is what the CBI is looking at. And once the compromise was done, the benefit reached or it was accrued into the hands of certain individuals who were supposed to be close to Manish Sisodia. That is what the CBI FIR is looking at. Now, it's not about one violation that the CBI is looking at. If you go through the letter of the LG that was sent to the CBI, in fact, it was first sent to the Home Secretary, and Home Secretary decided that there should be a CBI probe. So it went to DOPT, and DOPT further forwarded the same letter to the CBI, and that it was a PE which was registered, and then it was decided that yes, there should be a regular case. But it's not about one violation that the CBI is looking at. There are many violations which include that, the LG was kept in dark. There are certain policy tweaks that happened, and there was no approval that was taken from the highest or the competent authority, which was the LG in this case. There are various findings during investigation which shows that favors were given to beneficiaries, which is license holders, and this was done without the approval of the tender conditions. So there is not about one violation. There are so many which are being looked at. An EMD return was done of around 30 crore rupees. Now, interestingly, if a person submits earnest money deposit, that money cannot be returned in case he falters. In this case, he was the company, which is the Balaji Group. They were not able to take approval from the Delhi Airport Authority, and that is why they were basically, they were not able to get the license. But interestingly, the EMD money was returned. So basically, the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate are going to look at the criminality. If you remember, there's one more violation about the 50 rupees, of discount per case. That was the kind of money that was given, and we know that in Delhi, millions and millions of cases go every day. So that pass, that import pass was the discount was given to the companies. So there is not only one, there are so many violations, and now the CBI is basically looking at criminality into the entire matter. They're basically looking at on how people close to Manish Sisodia benefited once the policy was tweaked in their favor.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Ashish Merishi. Let's go across and try and get the Aam Aadmi Party point of view and the BJP's point of view. Taranjeet Singh Tony, DDC member and AAP leader, is also with us this evening. And we also have Vineet Goenka, spokesperson of the BJP, with us. Namaste, gentlemen. Now, Taranjeet ji, let me ask you, one of the allegations is that there was a certain denial of revenue to the Delhi government, and that this liquor gate is all because of this policy which was faulty. The FIR details very clearly is looking at the illegal waivers and benefits that have accrued to certain individuals. Mr. Tony, can you hear me? Taranjeet ji, can you hear me? I'm just going to try and connect with him again. Taranjeet, Tony, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Now, how would you want to respond to the FIR of the CBI? The CBI FIR.
It is a clearly a witch hunting CBI directed by the Honorable Prime Minister, Home Minister, and the BJP itself. But rest where there is a fault, BJP will not. I dare challenge CBI and BJP in investigate the liquor policy in J&K, where there is a 1400 laws clearly being cited, but there they will not go. Here there is a bank fraud of 31 crores uncovered by one leading lawyer, Shakil, but there the CBI will not go. It is only witch hunting of the CBI and the BJP together just to fix Manish Sisodia, an honest a reformer in the education sector. They are just trying to bring everybody to their fold. They are using these ED and CBIs just to today. Let me tell you, brother, today in the whole world, it is known if somebody is raided by CBI or ED, it clearly means that person is from opposition. It clearly means that person do not subscribe to the ideas and policies of BJP. It clearly means he is a person who raises voice against the injustice and the anti-people policies of BJP. This is what means the CBI raid means. This is what means the ED. This is what the ED raid means today's world. I'm talking
so that is what. So but if there is nothing to hide, no matter how much they raid, they will not find anything. That is also something which you would accept. No, but because if you are looking at like the enforcement directorate raided and they found 40 crores at Partha Chatterjee in Bengal. The CBI raided and found 17 crores in FDs linked to linked to cattle smuggling, as they claim, with Anubrata Mandal. Now what they are saying is, the question they are also asking is that if the CBI raid was about to happen before that, if this policy, there was nothing wrong, why was it revoked?
Sir, they are concocting stories and trying to make out something out of nothing. But where there is something,
if that is the case, was there let me ask you, was there COVID restriction in Jan 2022?
Taranjit ji, I'm asking you, you prove that they are concocting. Just by somebody saying you are concocting, it doesn't become concocting. I'm asking you, were there COVID restrictions in place in Jan 2022?
Sir, it is only Godi media. It is only Godi media which is,
No,
and CBI
now why are
including
you?
the BJP
No, I am
of the
asking you.
stories.
Now
Nothing
I am
else,
asking
nothing
you.
short of it.
What I am asking you, Mr. Taranjit Singh, is was there
Sir,
COVID restrictions in January 2022?
I request you also use your investigative journalism into
I am
the
exactly
liquor
asking
policy
you.
of state.
You are
State
DDC
where
member
they have
also.
used.
अरे मिस्टर तरनजीत जी,
Yeah.
आई एम आस्किंग राइट नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिल्ली की बात कर रहे हैं। जनवरी
तो
2022 में
आप
दिल्ली
JNK
में
भी
कोविड
करें ना,
रेस्ट्रिक्शंस थे।
जहाँ
और
BJP
वो तो
का
ठीक,
राज है।
वो आप सीबीआई को लिखिए कि जेएनके में है और वो करें उसकी
अरे
तफ्तीश।
सर,
मैं तो
CBI
अभी
को
दिल्ली
कौन
की बात कर रहा
लिखे?
हूँ। अभी हम दिल्ली की बात
सर,
कर रहे हैं। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, दिल्ली में जनवरी 2022 में कोविड रेस्ट्रिक्शंस थे क्या?
सर आप मुझे बताएं, जम्मू में थे।
नहीं, आप तो आम आदमी पार्टी के मेंबर भी नहीं, आप डीडीसी मेंबर है, तो मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं जनवरी 2022 में कोविड-19 रेस्ट्रिक्शंस थे क्या दिल्ली में? Okay, Vineet Goenka is also with us. Vineet Goenka, were there COVID-19 restrictions in January 2022?
Ram to you and all your viewers, and a very happy birthday to you, Anand ji. And let me answer this particular part. Yeah, to Taranjit Singh ji, there is an old saying, इधर उधर की बात न कर, बता काफिला क्यों लूटा। मैं आपको 4 डेट देता हूं, आनंद जी, I'll give you 4 dates. Sir, I never spoke in between, sir.
Taranjit ji, we lost you in between. आपसे कनेक्शन टूट गया। मैंने विनीत गोयनका जी से पूछा है, उनको जवाब देने थे, फिर आप वापस काउंटर कीजिएगा।
बिल्कुल आएंगे।
जी, विनीत गोयनका।
Anand ji, 5th February 2021, the Delhi cabinet sits, and there are 3 ministers who sits for this particular part. September 4th, 2020, mid of the COVID. April 15, 2021, when the peak period was there, May 21st, 2021, when the peak COVID was there, the cabinet sits and pushes this particular agenda of pushing liquor in the mouth of innocent 18 years old Delhiites. They have that shamelessness. And when there was no COVID, they sold liquor to these people under pretexts, various pretexts, and they gave these discounts. Shame on them. The investigations are good, and this is done purely because they had some opportunities of corruption. They had some opportunities where they will get some monetary benefits.
That is an allegation. It has not
benefits.
yet been proven that there was corruption. What the CBI is still investigating it.
One is the earnest deposit, which was returned when it was not to be done in that particular case. Number 2, rupees 50 per box, which was given benefit to the seller. Number 3, the blacklisted companies were allowed to participate in the tender. 4, the manufacturers were allowed to sell and get the licenses for being distributor, which is not a thing which is to be done under the policy which is here. Moreover, do you ever trust a thief to do investigations against himself? So here, the quality of the liquor was to be tested by the vendor himself if there is a complaint. Now, bringing down the age from 21 to 18, pushing the number of shops in every mohallas. PowerPoint presentation done by Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodiya on equitable distribution of liquor. Shameful. He never did that for water. He never did this for food. They don't allow PDS ration cards for people here. But when it comes to liquor, they were so tempted that they went ahead. They insulted, tormented the people who were opposing that. In fact, veterans and their parents, mothers, you would know that Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia's mother also opposed a shop being opened in their vicinity. They have opened shops in banned areas. They have opened shops near schools, near temples, not permitted under the development plan of Delhi. So I think they have to answer a lot. They should tell how much money they have got. There are names which have come out who are relatives or friends of the Deputy Chief Minister who benefited out of this particular part. In short, there is a lot of
we'll get Taranjit Singh to answer the allegations you have raised, but the allegation the Aam Aadmi Party is raising at the BJP is that you are deliberately going after the Aam Aadmi Party now because the Aam Aadmi Party is entering Gujarat, it's entering Himachal to contest elections.
It has already entered and it is entering.
Answer, Taranjit ji, please, let me answer, Taranjit ji, please. In the start of the conversation itself, आनंद एस्टेट के देयर इज ओल्ड सेइंग, इधर उधर की बात न कर, बता काफिला क्यों लूटा, कहां लूटा और कितने हजार करोड़ में लूटा. Today, the investigation is about liquor. They would do all what they have to deflect this particular part. They are good in deception. They are good in this. They have to answer how much money have they taken, who paid them, how much was paid, why they were pushing the entire generation in drinking. शर्म तक नहीं आती है. मतलब बच्चों को दारू पिलाते हैं.
But a concocted and a very well planned story.
If it is concocted and well planned story, then can you prove Taranjit Singh ji? Can you prove Taranjit Singh ji? Like I asked you, sir, January 2022, were there COVID restrictions in Delhi? January 2022 में COVID restrictions थे दिल्ली में?
I don't know. I don't stay in Delhi, but you tell me थे कि नहीं?
नहीं, अगर कोविड रेस्ट्रिक्शन, अगर कोविड जनवरी 2022 में तो सब खुलेआम घूम रहे थे, सब कुछ खुला हुआ था, तब फिर किसी को लाइसेंस कोविड रेस्ट्रिक्शंस के बहाने वेवर क्यों दिया गया?
जब कोविड
there is the other thing, अगर आपकी स्टेट की पॉलिसी ये कहती है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर को वेंडर का लाइसेंस नहीं दिया जा सकता, और अगर ये दिया गया है तो ये सही है कि गलत है?
आप यहाँ आए ना जम्मू में, आपका जर्नलिज्म भी मैं देखूं that you are really doing a justice to your own this field. आप come to J&K. I challenge, I dare challenge you that you all come. CBI, your team must be here. They come and investigate. You will not cover that. You will not investigate because it is against BJP.
अच्छा, हम डिबेट दिल्ली का कर रहे हैं. जिस दिन आप जम्मू के साक्ष्य लेके आएंगे, आप जम्मू का प्रूफ देंगे, आप जम्मू का प्रूफ लीजिए, फॉर्मल कंप्लेंट सीबीआई को कीजिए. अगर सीबीआई एक्शन नहीं करती, आप हमें बताइए, मैं वो लेटर दिखा दूंगा, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. मैं आपसे ये पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर एक स्टेट की पॉलिसी है और अगर वो वायलेशन है तो वो गलत है कि सही है?
आप मुझे बताएं जनाब.
तो अगर वो गलत है तो क्या वो करना चाहिए? मैं आपसे एक और तो जो सवाल आपसे पूछ रहे हैं उस पर आप जवाब नहीं देंगे, लेकिन आप मुझसे 10 सवाल पूछेंगे. तो आप एक बात बताइए, एक काम कीजिए, मैं डीडीसी मेंबर बन जाता हूं और आप यहां आकर शो एंकर करिए. सवाल पूछने का काम मेरा है, जवाब देने का काम आपका है. जवाब दीजिए. No, the other thing is, अगर एक्साइज पॉलिसी, मैं तो ये सारी बारीकियां छोड़ दीजिए, मैं सिंपल क्वेश्चन ये पूछ रहा हूं, अगर आपकी एक्साइज पॉलिसी में कुछ गड़बड़ नहीं था तो उसे रिवोक क्यों किया? और अगर रिवोक किया तो यानी उसमें कुछ गड़बड़ था तो इंप्लीमेंट क्यों किया?
Last year to this year, if there are losses in revenue in Delhi, this liquor policy, then it is wrong. If there is increase in the revenue, then it is right.
Sir, there will be 144 crore loss plus a 30 crore. So nearly 170 crore worth of revenue has been denied to the Delhi government exchequer is the allegation, sir. That there was 144 crore plus license fee waiver that has been allowed. That is so. Now Vineet Goenka.
Distribution. Why quality check was permitted to the vendor? Is it true that the number of hours of sale was increased? Is it true that the dry days were reduced? Is it true that the number of the age limit was reduced? This was all to increase sale, give benefits to their friends. Did they give more commission? Have you ever heard in the world 12.5% commission? Whereas they were supposed to not even give 0.5% of commission.
Right.
You come to J&K, you will ride with.
I will come once Manish Sisodiya is arrested and he faces the justice. He is imprisoned because of his crimes. Then I'll come. Let us first talk about liquor gate, which has happened in Delhi. Thousands of crores which you and your party have taken from the liquor mafias. आप लोग दारू के दलाल हैं सर.
The simple point is that if there is a problem and if you believe certain things are wrong and should not be done, and if they have been done, then who allowed that to be done? And was the LG's office kept in the dark? If the liquor policy was nothing, there was nothing wrong with the liquor policy, why did you revoke the liquor policy? These are questions which remain. I have to move on for the moment. Taranjit Singh and Vineet Goenka, thank you very much. I have to move on because we got more news coming through and big development this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the latest on the terror bust in Uttar Pradesh, where after the arrest of Nadeem from Batla House, around the 14th, 15th of August, there was another ISIS terror operative who was arrested, and that was Habibullah. Now sources have told CNN News 18 that this entire Jaish module, IS inspired Jaish module, and this Jaish operative, active Jaish operative Habibullah, who was also arrested after Nadeem was arrested in Batla House. This person, Habibullah, we've got more details. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us these details that one of the associates arrested, terrorist Nadeem, is Habibullah. He has now been taken into custody, and sources are saying that Habibul Islam or Habibullah was creating a cadre of suicide bombers. He was actually creating a cadre of suicide bombers. Habibul Islam came in contact with Nadeem over cyber platforms. During interrogation, he has admitted to knowing Nadeem. Nadeem was the one who was arrested from Batla House in Delhi. Now, he was involved in pushing terror propaganda, and this person, Habibullah, was also linked to a madrasa in Bharuch in Gujarat, and had recently sent about 10 videos, very incendiary, inflammatory, radicalized videos to individuals, nearly 10 individuals, urging them and goading them to become fidain or suicide bombers. His main target were young boys under the age of 20 who would be easily impressionable, who could be easily brainwashed. He was in touch with Jaish operatives via social media. He created Telegram IDs using virtual numbers for his handlers. And he has also revealed that Nadeem had introduced Habibul to individuals in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, and Habibul was scheduled to go to Afghanistan for weapons training. Many details that come out of these interrogation details. Alok Bansalji is with us. One, a Jaish operative in touch with another Jaish operative, highly radicalized pan-Islamist identities or ideologies. More importantly, wanting to create a cadre of suicide bombers, which is ISIS-style attacks in India. The other thing is this person had access to madrasas deep in Gujarat, in Bharuch. He was actually sent away from Bharuch because he was so radicalized, and the madrasas wanted him to stay away. He was sent away from there. But he was going to be taken to Afghanistan for weapons training. Now, the information itself has many layers and many points of concern. Alokji.
See, there is no doubt that we are now going to face a situation where we are seeing there is a huge attempt to bring in suicide bombers into India and send them to India. We saw our apprehension of one suicide bomber in Russia. Now you have got another person trying to recruit them, sending them to Afghanistan to train them. We need to understand that with Taliban in Afghanistan, now all these terrorists of different shades and hue feel they have a safe haven for themselves. They have a territory where they can be trained, and plus they have got a huge ideological fillip with Taliban coming to power in Afghanistan. And I think we all need to be extremely cautious, because all these terrorists are trying to create a narrative by which they are recruiting these impressionable young youth who can easily be hoodwinked and forced to come into this sort of indulge in this sort of an activity. So the security forces will have to be far more vigilant to counter these terrorists, and we need to counter the narrative that people like Habibullah, etc., are churning out to recruit these impressionable young minds. And I think that is going to be a big job for the state as well as for various intelligence agencies, because in days to come we will see similar activities happening in different parts of the country, and I think all citizens would need to be vigilant to keep a watch on people like these who are suspicious, whose activities are suspicious, and who are indulging in trying to propagate radical thoughts and radical ideas.
But the other aspect is one trying to use these youngsters. Remember, it was a 24-year-old who got onto the stage and stabbed Salman Rushdie. What we are seeing is a lot of youngsters getting highly radicalized. A lot of these people who are being arrested are in their mid-20s or late 20s. The other aspect is this training and going to Afghanistan for training.
As I said, youngsters are the ones who get actually highly radicalized. It has always been seen, not only in India, but across the globe, that for a suicide bombing, very often impressionable young man, because it is easy
to radicalize them. They are the impressionable minds. They can be hoodwinked. They are given to believe that it is their religious duty to indulge in this sort of an act. And that's what they have been doing. And more importantly, Afghanistan now, with Talibanized Afghanistan, provides a theological justification for jihad. In fact, it meets a very, very critical theological requirement of jihad. And lot of youngsters feel that if Taliban can manage to capture power in Afghanistan and defeat United States of America, they can do so. They also find now that in Afghanistan, they have a territory where these impressionable youngsters can be sent and they can be trained, and they can be trained to indulge in suicide bombing and other activities like this.
Well, it is a serious matter of concern. The other aspect is that they are quite spread. They hail from Bihar. A lot of origins are tailed back to Bihar, but they are in touch with the handlers over in Pakistan. And this seems to be an active aspect. How do you go ahead and try and control these encrypted chat rooms and conversation boards like Signal, like Telegram? Because they seem to be the used or the favored rooms. Tomorrow, if they come under scrutiny, they will move to certain other platforms which will offer these kind of encrypted conversations. Alokji, final question.
This is what I have been saying, that you cannot go on a tail chase, shifting from one platform to another platform. But what you can easily do is to go through the narrative that they are trying to churn, the narrative that they are trying to use to motivate people. We don't have to actually go into each and every conversation. But once we have got a narrative, we need to generate a counter narrative, and that we can use our social media to propagate it. Because that de-radicalization module will be what will be more impact, which will prevent youth from getting radicalized. If a youth has already been de-radicalized or has been exposed to a narrative which tells him how flawed this narrative is, that he will not get influenced by this narrative. So it's important that we need to come out with a narrative which de-radicalizes, which actually tells them that all this facade, all this narrative which these radical outfits are churning out is actually a flawed one. Because their narrative is seeped into theology, you also need to create a counter narrative which is seeped into theology. You will have to quote from religious texts, from hadiths, from various religious texts, and tell them that this is what they're supposed to do. They have to live in peace, they have to do this, and not indulge in what the terrorist outfits are telling them. And that is how we can counter them. Otherwise, it will be virtually impossible. Today you go to dark web, tomorrow they'll go to Telegram, third day they'll go to Signal, fourth day some new platform will come, fifth day they'll come out with something else. So agencies will always be on a tail chase. Rather than that, we must get inputs about the narrative and try and counter the narrative rather than looking for mediums which they are using.
Well, very rightly said and point well made, Alok Bansalji. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for your time. Quickly, before we take a short break, big update amidst this entire tussle on the entire liquor gate and excise policy. The Lieutenant Governor has now, the LG of Delhi has written to the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, this is what he's writing, and I'm going to read this entire letter. Even as Pallavi Ghosh joins us on the phone line, she writes, Dear Shri Arvind Kejriwalji, it has been observed in the recent months a significant number of proposals as a matter of routine have been submitted by your office for my approval or for my opinion under Article 239AA(4) of the Constitution by your Joint Secretary or Additional Secretary with remarks, Honorable CM has seen and approved the proposal without specifying any grounds of urgency warranting such a communication. Now, in this regard, attention is drawn to para 7.11, section 4 of the Manual of Office Procedure 2022, which provides that in rare and urgent cases when the minister is on tour, is sick, or his or her approval has to be taken on telephone, the decision of the minister shall be conveyed by his or her private secretary in writing. In such cases, confirmation shall be obtained on a file when the minister returns to headquarters or rejoins office. Now, in view of the above, the current practice of submission of files on a routine basis under the signatures of your officials needs to be discouraged, avoided in the absence of your signature. It is not clear whether the proposal has been seen and approved by you or not. Further, on receipt of files at the level of the Joint Additional Secretary from your office, LG Secretariat is also constrained to communicate my decision at the level of officials. Therefore, it is in the interest of smooth
and effective governance, it may be ensured that proposals which are submitted by your office for my opinion or approval, as the case may be, should be duly signed by your good self. I would also like to suggest that your office may consider introducing the e-office system at the earliest so as to enable seamless movement of files. Yours sincerely, signed, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Pallavi Ghosh now with us. Pallavi, clearly the LG making a point to Arvind Kejriwal saying all your files cannot be without your personal approval and your signatures. You must have to sign. It cannot be your officials, your bureaucrats who sign there, saying that the CM has seen it. Ab aap sign kar do.
Yes. And Anand, there is what we are being told by sources close to LG's office is that there's a reason why he has written this letter very specifically, because the LG suspects, his office suspects, that when Arvind Kejriwal does so, he's trying to dismiss himself from any decision which could land them into trouble or which could actually throw up embezzlement and corruption charges. In fact, what we are also being told is that this is exactly what has been happening in the case of Satyendra Jain earlier and also Manish Sisodia, that tomorrow the Delhi Chief Minister can brush himself off by saying, I didn't sign it, a minister signed it or an officer signed it, so I cannot be held responsible. Very quickly, Anand, I remember this was the same tactic which was adopted by A. Raja during the telecom scam, saying it cannot be held may be taken even on his behalf.
Right. So clearly now, is the LG now going to send back all the files and ask Arvind Kejriwal to sign on all the ones which need his approval?
Yes, that's what we are being told, Anand.
Or is it going to be going forward?
All the files henceon will not be deemed to have been a decision taken or will not get an approval of the LG till it's personally signed by the Delhi Chief Minister, which means that there's going to be no outlet or no room or door left open tomorrow for the Delhi Chief Minister to go and opt for an option that I was not kept in the loop. You're going to be held responsible, and there's going to be an open scrutiny which will reach the top for any decision which the LG later on finds to be above board.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for your inputs. Pallavi. We're going to take a very, very short break on that note here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us. We turn the spotlight towards Karnataka when we come back. Even as Siddaramaiah protests, B.S. Yediyurappa stands there and endorses Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. The Savarkar poster row continues. Professor recruitment row, the Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as Associate Professor till the end of the month. This comes just a day after the Governor ordered the Kannur VC to put Priya's nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. The Campus Front of India has slammed the BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system in Karnataka. The CFI says that the government is focused on the upcoming elections and they're not here for education. CFI announced a nationwide campaign like seminars till the 20th of September. This comes amid the ongoing hijab row in the state. The Supreme Court has disbanded the 3-member Committee of Administrators from looking over the affairs of the All India Football Federation and said that elections for the football body be held on the 28th of August. The Apex Court also ordered all 36 representatives from states and union territories to be part of the voter list, which is what was demanded by FIFA. 3 American cops were suspended after a video of them beating a suspect under arrest went viral.
The video shows the 3 cops pinning down a suspect, punching him in the head and kneeing him several times. The suspect holds his arms up to his face while he's mercilessly thrashed. One of the police officers also points at the person taping the video, ordering them to stop recording. The officers were responding to a report of a man making threats to a convenience store employee. According to the police, the officers began a calm and civil conversation with the suspect. But then he allegedly began to attack one of the deputies, which led officers restraining him and beating him up. The man has been booked and the 3 police officers have been suspended.
The US's top infectious diseases expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, has announced that he'll be stepping down as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as well as the White House's chief medical advisor at the end of the year. Dr. Fauci had become a household name during the pandemic when he battled misinformation over COVID. Russia claims that Ukraine's special services are responsible for the assassination of a Putin aide and the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin's daughter, Daria Dugin. In fact, Russia claims that the perpetrator is a Ukrainian citizen who arrived in Russia on the 23rd of July. Dugina was killed on Saturday when a suspected explosive device blew up in the car that she was driving. China is literally crossing the line with its military exercises very close to the Taiwan Straits.
Taiwan claims 4 Chinese aircraft crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The median line normally serves as an unofficial barrier. China has been carrying out drills near Taiwan despite strong objections from the government in Taipei. Beijing claims Taiwan as Chinese territory and has been fuming ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island last month. The PLA's Eastern Theatre Command, which is responsible for the region that includes the Taiwan Strait, has held naval and air force drills as a show of strength. The maneuvers include launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan, several Chinese warships in the Taiwan Strait, and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
And this is going to make China fume even further. The Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the 3rd high-profile visit by a US politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which had granted him pre-arrest.
Back on the Nation at 5 with the spotlight turned towards Karnataka, where clearly the Congress is out there to oppose Veer Savarkar, trying to make it a conflict and a fight of ideologies, where Savarkar is being equated to the Hindutva bandwagon that is being pushed by the BJP and the RSS, and on the other hand trying to pitch Tipu Sultan to play the entire Hindu-Muslim binary in the state. In the meantime, the BJP has come out fervently and hailed Savarkar as one of the freedom fighters of the country. Little history needs to be told, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at this latest, chapter in this fight between the Congress and the BJP over Veer Savarkar, that Savarkar never was associated with the RSS. Savarkar was actually one of the founders of the Hindu Mahasabha. And Veer Savarkar was somebody who was hailed by Indira Gandhi in 1966. When he passed away, Indira Gandhi hailed him for his contributions towards the freedom struggle, and also issued a stamp commemorating Vinayak Damodar Savarkar as one of the foremost of the freedom fighters of our country. So history is sometimes forgotten to perhaps suit current political narratives. And this is exactly what historian and author Dr. Vikram Sampath told us when we were conversing with him. But in the latest aspect, former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagging off a Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru, saying that it is wrong to speak incorrectly about Savarkar, adding that it is a sin to do so. And the Rath Yatra is part of the campaign called Everywhere Savarkar and is aimed to spread awareness about Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Harish Upadhyay now joins us. Harish, black flags being shown to Siddaramaiah, the Madikere protests being postponed or cancelled for the moment. But on the other hand, with a huge poster of Savarkar, it was B.S. Yediyurappa, the former Chief Minister, who stood there and launched Everywhere Savarkar.
Yes, and it's a significant moment because we've seen over the last few decades Yediyurappa refraining from commenting on any issue that he considers is polarizing or very divisive. For the first time now, we are seeing Yediyurappa taking part in a campaign and be vocal about it. As you mentioned, he said anybody who speaks ill about Savarkar is committing a sin, and his message should be taken to every youngster, to every house. That's what Atal Bihari Vajpayee said. He also refers to Indira Gandhi and says that there are other leaders from across the political spectrum who took part in Savarkar's funeral. So he's a figure who was accepted by everyone in history. In the present times, he shouldn't be painted in a certain way, and that's what the Congress is attempting to do now. And we will see this whole campaign in a way increasing by the day. By the end of this month, you will see several organizations who will have Savarkar's photos in various Ganesh Chaturthi festivities that will happen across the state.
Absolutely. Now, but do these protests continue at this point? There was a stabbing which happened over the use of Savarkar in the posters during Har Ghar Tiranga during Independence Day. Harish, what is the situation on ground right now in Madikere, Shivamogga, those areas?
Well, the situation is normal, but there is an advisory given out to various district administrations to ensure that whenever there is a request that's given for erecting any sort of a pandal or a celebration for Ganesh Chaturthi, then every stakeholder be consulted before that permission is granted, whether it's the local police department, the municipal administration, or otherwise, to ensure that Ganesh Chaturthi doesn't become a flashpoint because you have several organizations wanting to have Savarkar's photo in those celebrations, or you have other organizations who are vehemently opposing it.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Harish. I have Sanket Yanagi and Mohan Krishna with me. Namaskara, gentlemen. Sanket Yanagi, Siddaramaiah or Indira Gandhi? Who's wrong?
See, there are two important aspects here which we need to take into account. What is urgent and what is necessary. What is urgent may not be necessary, may not be so necessary at some certain circumstances or the point of time. Here, what is necessary, I'm not saying Savarkar's issue is not essential. It could be discussed at the leisure time. But according to us, now the Karnataka is hit by the floods. 73 people have died. More than 7,300 people have been taken shelter under 75 relief camps. As many as 8,197 people have been shifted safely through heavy downpour in Karnataka. 14 districts have been heavily hit. 161 villages have been completely vanishing. Resultant of floods, 21,727 people in the recent days. According to the government data, as many as 66 houses have been completely damaged, while 2,949 houses were completely damaged. 17,750 houses were partially damaged. Agricultural crops on 1,29,087 hectares and horticultural crops to an extent of 7,942 hectares were damaged. And this is the issue we have to address and Mr. Yediyurappa has to address. Is it essential for us to discuss something on whether Savarkar was a freedom fighter?
One is you have an amazing ability to very softly, very nicely shift the goalpost. But let's agree that that you have shifted the goalpost fantastically. But there is also the fact that charity begins at home. You have to practice what you preach. So have you sent the same message across to Mr. Siddaramaiah also? Because he's the one who has turned around and tried to justify the stabbing of an individual during Independence Day because he supported Savarkar. He has turned around and carried out some protests saying that we will carry out anti-Savarkar campaigns. He's the one who's railing against Savarkar. He's not talking about the flood situation and telling the Congress cadre, focus on your energies. If you want to win back the trust of the people, focus your energies in rescue and relief. The same advice that you are giving to Yediyurappa, are you also giving to your own party leader and your former chief minister?
See, former chief minister is visiting flood-hit areas. And he is visiting the people who are suffering. He is seeking the opinion of the other organizations.
But the former chief minister is also railing against Mr. Savarkar, Mr. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. So I'm asking you, is Siddaramaiah wrong or is Indira Gandhi wrong?
At the present, we are not saying anything
is Siddaramaiah wrong or Indira Gandhi wrong? My question,
not so relevant according to us.
My question is not a long one. It's a simple multiple choice. That is two choices. You can choose either one. Is Siddaramaiah wrong or is Indira Gandhi wrong?
we are not able to discuss on this point at this point because we are concentrating on the major issues the people are facing.
Like I said, I have to hand it to you that you're a past master at shifting the goalpost, and that too very, very eloquently, and that's why I have huge respect for you, Sanket ji. Mohan Krishna ji, Mr. Savarkar had nothing to do with the RSS. He had nothing to do with the BJP. Why is the BJP trying to appropriate Veer Savarkar? That's another question.
Anand, very good evening to you. I heard our Congress spokesperson speaking. Very swiftly, as you rightly said, he has shifted the goalpost. We are talking here about Savarkar. Why Savarkar, I will tell you. For Congress and opposition, Savarkar is a soft target. The bigger target is Hinduism and Hindutva. In order to make sure that they want to show to the people and the world saying that.
Okay, let me ask you,
they want to
if you totally subscribe to Savarkar, Savarkar did not have a problem with any particular faith and what they ate. Savarkar himself said, I have no problems if a Hindu eats beef, I also eat beef. He believed that anybody and everybody who believed that their ancestors were Hindus, they belong to Bharatavarsha, they are all Hindus. That's his political definition. He also said that there will be no appeasement, everybody will be treated equally. So do you subscribe to all these views wholeheartedly?
Absolutely.
Or are you appropriating Savarkar because you believe that it will help bolster your entire claimed Hindutva platform?
Anand, just give me a minute, I will tell you. Savarkar is seen as a freedom fighter for us. Congress and opposition, they are defaming and demeaning Savarkar's stature by saying that he has not fought for the independence. We want to educate the people in the Karnataka state, starting from Karnataka state, that how he has fought for the freedom fighting of the country. In what capacities, what all he has done.
But you think you will be able to explain to a party who has discounted their own former Prime Minister and her own long speech and the issuance of a postage stamp by her in 1966?
Let me tell you, Anand, we are here to discuss, as Siddaramaiah started, who is Savarkar, he asked. We want to show to the people of Karnataka who is Savarkar first. He is a freedom fighter, he has fought for the country, and how the country has been deceived.
That is exactly what I am saying, Mohanji, that who is Savarkar, what is his contribution towards the country and its freedom struggle was extolled by the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ji herself. Who among the Congress party is posed in the post-independence era after Jawaharlal Nehru is a taller leader than Indira Gandhi in the Congress party?
So then why Siddaramaiah started Savarkar? Please ask the Congress spokesperson here. Let him answer. If they accept it, then it is a different issue.
My question is very simple. Mr. Siddaramaiah or Mrs. Indira Gandhi, who is right and who is wrong? Let the Congress party decide and then thereafter set their narrative. If they continue to rail against Savarkar, then does that equal to also prove that they believe Indira Gandhi ji is wrong? That's the question that needs to be asked. We'll park that question for a debate very, very soon again, because Savarkar issue is not going to go away very soon. He was somebody who foresaw partition. He was somebody who foresaw that appeasement is going to hurt the country. He was somebody who foresaw that governance above all has to be the norm if India has to prosper. And he did all of this in 1920 and 1930s, ladies and gentlemen, much before things came out to play. Now, all of that has been chronicled. We'll talk about that at great length very soon. For the moment, taking a very short break. Sanket Yenagi and Mohan Krishna. Namaskara and thank you very much. Pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen.
And demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. but what unfolded was simply shocking. Patna's additional district magistrate thrashed and dragged a protester who was lying on the ground holding the tricolour. The protesting candidates say they have been awaiting recruitment since 2019. Fed up with mere assurances from the government, they decided to voice their anger. But they were faced with water cannons and lathi charge by the police. Facing flack over how the protests were handled, the Bihar government ordered a probe.
ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
An inquiry committee has been ordered by the Patna district magistrate.
Well, there was high drama in Jaipur today after the police lathi charged ABVP students who had in fact gathered there without permission during a college students' body election. The ABVP's candidate for the president's post in Jaipur Rajasthan University held a show of strength with a large number of supporters during his nomination. An elderly man was left badly injured after he was tossed in the air by a bull. The incident happened in Hyderabad in the national capital region. The man was crossing a street when the bull charged at him from behind and tossed him into the air with his horns. In fact, bystanders rushed to the man's help and took him to a nearby hospital. A woman toll plaza employee in Madhya Pradesh was brutally assaulted after she refused to let a person pass without paying.
A man walks to the toll booth where the employee is seen standing and slaps her across the face. The woman stumbles for a second, then picks up a shoe and starts hitting the man back. The man tries to grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll plaza has 7 female employees, but no guards.
A group of brave Indian soldiers made the impossible possible. High-altitude trek in Ladakh by snow leopard. The brigade of a 14-member team of Jawans completed the 230-kilometer journey. It's a treacherous trek from Rumsey to Nyoma. It was done in 12 days. The trek happens at an altitude of anywhere between 14,000 to 18,000 feet. They traverse through snow-covered mountains as well as valleys, and clearly it's a record for the boys in Olen. Landslides because of heavy rains have left a trail of death and destruction all across Himachal Pradesh.
It looks like business as usual at this petrol pump in Shimla. But suddenly, a giant rock breaks away from the mountain, comes hurtling down and lands on cars parked at the petrol pump. It happens so quickly that
17 weeks of unbeaten leadership. CNN News 18 shatters TRP records. CNN News 18, on your side.
सबसे बुरे हालात यहाँ पर मंडी के हैं, जैसे कि आपको पता है कि अकेले मंडी में 13 लोगों की जान गई है.
The administration in Himachal Pradesh is on high alert after several landslides have been reported due to incessant rains.
The Kupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting in the valley today over electoral revision that proposes to give voting rights to non-locals who are working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. All opposition parties have unequivocally opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list. It's vindication for the Kerala governor and embarrassment for the Kerala government over the Kannur University professor recruitment row. The Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as associate professor till the end of the month. This comes just a day after the governor ordered the Kannur VC to put Priya's nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. The Campus Front of India has slammed the BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system in Karnataka. The CFI
Back on the Nation at 5 with the spotlight turned towards Mumbai. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation at one time had reportedly had reserves of nearly 60,000 crores, ladies and gentlemen. They had an annual budget of more than 25,000 crores. So this exceeds some nations altogether and even states in our country. Whereas it is the third richest civic municipality in the world. But what we're going to expose today and put before you is the plight of the schools. The BMC has not given school kits to nearly 3 lakh school students, even though it's been 2 months since the new academic year. In the election year, the BMC is in total disarray, and those who are suffering are little children.
The BMC has set aside 7 crore rupees for procurement of 27 essential educational items to be given to students studying in BMC schools. But over 3 lakh students across 1100 civic-run schools are still waiting for majority of these items to be given to them.
2 months into the new academic year and a complete school kit is still out of sight for these children studying in BMC-run schools. Essentials like shoes, uniforms, water bottles and school bags are still not available to them.
उन लोगों को जैसा मिल रहा है वैसा उन लोग बांट ही रहे, रख रहे नहीं, सबको दे ही रहे।
और क्या-क्या नहीं मिला है अभी तक?
अभी तक खाली अभी बैग नहीं आया है, कपड़ा नहीं आया है, बस बाकी तो सब मिल ही रहा है।
तो आप कैसे मैनेज कर रहे हो?
जो जुना है वापर रहे।
The teachers union claims the BMC's delay has caused an additional burden for them.
बच्चों को जून में खाली बुक्स मिली थी, पिछले मंथ में 1-2 आइटम मिला है, लेकिन 27 के 27 चीजें बच्चों को नहीं मिले। बीएमसी में टेंडर करके खेल चलता है और उसमें बच्चों का नुकसान हो रहा है।
The BJP is targeting BMC Mayor Kishori Pednekar, who is a part of Uddhav Thackeray's faction of the Shiv Sena.
Act of commission and act of omission, both is corruption. BMC has conveniently failed to produce and supply the same. The tender has been delayed from the tenure of Kishori Pednekar ji's time.
The BMC is among the world's richest municipalities, but this inordinate delay has disrupted the lives of lakhs of students. With Mihir Trivedi in Mumbai, in New Delhi, Ayushman Singh, Jamwal.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. The Hindu Mahasabha and other right-wing organizations are going all out in Karnataka for this Ganesh Utsava to celebrate Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. They are pushing for Savarkar images in all Ganesh pandals across the state. In fact, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa led the way today, even flagging off a Savarkar Yatra from Mysuru. On the other side of the political spectrum, Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, has been forced to cancel his proposed protest rally in Madikeri. He was shown black flags last week by BJP supporters there. Is Karnataka 2023 the election that is going to decide the fate of the state for the next 5 years? Is it going to be decided by the fight over the legacy of Savarkar?
Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa kicked off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru and hailed V.D. Savarkar as the nation's pride.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು.
Yediyurappa is one of the tallest leaders from Karnataka. And the Yatra and his praise comes at a time when the BJP and the Congress are at loggerheads over Savarkar. It all started when a banner featuring Savarkar was put up as part of the Independence Day celebrations in Shivamoga. A group of Muslim youth objected, removed the banner and tried to install a Tipu Sultan banner at the same spot. This eventually resulted in a clash between both groups and police ended up lathi-charging the mob to try and control the situation. After the incident, Savarkar posters and banners have been popping up in different parts of Karnataka. Leader of opposition Siddaramaiah faced flack for questioning their emergence.
ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ತಕರಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾವ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಬಟ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಆಯಿತು ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕೋದು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
For 2 straight days, protesters surrounded his car, threw eggs, showed black flags and waved pictures of V.D. Savarkar. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar has been one of the most debated figures in Indian history. And now he's front and center in Karnataka's politics in the months before assembly elections in the state.
Veera Savarkar issue, unnecessarily these BJP friends, to spoil the atmosphere of the state, they have encouraging this subject. For that actually these Congress friends, they are putting petrol to fire it.
So is it rightful praise that is being heaped on him by the BJP, or is it simply polarization politics?
All right, on the big debate this evening here on Viewpoint, Mohan Vishwa is spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP, Lavanya Ballal, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Arun Anand is a consulting editor with First Post, R.K. Upadhyay, senior journalist, and T.R. Prasad Gowda, senior leader of the JDS, will also be joining us. Mohan Vishwa, let me start with you. We've seen a series of Savarkar-related incidents in Karnataka in the last week or so, from what happened in Shimoga, what happened in Mangaluru, and now no less than B.S. Yediyurappa flagging off a Savarkar Yatra. The question, though, is, are you doing this to polarize the electorate? Is this the most important issue going into the 2023 election? And the accusation, you heard from Kumaraswamy also just a moment ago saying that the BJP is keeping this issue alive to spoil the atmosphere in the state ahead of elections. That's what he said.
See, Saka, who started all these things? It's none other than, again, the Congress or Siddaramaiah. Okay, so you can see the reaction of D.K. Shivakumar also, or some other senior leaders also, who are not reacting as much as Mr. Siddaramaiah. Even Congress don't want this issue. Mr. Siddaramaiah, who always wants to be in the news, and in the name of secularism, this is what he has been doing when he was in power between 2013 to 2018 also. Same thing he continued now. See, we take from where it started. It started from Shimoga. When he went to Shimoga, how can he say that Savarkar posters cannot be put in any Muslim area? So at the same time, he calls himself as a secular leader. If he's a secular leader, he shouldn't have made that kind of comment. So when he made that comment, then later on, the right-wing activists and all, they started protesting it. Then it would have been stopped there itself. Post that, what did he do? He wanted to plan to go to, Madikeri, where the Madikeri people, poor people, they hate Tippu Sultan to the core. And Mr. Siddaramaiah is the one who started Tippu Jayanti when he was a chief minister. There was no such concept before Siddaramaiah becoming a chief minister. So even after knowing the fact that, the Madikeri people hate Tippu because of his cowardness, because of his mass murder of Madikeri people, Siddaramaiah went ahead there. There he faced some sort of retaliation, which is wrong. Nobody for that matter shouldn't have thrown any egg or something, whatever, when he was traveling in the car.
Sure.
But at the same time, you should understand that he should respect the emotion of those Madikeri people who don't like Tippu Sultan.
Okay, let me ask Lavanya Ballal. We know that this is what has happened over the last 1 week, but Mr. Mohan Vishwa is right. If Siddaramaiah did not make that comment about why should Savarkar posters be put up in Muslim areas, first of all, we should not be deciding, whose posters should be put up where, depending on, what the majority population in a locality is. And secondly, after having said what he said about Tippu Sultan, to go to Madikeri and he faced that black flag protest and egg protest and so on, no one is condoning the violence. But the fact is that the people of Coorg, the Kodavas, have had a long-standing problem with Tippu Sultan and the violent history that Tippu Sultan inflicted on the people there. So if Siddaramaiah, brought this upon himself, why are you then blaming the BJP? Lavanya.
The question was for me, Zaka. Yes. Good evening. The question right now for me is, I'm a little mystified. What is the point of the entire Savarkar Yatra that they're doing? Because in Karnataka, we have multiple freedom fighters, right from, Abbaka Devi or maybe Sangolli Rayana, Kitturu Rani Chennamma, maybe recently, like we had Kamala Devi Chattopadhyaya, we had Karnat Sadashivra, we have multiple other people who are part of, the freedom movement from Karnataka. Alur Venkat Rao is a guy who fought for the unification of Karnataka state. It would have made a lot of sense for any party which wants to see a united India, a united state, to have yatra about such people like Alur Venkat Rao, who's actually worked for the unification of Karnataka or Ekikarana of Karnataka. So I really do not understand what is the purpose of this entire Savarkar Yatra and what is Savarkar's connection to Ganesh Chaturthi is something that I fail to understand.
No. The contention, ma'am, by people like Mr. Mohan Vishwa is that whenever Congress has been in power, you've never given pride of place to Savarkar. You've distorted history. You've made him into some kind of a villainous figure. What they are doing is correcting a historical wrong.
I'm sorry, Zaka, I don't know what you were talking to me because there's a little bit of audio problem.
Sure.
I reiterate my point. What is the connection to a religious festival like Ganesh Chaturthi and Mr. Savarkar? I think there is no logical explanation of the connection between the two of them. Zaka, if you're aware of this connection, please educate us.
Okay, let me ask Mohan Vishwa. I don't know what the connection is. Mohan Vishwa, what is the connection between Ganesh Chaturthi, Ganesh Utsava and Savarkar? Why are Hindu organizations insisting that every pandal in Karnataka should have a Savarkar image along with the idol of Lord Ganesh?
See, Zaka, probably she has to read the history properly. Mr. Savarkar was inspired by Balagangadharnath Tilak. You know, he was the one who started the Ganesh festival in a, in a mass manner in 1893, just to consolidate all the people to fight against the British. So that is the basis for this. So Savarkar was admiring Balagangadharnath Tilak and he was taking the advice of Tilak. You know, this is the history, or this is the connection between Mr. Savarkar and Ganesh.
Okay, Lavanya, you heard the connection, you heard the historic, once again, you heard the historic connection. Now please, that's why Hindu organizations are asking for Savarkar poster along with the Ganesh Utsav celebrations.
Yeah, they are asking. Okay,
Lavanya, yeah.
Point,
no, once again, let Lavanya respond. You made a point. She asked a question, you responded, let her now respond, yeah.
My question is, Mr. Savarkar is a political figure. And this is a religious festival, and they want to bring in Mr. Savarkar into the religious festival. Now, my question is, why isn't Alur Venkat Rao, who worked for the unification of Karnataka, not a figure for them to conduct a yatra on?
Okay. Anyway, no, there have been yatras for other non-Karnataka figures also, freedom fighters who've come from other states. But anyway, be that as it may, let me ask R.K. Upadhyay. I think what the people of Karnataka are baffled about is, we are in 2023. Why are we debating questions of 1923 in 2023? Are there not more pressing and more important issues for the electorate of Karnataka? You have to unmute, sir. You have to unmute, please. Thank you.
But, you know, when you are in election mode, so all these issues crop up. I think what BJP is trying to do is, you know, the Congress is going after Savarkar for quite some time now. And they want to, you know, bring out that issue in more focus. Of course, you know, everybody knows Savarkar's contribution, and he was a multi-dimensional man. He was a writer, poet, politician, freedom fighter, and philosopher, and all that. But still, the Congress keeps harping on, oh, that man wrote to the British, you know, seeking clemency when he was in jail. I mean, for God's sake, he spent 14 years in Kalapani being a freedom fighter. Even Nehru spent only 9 years in jail and not in Kalapani. So he was a freedom fighter who contributed a lot to the Indian freedom movement. And why sideline him? Okay. So now BJP is trying to tell the you know, Congress that, look, here's a very hero of Hindu society whom we should you know, project again. So that is what is icking them. I don't know why they cannot accept that Savarkar was also a freedom fighter who's worth adulation. Why, you know, demonize him? He has been demonized for the last five decades, as if he has been the, you know, the greatest Hindu warrior, and then you know, he is much hater of the Muslims. He has been projected as somebody who is, you know, against the minorities. But if you look at his writings, he was in favor of minorities. He said, look, minorities also should stay in India, but they will not have any special rights. Whereas you compare that with what Ambedkar wrote. Ambedkar, when he wrote about the partition in Pakistan, he said the Muslim community should be entirely transferred to Pakistan and the Hindus living there should come to India. And he was saying that, you know, we Hindus and Muslims cannot live together.
Okay,
so
T.R. Prasad Gowda of the JDS, sir, your party, okay, your party, Mr. Gowda, your party has not taken a definitive position on this. You heard from Kumaraswamy, the former Chief Minister, saying BJP is also doing this to polarize and vitiate the atmosphere. Congress is also pouring petrol on this issue because it suits them. Why is your party not taking a position on this issue? Why are you middle of the road on something as contentious as the legacy of Savarkar?
Beautiful question, very good question at this point of our we are not intent to take up these issues at all. Why? You may ask why. See, uh, we are not against any procession. We are not against any celebrations of festival. We are not against any yatra or anything. But our state is facing many problems, many problems. Where will I wanted to ask BJP people who are running the government, will this yatra or celebrations will cut down the poverty line of our state? Will this feed the people? Will this yatra will going to feed the people who are in hunger? Who are, what does it going to what does it signifies? What does it signifies? What you as you well asked one question, 1923. Now it is 2023. 100 years back history you are trying to repeat, but you are given the opportunity to run the government. Where when at the course of running the government, where you bring the state in order, Lot of problems are happening. Lot of killings are happening. Law and order is nowhere, and developmental activity is totally stopped. Even their own cabinet people are making these statements just to avoid, just to 1 second, please listen, please listen. Just to avoid and just to stop, divert the people, instead of why do you want to provoke the people on sentimental grounds? I wanted to ask them, why don't you concentrate on developmental activity?
Okay,
If you don't
let Mohan Mishra respond, and then I'll go to Arun Anand after that. Mohan Mishra, fair point I think that T.R. Prasad Gowda is making. I think about half the districts right now are under floods. Shouldn't that be the priority of the government? Law and order situation we've seen with the recent killings that happened in Shimoga. We've seen what happened across the coastal districts. And then, of course, there is the evergreen issue of corruption also. Aren't these the more pressing issues that matter to the people of Karnataka?
See, Zaka, our friend Mr. Prasad Gowda, probably, I don't know what he reads in the newspaper or what he sees in the TV, okay? There are a lot of developmental activities is happening. And, you raised a point about the flood. See, flood, when in the case of flood, what did our government do? Mr. Basaraj Bommai, he constituted a village level, the Gram Panchayat level committee. Please understand, to to estimate the issues, and also the people who have who lost their home and all, immediately around 600 crores of compensation he released. Okay, so this is the kind of action we have taken. Then regarding law and order situation also, say during Congress government there were 36 Hindu Karyakartas murdered. Okay, during our tenure, okay, I can't say that nobody has killed, nothing like that. Okay, we have brought the law and order into control. Please understand. Okay, so these are the things which we are doing. Please read the other side of it also. Why you want to read only one side of it and coming here and commenting?
Okay,
Come on,
Arun Anand, the point that's being asked. No, once again, Mr. Vishwa, once again, I'm going to Arun Anand. Arun Anand, the point is that at the end of the day, it's not just a Karnataka phenomena. This is something that we're seeing across state elections, across different states. We've seen that in the recently concluded assembly elections also, that somehow elections that used to be fought on bread and butter issues are no longer being fought on bread and butter issues. It's being fought on historic issues. It's being fought on revisionist issues. Not that those issues are not important, or not that those issues do not matter. Of course they matter. But shouldn't that be through the course of regular governance as opposed to during campaign? Because in campaign, you want to take up issues that are, material to the people, that are affecting people's lives and their livelihoods. That unfortunately seems to have taken the back burner, not just in Karnataka, but like I said, in recent assembly elections as well. Has this become par for course, and is this something that political parties also have to live to this new reality or adjust to this new reality?
In India was always an emotive issue, and it's not only the bread and butter issue on which they were fought. There was always, other undercurrents. But these were not very much visible because of the lack of social media and because there was not so much sophistication of, what we call the information network. But now these are much more visible. But they were always emotive issues. Then the second thing is that, of course, over a period of last 3-4 decades, there has been a cultural renaissance in India. And some people call it basically the Hindutva, wave. Some people call it a cultural renaissance. Some people call it rebuilding of the nation under different things. But there has been a paradigm shift, especially I would say, the Shah Bano case was a defining moment. And after that, there has been a paradigm shift in the Indian politics. So now, whether we like it or not, but these are the issues which are going to be there as a part of the agenda of all the political parties. Some of them are peddling it openly. Some of them are not peddling it so openly. Some of them are, giving salaries to the imams also, and as well as reciting Hanuman Chalisas also, as the Aam Aadmi Party is doing.
Okay.
Whereas some other parties, they have kept, their stand very clear. Only one point I think I want to make that here is that when you are addressing a cultural issue or that is not competing with the governance issue. These are not two mutually exclusive things. So whether we should be contesting elections on only the cultural issues or whether it should be done through the governance issues. So I think these are not two mutually exclusive consequences. Rather, they complement each other.
Okay.
Especially a party like BJP.
Lavanya Ballal, the point is that even someone like Indira Gandhi, the former Prime Minister, had written that Savarkar was a brave son of India and that his contributions to the freedom struggle cannot be negated. So what is the Congress Party's problem in accepting that Savarkar was just as much a freedom fighter as anyone else was? Ma'am, you have to unmute, please. We can still not hear you, ma'am. All right, I think they'll reconnect you in a second, but let me put that to R.K. Upadhyay. Yeah.
Yeah. Zaka, that's a problem with, these people who are now talking about issues which are, long overdue. I mean, for 50, 60 years, we haven't gone through what, these people have written. And in fact, I think Savarkar is one of those who have written extensively. Apart from Gandhi, probably Savarkar is the one who has written very, very extensively on the freedom movement, on his thoughts about Hindus, Muslims, a whole host of issues. And in fact, Gandhi has also praised him. He said he's a patriot. In fact, in 1921, in Young India, Gandhi writes he's a patriot. Otherwise, but for the love of his country, he wouldn't have been Kalapani. So, but he's projected as someone who goaded Godse to kill him. So this is the kind of image that the Congress has built up over the last 50, 60 years, and this is what revolts people who feel that justice is not being done to Savarkar. So Savarkar is not a big demon that people have to call him somebody who was a hated Muslim community, somebody who divided the country, somebody who wrote about the two-nation theory, and all the negative aspects are being projected, whereas he had a lot of positives as well. That is what I feel.
All right, if Lavanya Ballal is back, can you? All right, we'll try and connect back with her. But T.R. Prasad Gowda, I mean, shouldn't there be a debate? And ultimately, India is a democracy. It has to happen in the public domain. A debate on historical figures and whether the correct reading of history has happened. As R.K. Upadhyay was explaining, that as far as Savarkar is concerned, there's only been one view of Savarkar, a distorted view, a negative view of Savarkar that's been propagated over the last 50, 60 years. Mr. Gowda.
Yeah. Sir, if you are talking about Indira Gandhi was mentioned that a remarkable son of India. If BJP is taking that statement by former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi statement, I would like to ask them, why don't you take up? She made so many other good statements also. We have to live together. There should not be no communal violence. Why are you not acknowledging those good statements of Indira Gandhi? Of course, she made Savarkar as a remarkable son of India. Okay, we will acknowledge it. Now they are fine. But at the same time, she made several other things about our biggest democracy. Ours is the biggest democracy in the world. We have to live together and we have to like together. And when those concepts, why they are not trying to practice it?
All right, Lavanya is also back on the broadcast. Lavanya, respond to that. If Indira Gandhi can praise Savarkar, why does the Congress Party have a problem with him?
I will reiterate my point once again, Zaka. Karnataka state is reeling under multiple problems. There is lack of law and order. We have seen how the Home Minister's house was attacked by their own party members. We have seen how their party members have been brutally murdered in Karnataka. We have seen the corruption charges. We have seen how floods are affecting our state. And the question is, how is Savarkar, on what parameter have you judged Savarkar to be a better freedom fighter than any freedom fighter from Karnataka? If you are talking about unification of Karnataka, if you are talking about a better Karnataka, why not people like Alu Venkat?
No, you made that point, ma'am. All I'm asking is, if Indira Gandhi can praise Savarkar, then why does Congress have this only negative view about Savarkar, pointing out only the flaws that you, as you perceive of him? Indira Gandhi is perhaps the biggest Congress leader you've had since independence. So why wouldn't her praise of him count?
Zaka, I will give you a response. In his book, he writes about how BJP. I'm so sorry. There was a little bit of a problem on my end. This is about how rape as a political tool. He writes about rape as a political tool, and I, as a woman, will never endorse a person who will propagate the idea of rape as a political tool. So for me, that person can never be an idol. I hope he's not an idol for many other women.
Okay, Mohan Mishra, I'll give you the final word. He was a controversial figure. You cannot exclude that whenever you talk about Savarkar. And the fact is that the Congress and other liberal historians, left historians, have always pointed to the fact that he wrote as many as 3 mercy pleas to the British to free himself from jail. None of the other freedom fighters had to take the crutches of a clemency plea.
So Zaka, if Congress wants to call Savarkar as a coward, what do you want to call Mr. Nehru, who lost 36,000 square kilometers of land to China? What do you want to call Nehru, who said that if the Subhash Chandra Bose comes against British to fight through Indian National Army, he's going to be arrested? Then what do you want to call Nehru, who agreed for 4 points the division of India by same Muslim League in 1927? And what do you want to call Nehru, who was keeping quiet in 1946 when the same British government was up against Indian National Army personnel? What do you want to call them? When the entire world was going against building strength in the Indian Army, what did Nehru do in 1962? He reduced Indian Army personnel numbers by 50,000. What do you want to call him then? If Savarkar is a coward? So these are the questions which Congress should answer.
I got to wrap up. Lavanya, 30 seconds. I'm completely out of time. 30 seconds.
Is misinformation by Mr. Mohan Krishna, which they are very capable of. I leader who has allowed China to build a village in India as a 56-inch chested prime minister. I think that is what we call them. 56-inch lal aankh dikhane wala prime minister. That is what we call them.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. We'll see whether the legacy of Savarkar, the historical questions that have been left unanswered by his legacy, whether that's going to be the dominant theme going into Karnataka 2023. Meanwhile, it's not just in Karnataka. Now we're getting a piece of breaking news, the ongoing liquor scam face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. More breaking news on this. CNN News 18 has managed to access the exclusive details of the full CBI FIR against the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. As per this FIR, the excise policy was tweaked by the state government without the LG's approval. Sisodia also allegedly provided undue favors to some of the private license holders and individuals close to him. Now the CBI is probing the alleged illegal waivers as well as undue benefits extended via the excise policy. But Kejriwal and Sisodia, on their 2-day tour of Gujarat, this is how he responded.
आपका ये जो बढ़ता हुआ जोश है, तेजी से बढ़ता हुआ जोश है, यही दिल्ली में मेरे ऊपर धीरे धीरे सीबीआई का शिकंजा कसवा रहा है। ये जो आपके अंदर का गुस्सा है, जो यहां आप इस बार वोट पे निकालने वाले हो, ये जो जोश भर के आप बैठे हो यहां पे, इसी जोश की वजह से दिल्ली में केंद्र में बैठी हुई सरकार को लग रहा है इस जोश को रोकने के लिए थोड़ा सा शिकंजा और टाइट करो, और टाइट करो, और टाइट करो। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली से आपके बीच सिर्फ ये कहने आया हूं, मेरी गर्दन की चिंता मत करना, मेरी गर्दन ईमानदारी की गर्दन है। ये सीबीआई के किसी शिकंजे में नहीं फंसने वाली है, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है। इस जोश को बनाए रखो, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है।
Meanwhile, amid the Liquorgate face-off, Delhi LG has written to Arvind Kejriwal saying that files are being sent without the Chief Minister's signature. The LG says procedure must be followed for smooth processing of files. Pallavi Ghosh has more details on this. Any particular reason why files are being sent without the Chief Minister's signature?
No defense has been given, but all along the Chief Minister has been maintaining that when I'm traveling, when I'm busy and preoccupied, it's not possible for me to micromanage the entire situation, and therefore I depute ministers or officers who actually sign those files. That's what the LG has objected to in that letter, Zaka. But what sources in LG's office are also telling us is the reason why the LG has raised objection, because they are apprehensive of the fact that tomorrow, should there be any problem with the decision which has been taken, the Chief Minister can always shirk off his responsibility by saying, I'm not to be held responsible because it was signed by either my minister or it was signed by one officer. In fact, specific instances of Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia have already been taken, that this was an escape route. What it also means really, Zaka, is that when it comes to the entire controversy over the excise policy, I think the pressure is also going to start mounting on the Delhi Chief Minister. He cannot get away by saying that I was not the person involved or concerned and it was a decision solely taken by Manish Sisodia.
All right, where does the buck stop, at least as far as the political executive is concerned? In Delhi, it certainly stops with the Chief Minister. We'll see how this story plays out. I want to thank Pallavi Ghosh, and in a moment, Ridhima will be joining you with the biggest exclusive tonight.
17 weeks of unbeaten leadership. CNN News 18 shatters TRP records. CNN News 18, on your side.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching the biggest exclusive. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Protests erupted across Hyderabad minutes after BJP MLA Raja Singh released a video making controversial comments against the Prophet. Following the protest, Raja Singh was arrested Tuesday morning, but the BJP leader defended himself, claiming that it was a comedy video and that he had made no mention as far as the Prophet is concerned. But the Telangana BJP MLA Tiger Raja Naval Singh Lodh, or as he is known, is actually not new to controversies. He is known to stir up a controversy every time he speaks, from threatening to behead those who oppose the Ram Temple and raise the houses of Uttar Pradesh voters who did not vote for Yogi Adityanath, to even calling for Rohingyas to be shot in the head. Counting this one, Raja Singh has more than 75 cases booked against him, mostly for hate and provocative speeches and even disruption of law and order. After the arrest, BJP MLA Raja Singh has now been suspended from the BJP. MIM chief and Hyderabad MP Assuddin Owaisi condemned Raja Singh's statement and launched a scathing attack on the BJP, saying that Hyderabad is known for its harmony, but the BJP is doing what it does best in destroying the social fabric of the city. Owaisi also said that now it's abundantly clear that BJP hates Muslims and the religion. But this is where it gets even more murkier. A video has now emerged of an MIM councillors with beheading threats and calls being made out in the open. So while the MIM is demanding action from the BJP, the question also is, will the MIM act on its own?
मुसलमानों को प्रोवोक करने के लिए और प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में उन्होंने बेइज्जती करने की कोशिश की। साफ जाहिर होता है कि भाजपा मुसलमानों से और प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम से नफरत करती है।
So let's first talk to you about the IPC sections against Raja Singh. As we pointed out, he's been arrested and there's been action taken by the BJP as well. He's been suspended from the party. Section 295, insulting religion of a community. That's not the only section. There is also Section 505, promoting feelings of enmity. There is also Section 153A, which acts prejudicial to maintenance of harmony. But as I pointed out, as far as my introduction to the show was concerned, this BJP MLA Raja Singh actually is a serial offender. So let's break down those details. On the 19th of August, he tried to disrupt Munawar Farooqi's show in Hyderabad. Though this show did happen with lot of bandobast on the ground. He was taken into preventive custody with 50 others. Then let's go back to the month of April as far as this year is concerned. Provocative speech during the Ram Navami Shobha Yatra as well. He was booked for creating nuisance and disturbing public peace. Let's go back to 2020 now. In the month of September, he was banned by social media platform Facebook, labeled as a dangerous individual. The social media post had said this, that Rohingya should be shot, Muslims are traitors. Then let's go back even further to 2018. In poll affidavit declared 43 police cases against him, and as I pointed out now with the recent count, more than 75 cases against him. At that time, the offences were delivering hate speeches, writing and attempt to murder as well. Let's go back even further. In 2015, threatened Dadri-like action over planned beef festival. Said ready to kill or get killed to protect the cow. Again, in 2015, he was booked for assaulting a cop as well. So what really is happening and what is the message that the BJP is trying to send? That yes, a suspension has taken place, but the larger question is, will that be enough? Let me bring in my colleague Arun Dhanta. That's the question, Arun, that yes, a suspension has taken place, but will that be enough to stop the bigotry?
Well, see, Ridhima, one thing is very clear that BJP is trying to ensure that whenever their worker, their karyakarta or their leader makes such statement, they are forthcoming in taking action against them. Because, you know, we had seen what happened in the case of Nupur Sharma and Naveen Kumar Jindal. BJP had faced a huge flack, not in the country, but even internationally as well. So, in fact, if you see the show cause notice, which has been issued by the disciplinary committee of the BJP, it distances itself from the Raja's statements, clearly saying that whatever T. Raja has said, that's not something which party endorses. For now, they have only suspended him. They have given him time for 10 days to react to it as to why he should not be expelled from the party. So after 10 days, once he gives his reply to that show cause notice, party will take further decision whether to expel him or not. BJP's sources are telling us that yes, T. Raja has a history of making controversial statements, but
Correct.
This time around what he said is not something which has gone down well with the top leadership of BJP, and therefore we had seen this action coming from the disciplinary committee of the BJP. And this is a message also, Ridhima, for future as well. All those workers, people who are associated with BJP, that they will have to be very, very cautious while making such a statement, especially where you are, speaking
Correct.
about another religion. That is something which is a clear indication and message given.
Okay, we really have to see how this plays out. Arun, thanks a lot for getting us those details. But as I pointed out that yes, there is action that is now being demanded from the BJP, the MIM is not far behind. So who really is inciting hate? Let's get you some examples where the heat has been mounted because of comments that have been made in the past by various MIM leaders. Let's begin with the month of June. On the 9th of June in 2022, Aswaddin Owaisi himself was booked for inciting social media messages. Remember, today he's come out all guns blazing, saying the BJP is doing what it does best, destroying the fabric of what Hyderabad essentially represents. On the 18th of May, again in this year, in 2022, Danish Qureshi, an MIM leader, was arrested, accused of derogatory remarks on Hindu deities. What we're also understanding, if you go back to 2021, in the month of December, a video of Gufran Noon urging Muslims to have more kids, that had also emerged on various social media platforms. Then in April 2020, there was outrage over MIM's Waris Pathan's statement as well. 15 crore Muslims can dominate 100 crore Hindus. That was the comment that was made way back in 2020. So the question is, can the MIM really take that higher moral ground today when no action really has been taken as far as the MIM corporator is concerned? Let me first bring in my colleague Swastika Das, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Swastika, that really is the question. While the outrage over what Raja Singh did and said is justified, but what about the MIM themselves? Why no action has been taken?
Well, that was the question that was taken to MIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, and he has distanced himself from this particular MIM worker. And in fact, there's not just one, but there are two MIM workers who are clearly seen in that video raising controversial slogans. But Asaduddin Owaisi says that the party has already taken appropriate action against them as soon as they saw the video go viral on social media, and also MIM leaders have given them a rap on the knuckles of sorts as far as Asaduddin Owaisi is concerned, and he has also asked the police to take action if it deems necessary against the MIM leader. But having said that, the political war of words when it comes to the derogatory comments made by Raja Singh, while one-sided version is that he did insult the Prophet, the other side, or the questions that are being raised, is the fact that appropriate action should also be taken against protesters who derided members of other communities as well, because religious sentiments, if you see, were hurt on both sides. And questions are being raised as to why the MIM leaders have not been booked by the police yet.
Absolutely. Swastika, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. And the political war of words is just not ending, because the Aam Aadmi Party has also now attacked the BJP. And the Aam Aadmi Party is saying this, that the centre is behind leaders like Raja making comments that insult the Prophet. Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party has pointed out that even lawyers who fight in case for Nupur Sharma were in fact assigned by the BJP.
बीजेपी बलून टेस्टिंग करती है। नुपुर शर्मा ने जब बोला, मैं नहीं समझ सकता कि नुपुर शर्मा इतनी बड़ी नेता हैं कि वो अपनी मर्जी से इस तरीके का बयान दे दें, या ये एमएलए इतने बड़े नेता हैं कि अपनी मर्जी से इस तरह का बयान दे दें। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रयोगशाला है। कहाँ पे इसका क्या असर पड़ता है, क्या दंगे हो सकते हैं, दंगे होंगे तो राजनीतिक फ़ायदा मिल सकता है, इस तरीके के प्रयोग जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के कहने पे ही हो रहे हैं। नुपुर शर्मा की जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने मदद की है, उनको गिरफ्तार नहीं किया इतने महीने तक, वो किसने की? दिल्ली पुलिस ने केंद्र सरकार के कहने की थी।
Let me also bring in my colleague Rupashi, who tracks all developments as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Rupashi, take us through the attack that's coming in from the up.
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is very clear. It is targeting the BJP and especially leaders right at the top. And the point that, or the argument that Aam Aadmi Party chief spokesperson Saurabh Bhardwaj is making is that MLAs on their own are not empowered to make these sort of statements that can be so, that can incite violence or have the potential to incite violence. And to, strengthen his own argument, he also said that when it comes to Nupur Sharma, that it is the BJP who has provided lawyers for Nupur Sharma herself. And therefore, this is not just an errant MLA who is making that remark, or an errant member of a particular party who is making that remark, but it is essentially being dictated right from the top. And his argument was that these are essentially the central government's way of testing waters. So that is the charge that has been leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party against on this particular issue.
Okay, Rupashi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. So the question that we're asking this evening is, from the BJP to the MIM, who really is inciting hate? Let me also bring in our guests who've taken out the time to join us this evening. We'll have TRS leader Bachchu Srinivas. We have Syed Wakar, spokesperson of the MIM, Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swaraj magazine, and also Sai Shekhar, political analyst. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Before I even get into the political posturing as far as the action that has been taken or the action that should be taken as far as the MIM is concerned, let's really recap a little and go back to where this problem actually began. And Bachchu Srinivas, I actually want to begin with you. All of this started because of a comedian's show that was supposed to take place as far as Hyderabad is concerned. The allegation against the TRS is, why would you even want to invite a comedian like Munawar Farooqi, who in the past has disgraced Hindu gods and goddesses? The problem began from there. The allegation is that you want to give people like Munawar Farooqi a platform.
First of all, good evening to everyone, and I am very happy to join the debate. My question is, what is wrong to inviting the Munawar Farooqi? There are allegations against Munawar Farooqi that he blamed earlier our Itihasic gods, Lord Rama and Sita, right? This is what exactly the people are speaking from Bharatiya Janata Party especially. Even the suspended MLA and arrested MLA, Mr. Raja Singh, spoken so many things.
Okay, we'll just try and reestablish that connection with Bachchu Srinivas.
Who made, let me complete.
Sure.
Who made the show very critical and very, he made a lot of comments on that. We'll stop, we object, and we do some dharnas, and we are going to stop at any cost. We never allow to do the comedy show. Why? Why he want to do such kind of, he want to make a partition between the religion? We are here given a permission from the government side. Government definitely will take it as a very prestige, and government will allow the show to become success. No doubt about that. Okay. And we did like that. And why these people are against to this? I would like to remember one thing.
Okay.
The Ramayana written by Valmiki. Valmiki is earlier, he is also a thief. He become Valmiki, Maharshi. Then Mr. Farooqi cannot change. Maybe he criticized.
Okay.
Maybe he criticized. I cannot deny he criticized. He will criticize all the time. If he criticizes, law will take its own action. Even government will take responsibility. Why these Bharatiya
that's a larger debate, that is it now becoming a convenient pattern to have disgraceful comments being made as far as Hindu gods and goddesses are concerned, and when it's done with the other religion, everybody is up in arms. But I don't want to get into that as of now, because this is what I said when I started the show. Law should be equal for all. All religions need to be respected. Correct. And you cannot have disgraceful sentiments to either. So that is out of the way. Tushar, let me bring you in the conversation. When I started and I spoke about Raja Singh, today, yes, the BJP is saying, see, we've taken action. I'm not sure if this suspension really will have any larger impact, because this is a man who's an habitual offender. Should he even be in the party?
Good evening, Ridhima. Absolutely not. Such motormouths have no place in any party. It's not about the BJP. A person like this making derogatory statements that can cause communal violence, that can cause disturbance between two different communities, and can send out the wrong message to an entire community. It's absolutely wrong. So I don't see it as a BJP issue. I see it as a party issue, that no party would like a motormouth like that. But having said that, the BJP has done the right thing by suspending this MLA. I would rather have the BJP suspending such motormouths from the party membership, from whatever role they hold.
No, but he's only been suspended as of now. A 10-day period has been given. We don't know whether this will actually convert into an expulsion or not. And my larger actually issue is that from 2015 to 2018 to 2020 to now 2022, when you've had these instances in the past, why is he still in the party? Doesn't that then set a bad precedent, and you're opening floodgates as far as criticism from the opposition is concerned?
No, but look at what they did previously also. You had another case earlier this year when derogatory comments were made on the news debate. They were not shying away from taking action. They suspended the said member from the party and the position. That is what is going to happen to this MLA as well. But my point is, I would rather have the BJP take action against any member who makes derogatory comments than have them come out and defend it, as was the case with TMC. I would rather have the BJP come out and make the person apologize, as was the case with Nupur Sharma, than to come out and defend and add some intellectual flair to it, like the case with Mohima Mitra. So my point is that while the other parties can criticize the BJP, especially the likes of Aam Aadmi Party or TMC or the Congress, the truth is the TMC and the Congress, even Shashi Tharoor from the Congress, was defending what Mohima Mitra said about Hindu gods and goddesses. So why this different yardstick for both the parties? Yes, the BJP had to suspend them. They've done that. But what about the other parties that are criticizing the BJP today? If today this was a Congress MLA or a Congress MP making derogatory comments against Hindu gods and goddesses, you would have the entire entourage.
Fair enough. Tushar, you made your point. I'll come back to you on the larger issue. But Aseem Waqar, I want to bring you in and I want to understand, while it's all fair to come out and criticize Raja Singh, and we heard what Assaduddin Owaisi said, that the fabric is being destroyed, this is what the BJP does best. Yes, ask them questions, demand action. Now a video is also surfaced where a corporator of your party can be seen in that video with chants of beheading which are made in the public. No action has been taken. Why not?
नहीं, वो गलत है. देखिए, हमारे संविधान में हम सबको प्रोटेस्ट करने का, प्रदर्शन करने का संवैधानिक अधिकार है, लेकिन उस संवैधानिक अधिकार में हम कोई भी असंवैधानिक इल्लीगल भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते. वो गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है. और असद साहब ने भी बोला है कि सून, अभी मैं देख रहा था
मुझे खुशी है कि आप आके बोल रहे हैं कि वो गलत है. पर क्या हुआ है कि अब ये डिफरेंट यार्डस्टिक्स लग रही हैं दोनों पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए. MIM सुबह ये कह रही थी कि बीजेपी सिर्फ अपने आप को डिस्टेंस नहीं कर सकती, एक्शन लेना चाहिए. तो आज MIM से भी यही सवाल पूछा जा रहा है कि आप उसको कंडेम कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, पर एक्शन का क्या होगा?
नहीं, मैं बताऊं, देखिए सच्चाई कहां पर है. मैं भी एक चैनल पे बोल रहा था, तो राजा सिंह का एक वो बता रहे थे कि वो कहा कि हम भगवान के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हो, ये है वो है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक MP राज्यसभा नरेश अग्रवाल ने राज्यसभा में बीजेपी के सारे MPs और मिनिस्टर्स की उपस्थिति में, प्रेजेंस में, क्या क्या बोला था भगवानों के बारे में. वो क्या बोले थे, कविता पढ़ी थी शराब के बारे में.
सर, मैं उनसे सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, पर आज मैं आपके कॉर्पोरेटर के बारे में आपकी पार्टी से जानना चाहती हूँ. जब असदुद्दीन ओवैसी बाहर आके बोलते हैं कि जो फैब्रिक हैदराबाद का वो खराब किया जा रहा है और बीजेपी को एक्शन लेना चाहिए, बीजेपी कह रही है हमने तो एक्शन ले लिया, हमने सस्पेंड कर दिया है. MIM ने क्या करा है अभी तक?
नहीं, मैं अगर राज्यसभा में होता तो बीजेपी के MP हंस रहे थे और आसिम वकार जाके दौड़कर जबान पकड़ लेते नरेश अग्रवाल की कि भगवानों की बेहुरमती कैसे कर रहे हो तुम, बेइज्जती कर रहे हो, इंसल्ट कर रहे हो भगवानों की. ना आपने सवाल पूछा और आपको बुरा भी नहीं लग रहा है. मतलब कमाल देखिए आप.
सर मुझे
मैं आपको याद दिला रहा हूं कि MP पार्लियामेंट में बोल रहा था.
मेरा काम है सवाल पूछना. आज आप बहुत कन्वीनियंटली अपना गोल पोस्ट बदल सकते हैं, वो आपका काम है. मैंने शुरुआत ही बीजेपी से क्वेश्चन करा कि ये तो पास्ट ऑफेंडर है, ये पार्टी में क्यों है, वो आपने नहीं सुना होगा. तो आपके लिए भी काफी कन्वीनियंट हो रहा है. मैं आपसे फिर पूछना चाहती हूँ, अगर आपने कहा कि बीजेपी को एक्शन लेना चाहिए, तो MIM क्यों एक्शन नहीं ले रही है?
देखिए, स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य ने भगवानों की बेइज्जती की थी और बीजेपी ने उनको कैबिनेट मंत्री
सर, आप इधर से उधर एग्जांपल्स देते रहिए, गोल पोस्ट बदलते रहिए. आप अपने पार्टी का एक स्टैंड नहीं मुझे बता रहे हैं. आपके पार्टी का क्या स्टैंड है, आप ये बताइए, मुझे बाकी गेस्ट के पास भी जाना है.
गोल पोस्ट नहीं बदल रहा हूँ, आप मेरी बात समझ नहीं पा रही हैं. असल में मैं कर क्या रहा हूं, मैं बीजेपी का ओरिजिनल चेहरा दिखा रहा हूं और आप समझ नहीं पा रही हैं. अब या तो आप समझने के बाद अनजान बन रही है, आप खुद ही गोल पोस्ट चेंज के ले रही है, कभी दाहिने भागे जा रही है, कभी खंबे पे छुपे जा रही है, कभी पेड़ के पीछे छुपे जा रही
नहीं ले रही है. उसका आप अभी तक मुझे जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. आप कुछ समय लीजिए, सोचिए कि आपकी पार्टी क्या एक्शन लेना चाहती है. लेट मी ब्रिंग इन A. Shekhar as well in the conversation. I just want to understand what is the example that is being set as far as political parties and their representatives today in the country are concerned, because as I pointed out, no political party can really take a higher moral ground. What is the precedent that we are setting?
It's a bad precedent. Precisely, I can say this because we have much bigger issues and much bigger problems to worry about, and we are worried about gods and religion. I don't say one should not have faith or one should not worship gods and all, but that should be kept to personal thing, and everyone has to offer their prayers or whatever. It has to be very personal, and it is a highly respected thing. And unfortunately, legislators, politicians, political formations, political parties, governments, they're all taking stands on religious issues which are totally uncalled for, and they debilitate the society. And they actually, won't augur. They don't augur well for the well-being of the society. India is still a third world country. We need to worry about feeding the hungry stomachs. This is what I have been advocating from the beginning of my career, and this is what it is, boss. It's the MLA's statement against that Munawar Faruqi's show, and then today's observations in his video that he has released. They are all totally uncalled for, and it is not right. And BJP has taken an action against him, and if BJP is thinking that it has acted upon it, but suspension is not a punishment per se. They have it is and I think it's an eyewash. That is what I feel.
As far as the suspension is concerned, it's interesting that you're saying that, because I was trying to get some sort of a clarity as far as the MIM's position is concerned. I'm now being told by my producers that the MIM spokesperson, in fact, has decided to leave the show without actually giving us some sort of clarity of what the position of the MIM is. But Tushar, I believe you want to come in?
Ridhima, see, that is the problem. A BJP MLA makes a derogatory statement about other community. He's suspended. That's a correct action. Now, some might say that the action is not enough. I can agree to that. But when someone comes on the show and says that a person giving a beheading call against that BJP MLA is illegal bhasha, that is what worries me. Criticize BJP as much as you want. Criticize the words of the BJP MLA as much as you want. This was the same case with Nupur Sharma also. But take a clear stand against the beheading calls that are being made. Take a clear stand that violence will not be an answer to any derogatory remark. Why can no one do that? Why is it that every time a beheading call is made, and not just today, earlier also in the case of Nupur Sharma, people defend it as a natural reaction to the BJP. People defend it as a natural reaction to the minority, imaginary minority atrocities by the BJP. Why is it that no one wants to say that, yes, some derogatory remarks were made, yes, the action has been taken, it's not good enough, maybe, but we cannot afford anyone making a beheading call. Why does no one want to take a clear stand against violence is what I don't understand. You can criticize the party, take the political stand, attack them politically, but why give cover fire so as to speak to all these beheading calls? That is what worries me.
No, so who do you think is this section or this lobby who is not taking a stand? Who do you think wants a whitewash as far as, or an eyewash as far as this issue is concerned?
You're asking me?
Tushar.
I'm sorry, is that question for me?
Yeah, that was for you, Tushar.
Oh.
Tushar,
am I audible?
We can hear you, Tushar. Go ahead.
I'm audible.
Okay, we'll just try and fix that issue. But I just wanted to take on from what Tushar was saying and go back to Sai Sekhar. So taking on from what Tushar is saying, he's saying there is a section or a lobby that doesn't want to take a stand, and that is resulting in these multiple episodes. So who is this lobby that doesn't want to take a stand?
Lobby, both parties on both sides, every side which is talking about religion. Religion is becoming a prime part of governance or election or politics. People have hungry stomachs. Let us concentrate and let us focus on development, and then filling the hungry stomachs and helping the fellow men. Why religion is taking primacy over everything, and it is provoking the tempers, and frayed tempers are not good for a harmonious society, which is not right. And it is not the question of lobbies and all. See, people are divided on the religious lines and are being seen as vote banks by vested interests of political parties. This is not actually right. This kind of trend is highly condemnable. We have to focus on development. We have to focus on filling the hungry stomachs and some welfare, some development, and then taking the society forward. We have been talking about entering into 21st century for the last
You know,
20 years, but then nothing happened. This is not right. These lobbies and all, not right.
True.
People who are in
Ridhima,
positions of
True.
authority. People
I
who
want
are
to
in
go back to Bachchu
leadership
Srinivas also,
positions
but
have
quickly,
to-
Tushar, you want to come in?
Ridhima, you know, they talk about development, society, progress. No progressive society, no human development index or, you know, a community has place for beheading calls. Again, even if you want to talk about development, about progress, about modern thinking, again, you have to take a clear stand against such beheading calls that are made in the name of religion.
Yeah,
Yet no
all
one wants to
religious
do that. That's
comments
the
and
point.
beheading, all violence should be condemned. I'm telling you, all violence should be condemned. All violent remarks should be condemned. And this is not the primary topic of India at the moment. What kind of crisis we are falling down and down on all indices across the globe.
True.
Where is India standing on hunger index?
True. So the larger issue that Sai Sekhar is making is that is this the priority as far as the country is concerned? Why are we letting ourselves being swayed as far as this religious narrative is concerned? But Sai Sekhar, I want to then understand, because as I said, no political party can really take a higher moral ground. Where does the buck stop? What is the accountability as far as these political parties are concerned?
I think political parties have to.
No,
there is no hard and fast rule, and the Constitution has not provided for that. So they have to do an introspection.
Okay, Sai Sekhar, let Bachchu Srinivas come in. Okay. Bachchu Srinivas, that question was for you. Taking on from what Sai Sekhar is saying, if this is not the real priorities, why are we allowing ourselves to be swayed as far as this religious narrative is concerned? Where does the buck stop? What about the accountability of the political parties?
Political parties they have to introspect within themselves and
1 minute.
Set new rules.
Sai Sekhar, let Bachchu Srinivas come in, please. That question was for Bachchu Srinivas, please.
No, we especially in Telangana Rashtra Samiti is concerned about the welfare, development, stability, and these kind of terms we follow. We never see the religion, we never see the caste. That's only the thing which we have seen in the last 8.5 years, which was born 8.5 years back, the Telangana, which is competing all the 29 states of India today. That's why the industrial progress, any kind of progress, the welfare, the agriculture today in Hyderabad, the industrialization, whatever you would like to compare in the nation, we concentrate on those things. We never polarize the religion, or we don't worry about the votes of the people on religion based or caste based. We don't worry about that. You have seen especially our IT minister, how the IT growth in Hyderabad, and how even people from Karnataka, from Bangalore also, entrepreneurs are coming forward to Hyderabad.
So TR is not leaving this opportunity to make their own poll page as far as Hyderabad is concerned, taking pot shots at a narrative that they're alleging that has been said by the BJP. Protests have once again broken out against Raja Singh in Hyderabad. Where will this go? We'll keep tracking all those developments. Like to thank all our guests. It's a wrap from my side. Plain Speak is up next.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The heat and the threat post the Nupur Sharma comment row is not even over, and perhaps never will. Look at what has happened to Salman Rushdie decades after Satanic Verses. But the BJP, it seems, has no dearth of people who will drag the party into such rows again and again. BJP MLA from Goshamahal Assembly constituency in Hyderabad stoked a similar row on August 20 when he made alleged derogatory comments against Prophet Muhammad in a video uploaded on social media while opposing comedian Munaffar Farooqi's show in the city. Now remember, Farooqi himself is a very controversial comedian who has been criticized and legally acted upon for his derogatory comments using Hindu gods and goddesses during his comic acts. Following Raja Singh's remarks, protests erupted in Hyderabad demanding action, and he was also arrested earlier today. Hours after his arrest, BJP cracked the whip and suspended him from the party. Meanwhile, despite seeing what has happened when passions were inflamed by politicians and other prominent citizens alike on the Nupur Sharma Rao, how her life was put under threat, rioting broke out in many cities of the country, and 2 people that we can say for sure were killed just for supporting Nupur, AIMIM didn't stop from further inflaming passions on this case. This despite the fact that their councillor from Hyderabad, Zafar Khan, was caught on camera chanting provocative Sartan se Juda slogans against Raja Singh and his supporters. So who is really guilty of inciting passions? We will take that to our guests in just a bit, but first a little bit about both of these sides. Now, Raja Singh is an extremely controversial figure. In his case, it doesn't really seem his cause is an ideology, but to be in news for all the wrong reasons. In recent case, he threatened to disrupt this comedian Munaffar Farooqi's show. He was taken into preventive custody with 50 others. In April 2022, he was booked after provocative speeches during a Ram Navami Shobha Yatra. He was booked for creating nuisance, disturbing public peace. September 2020, he was banned by Facebook for hate speech. Some of his social posts are highly derogatory and inflammatory, often inviting a call to violence. April 2017, threatened to behead those opposing the construction of Ram Temple. December 2015, he said that he is ready to kill or get killed to protect Gau Mata in response to a beef fest which was organized at Osmania University. 43 police cases he has declared as per his 2018 election affidavit alone. But it's not like the AIMIM is full of saints either. They're never to be left behind when it comes to a religious polarization issue, starting from the very top, their national face, Asaduddin Owaisi. Take a look at this. In June this year alone, there have been 3 such instances. AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jaleel demanded on camera hanging of Nupur Sharma from the Aurangabad square. Also in the same month, 30 AIMIM workers were arrested for rioting in Delhi over the Nupur Sharma Rao. Also in the same month, Asaduddin Owaisi was booked for his social media post. This was also connected to the Nupur Sharma FIR. In April 2022, this year, AIMIM leader was arrested for inciting violence in Hubli. In May this year, Danish Qureshi, another of their leader, was arrested, accused of derogatory remarks on Hindu deities. Last year in March, AIMIM councillor was charged with instigating riots in Telangana. In fact, there are several cases of violence, especially when it comes to blasphemy, where a role of the AIM comes out, their workers on ground or their leaders. And who can forget, of course, Baris Pathan. He's one of their prominent faces and spokespersons. He had said 15 crore Muslims can dominate 100 crore Hindus. So they're, of course, not very secular. Big debate that is coming up today. This Prophet Rao, which is now coming in Telangana, exactly who is to be blamed for this? And is this not a deliberate bid to inflame passions by both sides? First up, let's also listen into some comments.
यहाँ पर भाजपा कम्युनल राइट कराना चाहती है। यहाँ पर भाजपा तेलंगाना की तरक्की, हैदराबाद का जो इन्वेस्टमेंट ग्रोथ है उसको रोकना चाहती है और अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकने के लिए वो मुसलमानों को और प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में अपने विधायक से इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास बकवा रहे हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, असदुद्दीन ओवैसी क्यों बोलेंगे? नहीं बोलते हैं, उनके खून में है वो नहीं बोलेंगे। वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ करना, उनमें से राजनीति करना, खिलाफ बोलकर उनका पार्टी चलाना, यही काम है उनका।
Going across to the guests who are joining us, Kalimul Hafiz is the Delhi AIMIM president. Sriraj Nair is from the VHP. Bura Narsaya Gode is from the TRS. He's a former MP of the TRS. Dr. Geeta Bhatt is an academician and leans towards the RSS. Maulana Ali Qadri is an Islamic scholar who will be joining us in just a bit. Let me go across to Geeta Bhatt first up. Geeta Bhatt, when BJP leaders are caught making these remarks, are they helping or hurting the BJP, you think?
Well, you see, it is important that those who are in public life, they must restrain themselves while they are making, any kind of observations or comments, especially when it is about, religious figures. But at the same time, I think it is also important to look into this in a manner when we are in a democracy and when people are being, they are airing their views about certain issue, then the kind of protests, the kind of violence that is erupting, the way people are being attacked in the country is something which may lead to very serious consequences.
No, it has already led to very serious consequences.
In the name of religion,
Geeta ji, it has already led to very serious consequences.
Yes, I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is, in the realm of religion, radicals, they cannot use muscle power and try to challenge the, the state and the state forces. Just see the kind of reaction that has happened in the past couple of months, where people have lost their lives. They have been killed in the name of religion. Kanhaiya Lal and many others, and it is not just these people who have been killed, but those who have been attacked and threatened just because they have put their support.
For Nupur
Whether
Sharma.
it is right or wrong, that is another aspect. But we are in a democracy. Yes, for Nupur Sharma. But in a democracy, everybody has a right to express their opinion.
Absolutely.
Yes, the law must take. If it is not right, then the law must take its own course, and that action must be taken. But
I get all of that.
Radicals do not have a right to take the law in their land.
Absolutely, absolutely. I get your point. I'm in agreement with you. But the question I still asked you, ma'am, the BJP tries to shy away from such debates. They did so for Nupur Sharma. They are doing so for Raja Singh. Fine, they have acted on both of those cases and they have suspended them from the party pending inquiry, pending a response, whatever. But does it help them? The BJP, let's not forget, is not some, it's not a party that is still struggling to find a pan-India presence. It's a party that is in power in 17, 18 states today. It is in power at the center, right? It has already expanded to an extent that today it has become the center pole of Indian polity. Does it help the BJP when its leaders are heard making such comments? And Raja Singh, forget Nupur Sharma's case. In Nupur Sharma case, you can still argue that she was provoked during a debate, and in the heat of the moment she said what she said. Even on what she said, people have a disagreement whether that's blasphemy or not. But when somebody like Raja Singh does it, is it helping the BJP or hurting their cause? Geeta ji.
Well, you see, we also need to understand that when a political party, when it is in a state, when it is running a state, what is in governance, then at that time they have to, that in fact shows that an impartial attitude, that if anyone is trying to make such kind of comments which are not worthy for in terms of being a political representative, an elected representative, then a call has to be taken by a political party. But at the same time, we also have someone like Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, who is also an elected representative, and you need to listen to his speech, Shivani ji. It is so derogatory, where he is mocking Hindu gods and goddesses. He is mocking Lakshmi ji, he is mocking Ganesh, and then after that I want to say, he says, इस मुबारक महफिल में मैं मनहूस नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, रहने दीजिए. I mean, such kind of derogatory remarks someone is making. When an action will be taken against such people?
You're right, and actually
Why
shockingly,
is it that
Akbaruddin Owaisi, who was caught in a speech saying कि 15 minute के लिए पुलिस हटा दीजिए, देख लेंगे क्या होता है. Obviously, that was a call to violence from one community to another, was acquitted in that case. Well, that's another debate altogether. But let me go to Kalimul on that from the AIMIM. आप किस आप पेडेस्टल पे अपने आप को रखते हैं? और आप कौन होते हैं किसी और पे उंगली उठाने वाले, जो असादुद्दीन ओवैसी आके रोज उंगली उठाते हैं कि ये कम्युनल है, वो कम्युनल है? AIMIM के लीडर्स क्या कर रहे होते हैं रोज रोज?
नहीं, MIM के लीडर तो जो करते हैं वो करते हैं, लेकिन जो देश का सर्वोच्च न्यायालय है उसके जो माननीय न्यायाधीश हैं, उन्होंने ये बात कही थी कि इस तरह के टिप्पणी करने से जो नूपुर शर्मा ने की थी, पूरे देश में आग लग गई.
सर, वो
पूरे देश में अराजकता का माहौल हो गया. अगर नूपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कार्रवाई की होती तो आज टी राजा सिंह की हिम्मत नहीं थी इस तरह का डेरोगेटरी और इस तरह की वीडियो अपलोड करने की. ये सवाल ये है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश का मजाक बना दिया है. यानी पूरी देश की छवि जो पूरी दुनिया में खराब हो रही है. पिछली बार 17 देशों में हमारे राजदूतों को डिमार्च किया गया था. 25 देशों में हमारे भारतीय कंपनियों का प्रोडक्ट का बहिष्कार हुआ था. अब क्या चाहते हैं ये टी राजा सिंह छोटे से फायदे के लिए हमारे देश के सर को नीचे करना चाहते हैं, ये देश की छवि को खराब करना चाहते हैं, देश को आर्थिक नुकसान पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। और बीजेपी वही काम कर रही है, चुपचाप सस्पेंड कर देगी और पीछे से संघ परिवार के जो और लोग हैं, बीएचपी और बजरंग दल और ये सब सपोर्ट करने आ जाएंगे। गीता भट्ट जैसे लोग उनके सपोर्ट में बोलने लगेंगे। अरे ये जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसके हाथ में सरकार है, जो आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि 17 प्रदेशों में इनकी सरकार है, इसकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि देश में कानून की बालादस्ती करे, संविधान को ये मनवाए। ये संविधान का मजबूरी बना रहे हैं।
ओवैसी जी ने जो बात कही है, क्या आप उसका समर्थन करते हैं? जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने हिंदू देवी देवताओं, देखिए
अभी अकबर, ये स्कैम अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी की बात नहीं हो रही है, अभी बात हो रही है टी राजा की। टी राजा का इशू है, इस पर बात करिए आप। जिस पे आपकी पार्टी ने इसको सस्पेंड किया, उस पर बात करिए।
उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, मैं जो आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आज का जो विषय है उस पे आइए आप। उसे छोड़ दीजिए, वो कानून अपना काम कर चुका है वहाँ पे। सवाल ये है, आपके पास उसके अलावा भी कुछ है क्या?
एक्शन लिया गया। आप ये बताइए, अकबरुद्दीन
नहीं, निलंबित नहीं किया है।
देवी देवताओं का नाम लेने के बाद
बिल्कुल
इस मुबारक महफिल में मैं मनहूस नाम नहीं लेना चाहता। हिंदू देवी देवताओं के नामों को मनहूस कहने वाले आपके विधायक, how do you condemn his comment?
सुनिए आप जवाब सुनिए।
Do you condemn his comment?
मैं जवाब सुनिए आप। अरे आप जवाब सुनेंगी ना, आप जवाब सुनिए ना।
BJP MLA should not have made, this is not right. But you tell me that whether you condemn your MLA's comments or not.
अब बोलती रहिए आप, पहले खूब बोल लीजिए आप। जब आप खामोश हो जाए बता देना, मैं आपको जवाब दे दूंगा। देखिए, जो अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब ने कहा, उसे कानून ने अपना काम किया, लेकिन मेरा सवाल यह है कि जो टी राजा ने जो देश को छवि पहुंचाई है, तो देश को आर्थिक और छवि के तौर पे नुकसान पहुंचाई है, उसको कौन जिम्मेदारी देगा? ये बिल्कुल ऐसे ही होगा जैसे कि नाथूराम गॉडसे ने महाराज। देखिए, आप अगर तू मैं करेंगे तो मैं नहीं करूंगा आपसे बहस। आप मेरी पूरी बात सुन लीजिए। आप अगर नहीं आप नहीं बोलना, आप बोलती रहिए। मैडम इनको चुप कराएंगी तो मैं बोलूंगा।
ओवैसी कह रहे हैं इस मुबारक महफिल में ऐसे मनहूस नाम नहीं लेना चाहता।
गीता जी, you made your point. I want to hear what Mr. Hafiz says. And Mr. Hafiz, एक सेकंड रुकिए। ये तो आपने बोल दिया 17-18 देशों ने ऑब्जेक्ट किया। दुनिया में 50 इस्लामिक देश हैं, तो 17-18 उनमें से कर दिया ऑब्जेक्ट। जब हिंदू देव देवताओं की कोई उनके साथ बदतमीजी करता है, आए दिन मंदिरों की मूर्तियां तोड़ी जाती हैं, आए दिन भद्दे शब्द यूज करते हैं, तो दुनिया में तो एक ही हिंदू देश है, वो है भारत। तो ये तो कोई मापदंड नहीं हो सकता ना कि 17-18 देशों ने ऑब्जेक्ट कर दिया तो बड़ा मुद्दा हो गया। भारत में हिंदू देव देवताओं की अगर आप उनसे बदतमीजी से बात कर रहे हैं, उनकी बेइज्जती कर रहे हैं, वो भी बड़ा मुद्दा है सर।
अब आप आगे सुनिए। देखिए, अगर देश को जहां जवाब देना होता है तो देश को ये नहीं कहना पड़ता ये हमारी पॉलिसी नहीं है और ये इन्फ्रिंज एलिमेंट है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने नेशनल क्या मजबूरी नहीं होगी, आप समझ सकती हैं। दूसरी बात आई,
is not a case that can be used as a defense for Raja Singh, and it is not a case that can be used as a defense for your people.
अब आइए आगे पे आइए। देखिए, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो आरएसएस से जुड़े हुए नाथूराम गॉडसे थे, जब उन्होंने राष्ट्रपिता की हत्या की थी ना, तब भी आरएसएस ने उनसे पल्ला झाड़ लिया था और ये कहा था हमारे इनसे कोई लेना देना नहीं है, जबकि कपूर कमीशन ने साबित कर दिया कि आरएसएस का उसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। इसी तरीके से इनका मोडस ऑपरेंडी है, ये पीछे से माहौल खराब करने के लिए। हैदराबाद में अमन है, हैदराबाद में इन्वेस्टमेंट ग्रोथ है, हैदराबाद तरक्की कर रहा है, ये इनको पसंद नहीं है। 8 साल से वहां कोई दंगा नहीं हुआ, ये दंगा कराना चाहते हैं। इनको राजनीतिक तौर पर ये केसीआर का ये मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इसलिए वहां पे ये माहौल खराब करना चाहते हैं। तो ये जो जी, क्या कहा मैडम आपने? मुझे दोबारा
मैं कह रही हूँ AIMIM के लोग कितने दंगों में इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं, उसकी लिस्ट पढ़ी थी मैंने शो से पहले।
देखिए मैडम, मैं तो आपको बता रहा हूं, आपने गलत पढ़ी थी। वो मैं भी एक उसमें मेमोरेंडम देने गया था, 30 लोगों में मैं ही प्रेसिडेंट था, उसको लीड कर रहा था। मेमोरेंडम देने में ही ये दिल्ली पुलिस ने हमें जेल के अंदर डाल दिया और नूपुर शर्मा को आज तक गिरफ्तार नहीं किया। और देखिए केसीआर गवर्नमेंट को देखिए कि उन्होंने आज उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
तो और आज 14 दिन की न्यायिक हिरासत ऊपर के साथ हो जाता, तो आज इनकी हिम्मत नहीं होती। मिस्टर गॉड ऑफ द TRS हियर, you've arrested Raja Singh, action welcome. Why not arrest this counselor of the AIMIM who's openly giving a call to violence, Sartan se juda, caught on camera? When will action be taken against him?
See, there is a saying, with power comes responsibility, and with great power comes great responsibility. Whether it's a country, national government or a state government, we have a constitutional obligation to maintain peace and harmony and keep all religions in the same par, having no bad things about any religion. So in this, Raja Singh himself has been suspended by the BJP party.
Right.
Then you know the severity of the problem. And also the councillor, whoever party it may be, whoever it may be, will be arrested and shall be arrested. That is the bottom line. See, once you create a Frankenstein, in fact, the history proves the Frankenstein destroy the creators. Just take about the Bindrawale. Bindrawale was created to as a counter to the Akali-Dal. And ultimately what happened? Bindrawale became a responsible for the ending the life of the creator, party and his party. So that's why India has to become a superpower. Telangana has to become a economic model. In this scenario, this kind of a attitude, whether it's a Raja Singh or a Akbaruddin or anybody, if we tolerate, then it is going to be bad for the country.
But sir, the question
and
still
as well as
arises,
state.
why is Zafar, this councillor, still out? In fact, when you raise slogans like Sartan se juda, and I'm running visuals of the kind of protests that have been carried out in Telangana and in Hyderabad, why was the police not acting? Despite the fact that in the Nupur Sharma case, people's lives have been lost. You should have been the first one to crack down on this.
No, we should not spare anybody.
You should not, but you
very
did.
Clearly, we should not. We should not spare anybody, because it is not a question of one or two individuals. This kind of statements, this kind of a thing, ultimately common man is bothered about roti, kapda and makan. And once this world is a global village, what happens in Hyderabad, what happens in Delhi, what happens in a remote corner of the India also is known entire world. That is going to have a serious economic implications.
I take your point. I take your point. But my point is that why is there a delay in action on the AIMIM leader who's threatening violence? Sir, tan se juda का मतलब तो आपको भी पता होगा. वो तो beheading की बात कर रहे हैं और beheading हो चुकी है नुपुर शर्मा के नाम पे.
जरूर हो जाएगा. We will not spare and our government will not spare and we shall not spare. That is the bottom line.
Well, we'll wait and see. If you don't act equally on both of these, then there is a problem. And in fact, that's exactly what Geeta Bhatt was pointing out too. That street muscle power cannot be a barometer of who is right, who is wrong, or who is righter and who is less right. Let me bring in Maulana Ali Qadri. He's an Islamic scholar also joining us. Before that, I'm going across to Sriraj Nair. Sriraj Nair, the question that is also emerging for organizations like the VHP, like Mr. Khalimul was saying, VHP, Bajrang Dal, RSS, they name, but especially organizations like Bajrang Dal and VHP, why are you doing things that are making the minorities in the country feel like you are at war with them? आप उनसे जंग लड़ रहे हो, दिन भर दिन, every day.
Madam, I object to what you say. Where did you find? What did we do that you're finding that they're waging a war against the so-called minorities or the Hindu converts? We are not doing any such acts. We are absolutely doing our work. Our intention is only to protect the Hindu Dharma and to ensure that nothing wrong happens to the. We protect our Hindu Dharma. That's the only thing. We are not here to harm anybody, and we don't do so. Now we're talking about this. We are discussing about this particular topic. We are forgetting that why this all happened. It is like the reason is a petty comedian like some Munawar, I don't know his name. He always have been mocking and ridiculing Hindu Dharma, and this particular MLA, Mr. Raja Singh, he objected for his show, and the Telangana government was hellbound to ensure that the show happens. And why should now if you're saying that nobody should speak anything derogatory about any particular religion, then why only speak against Hindu Dharma? We saw everything what is happening today is only because of Akbaruddin Owaisi, who started, and I don't want to tell the kind of words because here Madam has said what, and you also played. So it is only because of Akbaruddin Owaisi who started all this thing, and then somebody followed it. Every action is got a reaction. Hindus are not going to sit quiet. So it is these people who have started. And again, if Raja Singh has said anything, this nation has got a judicial system. Even the likes of Kasar and Abdul Guru had got an opportunity for going for a trial. And here Raja Singh will undergo a trial according to the judicial system of the country. And if he is found wrong, he will be punished.
No,
Who
एक
are
second,
these
okay.
people who
Mr.
are
Nair,
calling
wait
for
one
such?
second. You said
Why, sir?
you said Raja Singh was objecting to Manohar Faruqi's show. Now, I have also mentioned at the start of my show that Faruqi is indeed very controversial. Some of the things that he has said about Hindu gods and goddesses is absolutely unpalatable and should not be allowed if you want your gods and goddesses also to be respected. I understand that sentiment. But in this case, the show hadn't happened.
That's right. So hasn't happened. So if in this case, Raja Singh, if he has said anything wrong, the law will take its own course. The way, like I was listening to Mr. Kalimuddin, the way the law took its own course of action against Akbaruddin Owaisi, a trial will be conducted, and according to the law of this great nation, if he is found to be wrong, a punishment will be imposed on him. Why are these people calling for Sarkansagla? This nation has got its own judicial system and they have to respect it. These people are trying to bring in Taliban and ISIS kind of culture to this nation, which cannot be allowed. And BJP will strongly object, and we will ensure that this kind of people's mentality is defeated.
Okay, Maulana Qadri, this is a legitimate question. Mr. Nair, wait one second. This is a legitimate question. अकबरुद्दीन ने क्या बोला है, मनोवर फारूकी ने क्या बोला है, बहुत सी चीजें हुई हैं हमारे देश में। तो एमएफ हुसैन का भी केस हो चुका है, बहुत से केसेस हुए हैं और ये आए दिन होता है। आप सोशल मीडिया में देखें तो आए दिन होता है। लेकिन उन केसेस में जब हिंदू गॉड्स एंड गॉडेसेस की कोई अपमान करता है तो उस केस में दंगे नहीं होते, सर तन से जुदा या बेहेडिंग के कॉल्स नहीं होते। ये जो एक ट्रेंड चल गया है मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी में कि भैया किसी ने कुछ बोल दिया, आपको बुरा लग गया, तो पाकिस्तान में जो होता है वैसे यहाँ पे भी सर तन से जुदा कर दो। इसको तो कंट्रोल करने की जरूरत है।
कौम को जिहादियत से बाहर निकालने की बजाय
आप नायर जी रुक जाइए, मौलाना कादरी को बोलने दीजिए।
देखिए मैडम, सबसे पहली बात तो यह है कि सर तन से जुदा का जो स्लोगन है हमने उसका कंडेम किया, और वो नारा ना तो इस्लामी है ना तो वो हिंदुस्तानी मुसलमानों का नारा है। जिसने भी लगाया गलत किया है, चाहे वो किसी भी पद पर हो। अगर किसी ने नारा लगाया है तो गलत किया है।
अगर की तो बात ही नहीं है सर, आए दिन हो रहा है मौलाना जी, आए दिन हो रहा है। The community cannot wash its hands off by saying कि ये हमारा नहीं है और हम कंडेम करते हैं। I'm sorry, इससे ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा कम्युनिटी को।
हाँ, जरा सुन लीजिए, इससे ज्यादा कम्युनिटी को करना है, पता है मुझे। और राजा सिंह जैसे जलील लोगों को कंट्रोल करने की भी जरूरत है। वो अगर प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में बोलेगा तो हम जमहूरी अंदाज में एहतजाज करेंगे।
नहीं, जमहूरी अंदाज क्या होता है? नायर जी रुक जाइए, एक दूसरे के ऊपर मत बोलिए। क्या मतलब है आपका जमहूरी अंदाज में?
जमहूरी अंदाज में हम अपना प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, कोई वायलेंस नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट हमारा हक है, हम करेंगे। और राजा सिंह पर यूएपीए के तहत केस बुक होना चाहिए। जैसा यूपी में एक पत्थर मारते केस बुक होता है ना गैंगस्टर पर, यूएपीए का। अरे खामोश बेटा, बेवकूफ को खामोश बेटा।
नायर जी रुक जाइए, नायर जी रुक जाइए, आई विल कम बैक टू यू।
जिस तरीके से यूपी में यूएपीए का केस, अरे क्या बकरे की गोली खा के आया क्या भाई?
आराम से मौलाना कादरी जी, कंट्रोल योरसेल्फ, आप बोलिए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि यूपी में जिस तरीके से यूएपीए का केस बुक होता है, उसी तरीके से राजा सिंह ने भी सारे रियासत को, सारे तेलंगाना को डिस्टर्ब किया है। उसके ऊपर गैंगस्टर और यूएपीए केस बुक होना चाहिए।
अच्छा।
अरे हम किसी भी गलत की तायद नहीं करेंगे, हम मुनव्वर फारूकी की तायद नहीं करते। ज्ञान व्यापी के वक्त जिस वक्त जो शिवलिंग का मजाक उड़ाया गया, तो पहला आदमी मैं था जो उसको अपोज किया। किसी की आस्था को नुकसान मत पहुंचाओ, गलत बात है। हम किसी की आस्था को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाना चाहते।
तो मौलाना जी, मुझे याद है जब मनोवर फारूकी पर केस हुए थे, उनको जेल में भी डाला गया था, तो बहुत लोगों को बहुत बुरा लगा था। वो कह रहे थे कि सिर्फ कुछ बोला ही तो है, क्या जरूरत है, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है, फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन है। तब तो लोग नहीं मान रहे थे कि सही एक्शन हुआ है।
ना गलत बात। मुनव्वर फारूकी को जो
नायर जी आप प्लीज रुक जाइए, उनके ऊपर मत बोलिए प्लीज। मौलाना कादरी,
मुनव्वर फारूकी को जो रिमांड किया गया, जो केस बुक किया गया, बिल्कुल सही किया गया। अगर उसने फिर ऐसी हरकत की तो इससे ज्यादा बड़े सेक्शंस में उसके ऊपर केस बुक होना चाहिए। हम कभी नहीं कहेंगे कि किसी भी धर्म की आप आस्था को ठेस पहुंचाए आप।
तो फिर तो AIMIM के जो काउंसलर है उन पे भी एक्शन होना चाहिए। वी विल वेट एंड सी इफ द गवर्नमेंट एक्ट्स इक्विवोकली। Yes, Mr. Nair, last 20 seconds, but please control what you're saying.
No, madam, the problem is, these people are absolutely hypocrite. Now Mr. Raja Singh has been arrested. Let the law court take its own course. If he has done wrong, as we are categorically saying, let him be punished. But that Hassan fellow from the Congress, who is instigating people to take the law in his hand, the corporator who is a part of the Tansajuda gang, what are these people up to? The problem is we have to take severe action against this kind of people. They are the people who are trying to bring bad reputation to the country, and some people who are mocking this taking in the international scenario.
Well, if people want UAPA against Raja Singh, then even those who call for beheadings must be booked. But frankly, that's trivializing the UAPA. We have enough and all good laws to take control and to set such actions in order. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. But speaking of this case, we are getting some breaking updates coming in. Remember, Raja Singh was arrested earlier today by the state and now bail has been granted to him. Let me go across to my colleague, Swastika, who's joining me. Swastika, do we know more of how the MLA has managed to get bail? Anything the court said? Swastika? All right, so we're going to go across to my colleague Swastika in just a bit, but Raja Singh has been granted bail. This is, of course, in the case of hurting religious sentiments. He's been booked under various sections, and this is related to a video that he uploaded on social media in response to Munawar Farooqi, but he was also heard making derogatory comments against another religion and religious figure. Swastika is with us now. Swastika, anything the court said while granting bail?
Well, the court has let him off with a warning is what we are learning. However, we're still waiting for the court order. And that is when we will get the final details of what the order is. But we know that Raja Singh has been granted bail by the Nampally court on a personal bond. And he's also been let off with a warning saying if there will be any such disparaging comments that he makes regarding any religious community, then there will be stringent action on that regard.
Okay, Swastika, I'll leave it at that. Let's go across to some more breaking news coming in. This is with regards to the liquor gate in the national capital. Now, the ED has registered a PMLA case against Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and others. This case has been registered after the CBI FIR and evidence to show that proceeds of crime have been generated through tweaking the excise policy. This, of course, lands Manish Sisodia, who's a minister, in further trouble. Ashish, my colleague, is joining us with more on this. Ashish, some details.
So, we all expected this to happen because after the CBI registered or the FIR, most of the sections were falling under the scheduled offence of the Enforcement Directorate PMLA.
Okay.
So here my sources in the Enforcement Directorate are confirming to me that the case has been registered, and in all likelihood we could see some action in days to come from the Enforcement Directorate.
So, how much does this raise the trouble for somebody like Manish Sisodia? I mean, is an arrest or a summon for interrogation imminent?
So, it's very difficult to say as of now what kind of action the Enforcement Directorate will take. Usually, they have their own search and seizure procedure. They can summon Manish Sisodia and others as well. They can have their own parallel investigation, and they can go beyond what the CBI jurisdiction is because they usually follow the money trail, and this on the face of it is a big financial crime where there are allegations that because of the tweaking of the policy, there are certain people who have made financial gain. So let's see how things move forward, but ultimately, certainly, it's a big trouble for
Manish Sisodia. Absolutely. Ashish, I'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us with those details. Moving on to the other big story that we're tracking, the row over Savarkar is intensifying by the day in Karnataka, with former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagging off a Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru today. This Rath Yatra is part of a campaign called Everywhere Savarkar and is meant to spread awareness about the freedom fighter himself. During the event, Yediyurappa said that it's wrong to speak incorrectly about Savarkar and called it a sin. Meanwhile, another former chief minister, JDS leader Kumaraswamy, has hit out at the Bommai government, alleging them of ignoring real issues for Savarkar. Remember, it all started when a banner featuring Savarkar was put up as part of Independence Day celebrations in Shivamogga. A group of Muslim youth objected, removed the banner and then tried to install a Tipu Sultan banner at the same spot. This eventually resulted in a clash between both groups. Police had to end up lathi charging the mob and one person was even stabbed quite brutally. After the incident, Savarkar posters and banners are coming up and are being put up in different parts of Karnataka by right-wing groups and even members of the BJP.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು.
ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ unnecessarily these BJP friends to spoil the atmosphere of the state. They have encouraging this subject. For that actually these Congress friends, they are putting petrol to fight it. What will be the message they wanted to give? Several problems we are facing here.
The big question that really arises out of this Rath Yatra, what is this fight about? Why is there a fight over Savarkar? Why is there a fight if some want to celebrate him? Why is there opposition? And why is the Congress opposing to it while also hoisting Tipu Sultan? Let's take that to our guest joining us. S. Prakash is Karnataka BJP spokesperson. Nagaraju Yadav is from Karnataka Congress. Nagaraju Yadav, if the BJP wants to celebrate Savarkar, let's say they want to take out a Rath Yatra. Earlier, Siddaramaiah was saying that why did you put up his posters in a Muslim area? Why? Why is the Congress even getting into this?
See, Congress is not interested in all these things. We are talking about development all the time. It is BJP which is pushing the people to talk on these issues. BJP is the one trying to bring Savarkar or Hindutva or polarization kind of politics, which is not accepted to Congress, because as a principal opposition in the Karnataka state, we have right to question when the law and order is not in place. When the Shivamogga area, after Harsha's death, there is all becoming sensitive areas. Instead of maintaining the law and order, they are allowing such things to happen, which was questioned by Congress in the interest of the state and the law and order. Nothing else it was. We don't want a polarization kind of vote bank.
I take your point and I will take that to the BJP. What I'm not understanding is, why should Savarkar be so polarizing that it will lead to law and order? Why?
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The Savarkar is also son of India. We have no disrespect for an individual.
Yes.
But the ideology what he had the same ideology of Hindutva, and Jinnah had ideology of Islamic country.
Right.
So these kind of ideologies which was not in the interest of a father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. We follow the principles of Mahatma Gandhi. We follow the peace given by the root of peace given by the Mahatma Gandhi. But here the conflict comes here between the Hindutva versus Islamic
okay,
issues.
I take that point too. I take that point too. But what was the genesis
that is the reason
of
we oppose
this?
him. It's not individual for something
I get
else.
your point. I get your point. Ideologically, you oppose Savarkar. That's fine. You must discuss, debate, and put forth your point. But in this case, this entire row began because somebody wanted to put up a Savarkar poster. Now, if there is a law and order situation, it's because of people who are opposing it and rioting and fighting over it. Not the Savarkar poster and not Savarkar's ideology. Maintaining law and order is the responsibility of all sides. You cannot say that because I don't like something, I will riot. Mr. Yadav.
Hello? Yeah. No. What I am trying to say is not because the poster is one issue. What BJP's the track record speaks very well is that they do not take the elections in a democratic way on a development activities. They always want to find something with sentiments of Hindu sentiments, and they want to polarize the elections, and they want to sit on the power, which is not acceptable, which is not good in the interest of Indian democracy.
Then you should stay out of it. No, why do you let them? Why do you let them switch the goalpost?
No, the issue.
You said very rightly the BJP is trying to make this about Savarkar, and that's why we are reacting. You should not.
Yeah. No. As a principal opposition, when it's unconstitutional, when they're trying to do all sorts of things,
what is
there is so many
unconstitutional?
issues about Savarkar which can be debated.
What is unconstitutional here?
I'll tell you what is. I'll tell you, unconstitutional is that when the area is so sensitive in nature and they are allowing such activities to go on is completely unconstitutional. It is a responsibility of the state government to maintain law and order. It is not a constitutional binding of a state government. When the state government takes things law and order for granted, they want this thing. I'll ask you one more thing.
But I still don't understand why Savarkar should be so polarizing that people are compelled to take law into their hands. That's not justified either.
It is polarizing.
You are giving an alibi to those who just come on the streets and riot at the drop of the hat. Today they don't like Savarkar poster. Tomorrow they'll not like somebody else's poster. That is not a reason for rioting. Anyways, but let S. Prakash respond.
Let me tell you. The polarization is happening because Savarkar's agenda is Hindutva. Should the Indian constitution work on Hindutva? Or should it work on the principles of Ambedkar given
working
constitution?
According to Hindutva, sir, we are a democracy.
These are
political ideology, which is different from Nehruvism.
No, these are the people.
1 second, sir. Sir, please don't speak over it. A political ideology which is different than Gandhi's, which is different than Nehru, which is different than Congress is allowed in India. You don't have a monopoly on what ideology should work in India. But now please let S. Prakash come in. No, sir. In the name of ideology, violence is not tolerable. Let S. Prakash come in. S. Prakash, the point that Mr. Yadav is making is, do you not have any other issues? Why is everything about Savarkar for you ahead of elections? Is this not a deliberate bid to polarize? You don't have better issues to fight the next election?
We are fighting the election on developmental agenda only.
We don't hear about it.
We are fighting the election. We are fighting the election on the state development and also the central government contribution, central government developmental activities. But what happened was, it is the congressman who burned the Savarkar portrait, who protested against Savarkar. Siddaramaiah, as an opposition leader and former chief minister, termed Savarkar as bootlicker of Britishers. They abused him. For us, he is a role model. For us, he is a great freedom fighter. We defend him. It is not the agenda for the election. When a freedom fighter is insulted in national. Sir, I did not speak in between when you are making your point. Please keep quiet. I did not interfere when you were making your point. Mr. Jagareda, you are my good friend. Please listen to me. Okay? We are defending him. It is not an election issue at all. Today, the yatra is not taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is the Savarkar supporters and those who believe in Savarkar is a great freedom fighter. They are taking the message of Savarkar to nook and corner of the 3-4 district, because the huge misconception is being circulated. Misinformation campaign is carried out by the Congress party needlessly. Savarkar
but when the former chief minister, one second, when your tallest leader in the state, your former chief minister, gets involved in such an activity, then it's no longer just some people's activity, right? With Mr. Yediyurappa lending his presence and support, this has effectively become the state issue. This has effectively become, you have projected it as an election issue.
No, Mr. Yediyurappa is a nationalist leader. He is respecting a freedom fighter. It is the duty of every Indian to support Savarkar. He is as a freedom fighter. He is not a polarization figure. He never advocated Hindu-Muslim disunity. He worked for the unity of the Hindu-Muslim. He never fought for any communal reasons. He fought for the nation. If the Congress party believes only the Gandhi family is the freedom fighters, all others are polarizing figure and their agenda should not be circulated or accepted. It is the unconstitutional. It is their mindset is speaking. 65
okay, let Mr. Yadav come in. Let Mr. Yadav come in for 30 seconds and you respond.
Yeah, madam. See, whatever Mr. Prakash said is my dear friend, but one thing I'll tell you, polarization of politics is not accepted to Congress party, because we want a secular India, we want development and agenda for election, which we were trying to do that. They are polarizing, it will not run for a very long time. Very shortly, the people of India will realize and they'll defeat communal forces, whichever form it is in from. But India and Karnataka especially suffering with corruption and polarization, which is not correct. Congress will fight till the end to safeguard the interest of secularism of this country.
Mr. Prakash?
Developmental agenda, Mr. Nagaraj Yadav says. What is the development agenda they have put forth all these days? They are only abusing BJP, our Prime Minister, and now Savarkar has been included in that list. Where is their program for the state? 8 months to go for the polls. Not a single program they have announced. Only they are attacking the BJP in every program. Only they are attacking the Prime Minister blindly. See, we are only focusing on governance. It is they who raise the Savarkar issue, and we are answering them
Prime
back.
Minister is
It
definitely
is
questionable
natural
under
to
party
react to
democracy.
their charges.
There is a democracy in this country, and he will be questioned today, and he will
Sir,
be questioned tomorrow
democracy
also.
was
That is
killed
the
by
beauty
your
of
party in
democracy. You should
75,
understand
sir.
that. And
Please
you cannot
go,
say it's polarized. You are trying to behave like a dictator. Dictatorship will not run in India. We need a people's government, and we want people's aspirations to be kept up, which you are against. You tell me now, what is your question on corruption? What is your stand on corruption? Take a Rath Yatra for corruption, to stop corruption. Take a Rath Yatra to create jobs. Take a Rath Yatra to get the peace. Take Rath Yatra to see the women of this country are safe. You guys are doing nothing. You only want to polarize the election. You want to polarize the youngsters and bring them to streets. Today all Hindus are getting killed by you people. Don't know how to maintain the law and order. Inexperienced people running this country and the state, which is gone today to the highest level of corruption. You are responsible for this, Mr. Prakash. I don't
Okay, but
accept.
Mr.
I never
Prakash,
accept a person
Mr.
like you to talk
Prakash,
like
okay,
this.
let me
This
come
is
in
not
here.
correct at all.
Mr. Prakash, is it not correct that there have been instances where the state has been unable to control law and order situations? Now, whether those issues like the hijab row or whether there's a Savarkar poster, whether it should lead to law and order, I don't think so. Nobody has the right to be taking law into their hands just because of these issues. If you want to live in a true democracy, you have to behave also worthy of that democracy. But the state also must have some intelligence, have some preemptive action, have the will, show the will that you will not allow miscreants to take law into their own hands. You failed to do so.
No, one more example.
There were two instances of riots minor riots in Karnataka. No, I will answer to her. You can answer to me later. She asked me a question, I am answering her. No. You have to take. You want to say 100 things.
Let Mr. Prakash finish, then Mr. Yadav.
No. Madam, there were two minor incidents in Karnataka. Law and order is very much in control. Law and order has not collapsed. The opposition and ruling party, both of them are responsible to maintain the peace and harmony of the state. When there is a disturbance, it is also the responsibility of the opposition party to appeal to the people to maintain harmony, maintain peace, and advise those who are indulging in riots. But that did not happen. Siddaramaiah poured petrol into that he is responsible for creating unrest in the state, and that is the reason that there are a lot of disturbances and communal divide among
Well,
the
that doesn't
society.
absolve you, sir. Law and order is still under you. There are, as Mr. Yadav mentioned, your own workers are unhappy with you. Your own workers and your own constituents, the ones who support the BJP, are unhappy with you in Karnataka. But you have a responsibility for everybody, not just the people who vote for you.
Okay.
No, that was passed.
Madam, one last.
You please answer.
Mr. Yadav, 30 seconds.
Prakash, 1 minute. Last.
Yeah.
36, yeah. See, now, for example, you take 26, we wanted to have a march toward Madikeri. What was the response to the state government? They should have convinced the Siddaramaiah government and say that this is not required. Instead of doing that, the sitting ruling government wants to do the Janajagrati program in Madikeri on the same day. So 144 section comes in place. Is this way administration is done? They could have done it on next day, 27th or 28th, or they could have done it on 25th. What kind of an administration they have? They are taking the law and order to them. One Minister Prakash, please have discipline. I listen to you. Please have discipline. Do not be indisciplined. I am telling you, when the sitting ruling government, sitting ruling, when shooting, 1 minute, no, sitting government should take up the same day they want to do a Janajagrati program. What does it mean? They want to put 144 section in the Karnataka state people. Nine districts have undergone to 144 section in these 3.5 years of time. Why should people of Karnataka suffer for this?
Okay, let him respond. Let him respond. I'm running out of time. Let him respond.
Siddaramaiah announced a program that 25,000 people will be brought to Markera to protest against the superintendent of police. That would have created a huge law and order problem.
There is a right, it's a constitutional right to protest against the law and order of the Karnataka state.
I did not speak in the middle. I did not speak in the middle. Previously,
you
when
cannot
Tipu
tell lies.
Jayanti was
I am
there,
not
was
here
a
to listen. I am
widespread
not giving
violence
flowers
in
in my ears.
Markera.
I will speak only the truth and Congress will stand by the secular fabric of this country.
To prevent that, 144 was imposed. It is only to maintain the law and order.
You don't
opposition
you are
party,
not able to
he
give
should
protection
have,
to
he should not have
opposition
allowed
leader.
that program.
Okay,
And now
one
he has
second. I want to
retreated
come in.
after
I'm
a
running
year.
out of
You have
time.
failed in
I have
giving
one
protection to
final
the
question for
opposition
Mr. Yadav. Mr. Yadav, do you think that, you know, indulging with the BJP or, you know, taking up Savarkar as if, you know, he is your primary opponent in today's day and age? Let people talk about Savarkar. Let them celebrate him if some want to. Let people debate him. Let people have a discussion on it. But isn't this a slippery slope and also a losing battle for the Congress party to be seen as opposing Savarkar? I don't think that this is working for the Congress party anymore.
No, in the beginning, no. In the beginning of the debate, I said that very clearly. As Congress persons, we definitely respect every individual born in this country. No doubt about it. The ideological difference is there. We don't ideological. 1 minute, Prakash. Ideological difference is there. The ideology of Savarkar is nothing but the ideology of Mr. Jinnah, which is not acceptable to us.
But when people hail Jinnah in this country, then the Congress is nowhere to be seen. जब जिन्ना को हेल करते हैं तब तो कांग्रेस कुछ नहीं बोलती है.
If non-political, 1 minute, madam. If somebody want to non-politically celebrate Savarkar's birthday or procession, let them do it. So it is their right as constitution given to them.
Yeah, but when that poster was being put up, and then people objected to it and wanted to put up a Tipu Sultan poster, the Congress did not condemn it.
See, in the name. No, if somebody takes the law and order in the hand by tearing the Tipu Sultan poster or Savarkar poster, taking law and order in hand will be condemned.
No, will
Congress
be
stands for that
condemned.
one.
But
We
you
will
don't
not
come out
allow.
vociferously on it. That's the thing. If somebody has done it, whoever it is, then the platitudes come. Anyways, I have run out of time. Sorry, I've run out of time. I do thank both of you for joining us. This debate, of course, looks like it will continue till the next Karnataka elections. Time for a very short break. On the other side, the day's biggest story.
Further, the Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the third high-profile visit by a U.S. politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which had granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. But what unfolded was simply shocking. Patna's additional district magistrate thrashed and dragged a protester who was lying on the ground holding the tricolour. The protesting candidates say they have been awaiting recruitment since 2019. Fed up with mere assurances from the government, they decided to voice their anger. But they were faced with water cannons and lathi charged by the police. Facing flack over how the protests were handled, the Bihar government ordered a probe.
ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
An inquiry committee has been ordered by the Patna district magistrate.
Well, there was high drama in Jaipur today after the police lathi charged ABVP students who had in fact gathered there without permission during a college students' body election. The ABVP's candidate for the president's post in Jaipur Rajasthan University held a show of strength with a large number of supporters during his nomination. An elderly man was left badly injured after he was tossed in the air by a bull. The incident happened in Hyderabad in the national capital region. The man was crossing a street when the bull charged at him from behind and tossed him into the air with his horns. In fact, bystanders rushed to the man's help and took him to a nearby hospital. A woman toll plaza employee in Madhya Pradesh was brutally assaulted after she refused to let a person pass without paying.
A man walks to the toll booth where the employee is seen standing and slaps her across the face. The woman stumbles for a second, then picks up a shoe and starts hitting the man back. The man tries to grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll plaza has 7 female employees, but no guards.
A group of brave Indian soldiers made the impossible possible. High-altitude trek in Ladakh by snow leopard. The brigade of a 40.
A look at the day's top stories. There's no end to troubles for Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia because now he's been issued summons in connection with a defamation case filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Assam's Kamrup's court has asked Sisodia to appear before it on September 29 in connection with this case that Sarma had filed after AAP leader had alleged during a press conference that the Assam government had given contracts to Sarma's wife's firms and son's business partner to supply PPE kits above market rates during COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Supertech Twin Towers in Noida are all set to be demolished on August 28 and the preparations are underway.
Kind event in Delhi NCR where we are going to see this long story building that is going to demolish on that particular day. This is happening after the orders of Supreme Court, and at this point in time not only the company that is involved with this particular exercise but also the Noida administration is trying its level best to make all the necessary arrangements and to take all the necessary precautions, but everyone is waiting.
Actually this entire society, all residents have to vacate this society on 28th by 7 a.m. and all vehicles have to move out from here.
Okay.
Now that is a big task, so we are already circulated the instructions and information to our residents. So that is part A. Part B is that this entire complex would be closed from 12 o'clock onwards, and we will be maintaining a very skeleton security.
Jawaharlal Nehru University Vice Chancellor Shantishri Dulipuri Pandit has stoked a row by stating that no god is a Brahmin. The JNU VC said anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and even Lord Shiva could be from scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. The JNU VC added that Lord Jagannath has tribal origins. Apex Court has pulled up Yoga Guru Ramdev for deriding doctors and allopathy while speaking in favor of Patanjali products. The Supreme Court directed that Ramdev must restrain himself from abusing allopathy and other systems of medicine. The misery of residents ravaged by floods in Odisha has doubled with communication cutoffs in Odisha's Balasore district.
Balasore के एक गांव की तस्वीरें, कुम्हारी गांव की तस्वीरें हैं, जहां पर सुवर्णरेखा नदी का पानी देखिए किस तरीके से लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन सबसे पहले तस्वीरों में जो मैं आपको बिल्डिंग दिखा रही हूँ, ये कोई तालाब या टापू नहीं, ये एक स्कूल की बिल्डिंग है। और आप देखिए कि पानी का बहाव किस तरीके से इस पूरे स्कूल को ले डूबा है। आधे से ज्यादा स्कूल जो है फिलहाल पानी में डूब चुका है। और स्कूल के अंदर की तस्वीरें भी आप देखिए किस तरीके से बेंचेस जो है वो पानी में डूब रहे हैं। एहतियातन लोगों को अलर्ट किया गया है, इवैक्यूएट करवाया जा रहा है।
Madhya Pradesh's Vidisha district is partially flooded after heavy rains for past 40 hours.
This is the scene over here in Vidisha district of Madhya Pradesh. Incessant rain for the last 36 hours. You know, this havoc has been brought up by rain, and in fact, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, he has reviewed the situation in Vidisha, and these home guards, SDRF, NDRF, these teams have been deployed over here to rescue people and to give assistance to the people who are affected by flood.
India's head cricket coach Rahul Dravid has tested positive for COVID-19 and is not travelling with the rest of the team that will assemble in Dubai for the Asia Cup. Dravid is supposed to be having mild symptoms which have receded. He will be tested again in 2 days' time. India's first match in the Asia Cup is on August 28 against Pakistan. Despite growing tensions between China and Taiwan, there is no drop in the tourists that are visiting the island country.
On the coast of Taiwan Strait, situation is tense, but despite that, you can see tourists flooding in here. When we have spoken to tourists, we have spoken to locals, they have to say that they are taking precautions, they are cautious, but they're not scared. There is no fear in their minds, despite several threats from China, despite the military exercises. So the military exercises which were carried out by China were carried out in the Taiwan Strait, the same. See where we are reporting from, at a distance, there are 6 locations where China did those military drills. And in fact, the locals have also told me that they could hear the buzz of the fighter jets when they used to violate the median line. And in fact, China used the ballistic missiles also. But despite all this, you know, people are coming in, flooding, and locals are saying that we have been living under the constant fear since last 50 years.
Elon Musk has called for the dismissal of a shareholder lawsuit against him for cancelling his multi-billion-dollar Twitter buyout deal and subpoenaed the social media company's former CEO. In July, Musk suddenly announced that he would leave just a few months after finalizing the $44 billion agreement in April. A flash flood has hit Afghanistan's eastern province of Logar, leaving at least 20 people dead, 30 injured, 4 unaccounted for, while devastating swathes of farmlands and neighborhoods. The heavy rain-incurred flood has also forced hundreds of families to evacuate. Local residents said it was the worst flood they have seen in the last 30 years. And finally, we leave you with Telugu superstar Allu Arjun, who attended the 40th annual India Day parade in New York. During this event, the actor also met the mayor of New York and enacted his iconic move from his 2021 movie Pushpa The Rise. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narasimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 100 years ago, just around the 1920s, was this entire talk of the Khilafat movement in Turkey, that is establishing a Khalifa there and pushing for a pan-Islamist agenda. 100 years later, we have a leader in Turkey who thinks of himself as a caliph and who has these pan-Islamist designs. increasingly the influence of such elements on Indian soil is being seen. But tonight what we're going to show to you is the fact that back 100 years ago, if there were the Ali brothers and Shaukat Ali, Muhammad Ali who were coming out and trying to push for this entire Khilafat movement in India, trying to push a pan-Islamist agenda, here in India this time around in 2022, there is a big bust that's happened in Tamil Nadu of an entity, an Indian institution run by individuals who are inspired by the Islamic State, inspired with this entire Khilafat or Khalifa agenda. So much so they have called their institution the same. These are Islamic State inspired Trojans within our own country, and they are running a recruitment, radicalization drive out there in the open in active society. Their movements have traced them into neighboring countries. Their movements have traced them in association with hardcore radicals and ISIS operatives. We are going to expose and share with you tonight what is happening in Tamil Nadu. The ISIS Trojans in Tamil Nadu, the sinister designs and the plans that they have in India, and more importantly, their active recruitment and radicalization drive. This is a mega exclusive here tonight on the right stand here on CNN News 18. So CNN News 18's mega exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, it's a sinister ISIS designs in India that stand exposed. More importantly, the Islamic State is slowly, gradually and steadily trying to embed itself into Indian society. CNN News 18 has accessed the NIA's charge sheet against this entire Khilafat front of India. This is evidence of the ISIS hand in the attack on Tamil Nadu cops in Chennai in February 2022. It all started when the cops were attacked, and their hand, those who are involved in this, are part of this entire entity or unit called the Khilafat Front of India, which is again talking about a caliphate. Khilafat emerges from the word Khalifa or caliphate. And this again, this entire Khilafat movement only sowed the seeds for partition in our country and this entire two-nation theory. Now once again, in Tamil Nadu, you have these entities who are radicalized by a pan-Islamist agenda that is the likes of the ISIS, which also wants to establish the caliphate across the world. Now the NIA exposing the sinister plan of 4 Tamil Nadu men having links with global terror groups, the ISIS, and also interlinked with the Al-Qaeda. They are all shoots of the same pod, ladies and gentlemen. And they have set up various groups to carry out and carry forward anti-India, anti-democracy activities, acts against the state, and more importantly, radicalizing people. Let's try and understand what the implications are. As per an RTI reply in February 2020, that these are the figures that they have. May 2014 to 2019, ISIS in India, there were 177 people who were arrested. 34 arrests were made in Tamil Nadu. It's the highest in a particular state. The presence of the radicals and the Islamic State elements in the state of Tamil Nadu is proven by these numbers, ladies and gentlemen. There were arrests in Maharashtra were 25, arrests in Uttar Pradesh were 19, arrests in Kerala were 17, arrests in Telangana were 11, arrests overall in Jammu and Kashmir were 11. So 34 arrests, beg your pardon, 34 arrests in Tamil Nadu, the highest, 26 arrests in Maharashtra, 25 arrests in UP, 19 arrests in Kerala, 17 arrests in Telangana, and 11 arrests in Jammu and Kashmir. So that's how the numbers look in terms of number of people who were rounded up between 2014 and 2019, May to December 2019 to 2022, another 3 years have gone by, and the number of radicals within is only growing up. Across the country, pan-India, there were crackdowns which happened, and that led to the arrest of 48 individuals in 48 hours. This group attacked cops in February. The larger question is the ISIS embedding itself in India, and is Tamil Nadu a hot reaping ground, an active breeding ground and reaping ground for this pan-Islamist radical outfit, terrorist outfit? Huge concern that come across, that rise. SG Surya, spokesperson of the BJP, Tamil Nadu BJP with us, America V. Narayanan, AICC member with us, Sumant Raman, political analyst with us, Ramaswamy Mayappan, advocate with us, and R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist. My namaskarams to everybody. Thank you very, very much. We've turned the spotlight back onto this state, that is Tamil Nadu, because the numbers are shocking and the charge sheet details are worrying. We've been able to access also the faces of these terrorists and these people who are highly, highly radicalized. How is this possible in Tamil Nadu? Tamil Nadu would, what the larger story would be, that they would reject, the state rejected such elements. But of late, the presence of these radicals and them using Tamil Nadu for their egress has also come together. Mr. Rajagopalan, if I remember correctly, with the Sri Lanka incident when the bombing happened and the killing happened, at that time also they said that the terrorists tried to make their way escape via Jaffna back into Tamil Nadu, and they were trying to find refuge here.
Yes,
and they had active ground support.
Congratulations to News 18 team, CNN, IBN team, because you have done extremely a good job. And my congratulations to your team, number one. Number two, now we miss Madam Jayalalitha's iron hand, Anand Narasimhan. The reason being, in 1998, the same group in a different format tried in Coimbatore when Mr. Advani, by narrow escape, it killed tens of people. Many people were killed, and the result very well. And second thing, NIA, Sri Lanka, plus LTT, drugs, refugees. These are all some combo. And as you exactly said, the church attack in Sri Lanka was also masterminded from Tamil soil. So therefore, the deep-rooted conspiracy angle of ISIS in Tamil Nadu, the state government is effectively handling it, but still we need more hand. The recent meeting of National Security Strategy Committee of conference headed by Mr. Amit Shah last week also debated on this. It is Mr. Amit Shah who brought that NIA into Chennai during Edapati Palanisamy regime. The earlier regime did not have NIA, though during UPA regime, the arrests were not that much. After Mr. 2014, Narendra Modi took over, the 234 arrests have been very fastly making up. And second most important, Anand, Coimbatore, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. These three are going to be very, very, very nerve center for ISIS operatives, because it is politically sensitive location, Coimbatore. That is the reason why NIA office has been opened. NIA is zeroing in on many things, and many of the state governments in South India, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, all of them are handing over any cases related to terrorism to NIA, because drug angle is there. As you mentioned just now from the chart sheet, the arrested persons also have deep roots in Tamil villages. So let us, pray that Tamil Nadu, all Tamilians are in this group. We can very well debate it in Tamil. Where is Amaiti Punga in Tamil Nadu?
So, Sumant Raman, we got more information. Before I share that, I just want to comment. Do you agree with this high presence of radicals or radicalization that is happening in Tamil Nadu? Is this a cause for concern?
Certainly, it's a cause for concern, Anand. I think that I don't think that this is something that has started just in a year or two. There has been a gradual increase in radicalization of some segments of the youth. And I think that the government must act with a firm hand, and there should not be any politics involved in the approach to these individuals. So I think that it is incumbent that the government actually, obviously many of these cases are now being handled by the NIA. So the role of the state government is rather limited in these cases. But whatever, the intelligence which has to come from the ground, the state government should be actually coordinating and providing this information to the NIA to act. And one only can sincerely hope that vote bank considerations will not prevent the present government from acting with a firm hand. That could be something that the government will have to ensure that it does not in any way compromise on internal security.
Well, we got more information coming in before I go across to our other guests. Let's try and show you the faces. Who are these people? Who are the accused who have now been put behind bars? This entire module has been busted. CNN News 18's big exclusive, the NIA charge sheet and the ISIS threads in Tamil Nadu. The ISIS had an attack on cops in February 2021, and this was in Chennai. So this was more than a year and a half ago nearly. The faces. Now here are the people. This is Sadiq Basha, this is R. Ashik, this is A. Muhammad Irfan, and you have Rahmatullah. So these are the four faces that we have been able to identify. They were highly radicalized, they were members and they were running institutions or groups called the Intellectual Students of India, the Khilafa Party of India, the Khilafa Front of India. This is what they were trying to call themselves. What were they doing? They were running these outfits were inspired by the ISIS. In 2016, they started. The aim was to establish Sharia law in India by waging jihad. This was their aim. Secession via terror groups was the motive and the mode. There was a global terror link with the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda, and of course, the National Tawheed Jamaat in Sri Lanka. This is the Sri Lanka connection that emerges, this National Tawheed Jamaat. The evidence is text messages, images, brochures and videos that have been got from the communication devices that these people were using and they were handling. Now this presents and this increases the threat perception and the challenge that we have. Ramaswamy Mayappan, that Indian soil was perhaps actively being used as an ISIS breeding ground. Indians are being used and radicalized and being recruited for terror operations, and there is a connection with Sri Lankan terror groups and they are using Tamil soil. You're on mute, Ramaswamy Mayappan. Sorry, I'm unable to hear you. We just try and see if you're on mute. Please unmute. Yeah, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Anand, so all I was saying is you'll have to look at two things. One is how easy has it been for these organizations and these individuals to actually organize people in the civil society to such movements, and how have they been able to get across the routes. That's one. Second is how our intelligence machinery has failed for a longer time. We are glad that they've identified them now, they've been apprehended and action is being taken. But any time delayed is something that we'll have to be worried about. Okay. First part is looking at the nature of the organizations. They call it Intellectual Students of India. And look at the kind of events that they've organized for students in the civil society to bring in people from the mainstream, identify and the subjects of discussion that they've had. The subjects of discussion that have happened in their events and their organizations are ones that are about anti-society, anti-community, or how they have been oppressed. Where there is no marginalization of communities, they identify that there is a separate group that is marginalized, create a narrative around the same, continue to publish on that, and then try and influence a few people to join the organization. How has the intelligence machinery and the state machinery failed to see the same? And then the second part, given the political discourse mainly tries to protect people across the country, people that are marginalized, have we failed to see that marginalized people can be influenced by certain bad elements, and that the political society and the people in the executive and the government have a role to take up additional responsibility to ensure that they are protected? Has the state failed, both the previous government and the government in office today?
But how do you tackle this? How do you tackle an issue like radicalization, and how are these entities allowed to proliferate like this, America V. Narayanan? How is it that they get a chance to have a free run?
First thing is, this one really, you should have invited the experts in terrorism and terrorism handling, police officers, not as many politicians, including me and BJP and others. I think we should stay away, and I hope you do that, by not politicizing this issue, but see it for what it is, of the threats to the nation. I have to congratulate NIA, which has the highest conviction rate from what I understand, 93%. So I pray and hope the current government continues to use NIA as what it has been started in 2008-9 and continue to use it as opposed to using the other central agencies. So it has a credibility and support of people, all the people, including me. The third thing, in terms of radicalization, that just like the terrorism, there has to be a counter to this. I'm not calling it as a counter-terrorism, counter to this kind of terrorist effort and radicalization effort. I think it may sound like a cliche, violence breeds violence. I think we need to, while we do, pursue and punish these people who are against our country, and unfortunately calling everybody as anti-national, I'm not even able to use that word, who are against this country, and at the same time look at the fundamentals of why this radicalization happened in terms of education, economics, employment, and approach it in a holistic way, as opposed
but
to
all these people,
just like a police answer.
all these people is not that they have come from relatively very humble backgrounds or they have very poor education. A lot of them are very highly qualified and very highly educated, Mr. Narayanan. And the reason why we need politicians here is because political parties have somewhere or the other to push their own agenda, either fan the flames, given these kind of elements cover fire, or somewhere even use them to try and further their own political positions. The reason why politics cannot be separated from an issue like this in our country is the responsibility of politicians is also equally as strong as any security outfits.
Exactly.
No, sir. Please understand. No, I heard you out. You must hear me out, Mr. Narayanan. What I am trying to say is the security outfits.
I will not interrupt.
The security outfits have the responsibility of cracking down on such elements and ensuring that they don't harm society. But the political responsibility is that such narratives are not allowed to float. Such narratives or such seeding is not allowed, and such people are not given any kind of cover fire or any kind of protection. The moment you know that these entities, these individuals, their intention is nefarious, there should not be a larger cloaking or trying to give cover fire in the form of appeasement to elements that are going to be a detriment to society. That's where the political aspect comes through. I'm not saying one particular party does it. I'm saying many political parties do it. And that's why the collective responsibility is that no cover fire will be given. But SG Surya, you agree, disagree with Mr. America V. Narayanan?
Can I come in?
I'll come back to you, sir.
Asked that question to me. I need to respond.
Sir, I will come to you for a response. Let me just get one opening comment from SG Surya and then I'll come back to you.
Yes, Anand, like you said, it is a blessing in disguise that this case was first recovered during a vehicle checking in Mailadurai. Like you have said, this case was first discovered because some of these members who are arrested today, they tried to threaten the police officer and also scared the public using weapons, and that is when this was first detected. Meaning, previously their activities were going on under the disguise of some other different reasons. And secondly, I would disagree that politicians should not be part of the debate, only for the reason that the politicians are also part of the radicalization that is happening in the southern part of this country. Like your statistics say, most of the ISIS recruits are from two states, that is Kerala and Tamil Nadu. That is not without a reason, Anand. I will give you 2-3 examples. See, for long the political class has been ignoring the concerns that were raised to them about this radicalization, allowing of Wahhabi preachers and etc. Now, my problem is, as a politician, I'm really worried and concerned because you had two classical cases in last 2 years. One is the anti-CAA protest and the other is the hijab row. Now you ignore all the noise around that. If you take CAA Act, does it have anything against the Muslims? It is perfectly an act that helps the minorities. But look how the political parties campaigned, including the larger parties that are supposed to be national parties. It radicalized people in the other corner, and it tried to, flame up fires. Also in the hijab row, what was the actual fact? Who radicalized it? Who supported it? So when there are issues that are concerning national security, I think political parties should take a stand that is for the nation, not mindful of the vote bank politics and the concerns
Correct.
that is rising out of it.
Let America
So
win.
the radicalization that is
You have
happening,
made a point.
political parties are also responsible.
But before I get into a counter with you and a fight with you, I want America and Narayanan and Sumant Raman also to get in. Interestingly, out of the 177 arrested between 2014 and 2019, May 2014 to December 2019, 70 out of the 177 come from just 3 states: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana. It's a very interesting axis and graph that if you were to draw, and these 3 states are all interlinked with each other: Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. 70 out of them, 34 from Tamil Nadu, 19 from Kerala, 17 from Telangana. America and Narayanan, respond to SG Surya and to what I had to say, and then Sumant Raman and Rajgopalan ji will come to you.
Okay. I'm reading a news thing on dated 4th August. Inspired by LTTE, 2 Tamil Nadu youths wanted to start an outfit to carry out guerrilla attacks. NIA picks them up. Okay. Now, nobody debated that. The problem you didn't debate it is this is about LTTE and Tamil Nadu, and you cannot politicize with your agenda and BJP trying to bring in a hijab.
No, sir,
and
that's
CAA.
not the case. That's not the
went
case.
to the CAA and supported them.
No,
I
please don't attach. Please don't
it's
attach an
unjust
agenda where
law.
there is none. Please don't attach an ulterior
No,
motive
he
where
brought
there
in
is
I
where
did
there
not.
is none.
Until
No,
this time, I was
I very respectfully, Mr.
careful,
Narayanan, reject that
but
allegation
BJP
because that's not the
person
case.
brought in hijab
Any
and-
secession, any secessionist
very
activity
clear.
is not
You
is
want to
anti-India.
politicize this issue,
No,
and
any
you brought in a
secessionist,
politician who intentionally brought
sir,
in.
you are also a politician. My point
Intentionally
is
brought in about the
who's
CAA,
giving everybody cover
and
fire?
these
Don't
are
give
the
anybody
things
cover fire.
that creates.
Don't give anybody cover fire. I am saying no political
mean
party
don't
should
give
give any
anybody
hate
fire?
monger,
I
any
agree
radical,
with
any
you.
cover fire.
I agree
That
with
is
you.
exactly what I am
I
trying to
agree
say.
with you. Listen
Anand,
to
I
me.
take offense
Listen
to
to
the
me. I'm
statement you
exposing
heard
you.
for one
You are
reason
interrupting
alone.
me.
Just one interruption alone.
I
I'll
did not
make.
interrupt you when you asked me not to.
Just one
Let me
statement I will
finish
make
up.
why it's factually
Don't do
inaccurate.
another big
Talking about
channel
the party
here
in
again.
government today in the country, there was a prime minister of this country who was murdered in Tamil Nadu. A party today in the ruling at the center continues to oppose any relaxation that is provided to convicts of that particular perpetrated terrorist incident. Whereas the others who are in coalition with the person who's speaking and the opposition party in the country continue to support those convicts. And we've
Can I
seen the
come
kind
in?
of celebration
I'm
that
not
is happening
No,
there with that particular chief
sir,
minister.
any act of secession cannot be talked about. There are political parties who have fanned the flames of a Tamil Eelam separately and quietly and tacitly and practice soft separatism. It's very dangerous and very devious politics. And today, alliance combination should not think that, okay, we can take a softer line in this aspect. The aspect
Well,
why we
I
need
have
political
opposed it
voices.
consistently.
No,
Why did
I know you have.
this
You have as
rapist
an
being
individual
sent
opposed.
out by BJP
Then
gone?
you have as an individual opposed
No,
it, America.
BJP. Why did it send the rapist out? You tell me.
No.
What is the
We
news?
are
Why do
talking.
you
Let's stick to Tamil
oppose
Nadu
one
tonight.
and not the other?
No. Let's stick to Tamil Nadu tonight. In Tamil Nadu, what is happening is the question. The responsibility of political parties and politicians, or what is happening in Tamil Nadu, is
quite
the
right
aspect,
to
and the
be
reason why.
careful and want the things, but politicizing in terms of CAA is absolutely your agenda and BJP's
No, there's
agenda.
nobody's agenda,
And
sir.
that's what brings
CAA
this
has got nothing to
radicalization.
do with Indian citizens, and the moment you politicize it, you're doing a disservice.
No, he
That's
brought it.
exactly
No,
what I'm
I
trying to
didn't bring
say.
it.
No,
Did I-
he said who politicized
Did I say it?
Who
But why did you not
politicized
object
CA?
to it when BJP brought
No,
it?
who politicized CA? I am saying what
did
he
that?
said is
Who brought in
his
today
argument.
when we are
Please,
talking about in a sterile
please,
way,
are you going
we
to
are
run around in circles,
talking
or are
about
you going to come to the
terrorism
spot
and
and
we are
take the
praising
kick? As far as
for its
I am
action,
asking
and
you,
we
America
said that
Narayanan,
Tamil Nadu
simple
government
point. What did he say? He said in the matter of hijabra or CA, it should not have been politicized. Who politicized the matter and derailed the whole thing? It was political parties. And that's what S.G. Surya's argument right now is, that why political parties need to talk about this issue of radicalization is because it is political parties that jump to give such elements cover fire. That's what he's trying to say. Sumant C. Raman.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
That is exactly what his
Absolutely
argument
wrong.
was.
It is the...
That's exactly what his argument was. I've got more inputs coming through, but Sumant Raman.
Political loss.
No, sir. Political parties give cover fire to radicals. When it suits their political agenda, they give cover fire to radicals, and that is a disservice. That should not be allowed. Yes.
They were to,
Sumant
then
Raman.
they should be taken
We can say whatever we like, but it is true that there is politicization in some form or the other. And look, the very fact
including
that...
in this place.
No, it is
Sir,
not about...
which political party? The political party you are a leader of, sir. Their former union minister stood there and said that those who killed Mohan Chand Sharma, there were tears that were shed for the fact that they were arrested. Now, what are you talking about? Who's giving cover fire there? Who's giving cover fire to terrorists? Who's standing there and saying we will absolve them? In neighboring Karnataka, your own party's leader, former chief minister, set free 400 people accused, of which a lot of them are turning out to be hybrid, highly radicalized individuals who are okay to butcher and stab people. And they belong to organizations which have been perennially under the scrutiny. Now, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. In Tamil Nadu itself, you are seeing the same thing. Political cover fire is given to radicals with whom you believe that a political agenda is set. Setting scores and taking on the BJP politically is one aspect, and then giving cover fire to pan-Islamist radicals is another aspect, sir. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Anand, I disagree slightly in the sense that radicals are radicals, terrorists are terrorists. Whether they are Islamist terrorists or whether they are, separatists who have an anti-India stand for some reason, they are all basically terrorists, and they have to be dealt with as such.
I agree.
So you cannot sort of make a division between within the terrorist community, which is
no,
which
sir.
Is a very,
there
very
is no division. Anybody who is a threat to society, threat to sovereignty, is a terrorist and has to be dealt with an iron hand. No cover fire can be given.
No, the point I was trying to make, Anand, is that there is a very significant issue which I have believed has led to further radicalization, and that has been the sort of challenged preaching on various television channels that has been permitted for years and years in Tamil Nadu, and very often those are concepts which would make most people feel uncomfortable. It's very, very close.
Indoctrination is happening, no? You're very clearly saying it is over. It is like slow poison. You are being fed one dose a day, and slowly there is rabid radical indoctrination which is happening, which makes sane, smart, intellectual, conscious people uncomfortable when you watch those broadcasts.
And the state doesn't do anything about it to stop it, which is the bigger concern. It's been good. These are, I'm sure it is not unique to Tamil Nadu alone. I know it happens in Tamil Nadu, but I'm sure there must be other states as well.
And it's no longer limited to television channels. That's where our next input is. I just want to share this, and we take this.
Media as well, yes.
Yeah, big time, sir. And on these encrypted platforms, so much so that we are actually teaching them how to get onto these platforms on the dark web and get off it and not get detected. And then very clearly, these outfits never use open platforms. They never use open source. They use, again, platforms like Telegram, Signal, all of them which have a certain level of encryption and disappearing messages, etc. They are using only these, and they're present there. And much before everybody even woke up to that the existence or mass existence of these channels, these platforms, or mass use of these platforms. That's a reality. I'm just going to put out our next part of this entire exclusive investigation into the radicalization in Tamil Nadu. Now, this is the other exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. The chart sheet talks about the very, very dark modus operandi. This is the entire flow chart. What emerges is that there are conspiracy meetings that were conducted in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. the recruitment into this entire Khilafah and other groups. Khilafah itself is separation, pan-Islam and secession. Now all of that, then enrollment is via social media, interactions with ISIS handlers. These ISIS handlers, how do they have free access and a free run? That's again the threat. We talk about freedom of speech and expression, we are questioning our privacy, but look at how vulnerable we have made ourselves. Where do you draw the line and how do you draw the line? Using weapons for terror, waging jihad, that's the training and the radicalization, very clearly ISIS videos and brochures which are given out. Now this is the entire flowchart. We'll try and show it up screen for you even as I go across to our Rajgopalan. Mr. Rajgopalan, please tell me, if this is rabid, this is rampant, how is it that this is not being curbed? Why should our agencies have to stumble upon something like this?
The agencies during the previous
and I'll tell you, sir, where it was first manifest, I will never forget those visuals. The Jallikattu protests, day 2.5. And from there onwards, those elements, the flags, the banners, the sloganeering that was being done at Annasalai and at the Marina Beach, it was very, very dangerous. Locals and protesters themselves rejected those people, but they were already present there from that time.
Anand, since you brought in Jallikattu, I take it little forward. There is a politicization of radicalization. The reason being Kallakurchi incident, Lavanya incident. These are all extensions of politicians. And second thing, why central government appointed an IPS officer as governor? Because of these such elements. Third, it is the previous government and Honorable Home Minister, Mr. P. Chidambaram, who gave religion, who gave a color, a terror, a color as saffron terror. So where do you end this? So politician or instigating this radicalization?
See, politicians are not instigating radicalization is your argument. I may not wholly agree with it, but there is a certain element and certain group that gives them cover fire as per their convenience. With the thought process, Sumant Raman, the thought process is what? We will control them. Once we come to power, we will clip their wings. That is not something which happens. When you set these things in motion, they will come back to bite you and they will grow far bigger to a level where you can't control it anymore.
Anand, I remember Hillary Clinton's statement in Pakistan. You cannot grow snakes in your backyard and expect them to bite only the neighbors. So I think that there cannot be any kind of a compromise approach on this particular issue. And obviously the history is littered with examples of people who sort of tacitly supported extremists and then ended up regretting it themselves a few years later. And I mean, India itself is replete. For instance, at one stage, India did offer tacit support to the LTT. Mrs. Gandhi was accused of, having created the Bhindranwale phenomena. So, and you know what happened subsequently. So, what happened to Rajiv Gandhi? What happened to Mrs. Gandhi? So, I think that India itself has so many examples of where, support at an early stage for an extremist movement later on boomeranged on the people who themselves supported it. It might have been done with the best intentions or with good intentions at the time it was done, but clearly it came back to bite. And I think that in this case, clearly there cannot be any compromise. And I think that the government, it is incumbent on both the governments, the center and the state governments, to work as a team. And it has to be visible that the state government is pulling its weight in this battle, which has to be
I have limited time. I just quickly want to go through, put up some questions, some big questions that come out even as we summarize. One of the aspects which stand out as we are having this conversation is everything, all these secessionist acts come from either a clan, race, or from a particular identity, linguistic identity, etc., or cultural identity. It supersedes, and the attempt is to try and supersede this identity, supersede the tricolor, supersede the Indian identity with this particular linguistic identity, cultural identity, etc., where you sow these seeds of, or a religious identity. Now, right now, what are they trying to do? The Islamic State and IS, when they're coming in, they're trying to say that they will be the Muslim Brotherhood or the Ummah, where Muslims and Islam will become bigger than India, or as in India as a country. But the fact of the matter is, each of these nations are individually Islamic nations, but they are all fighting with each other. Most of the wars are being fought between Islamic nations. That's a reality which we have to educate our own society, and we have to say our identity is India. Our identity is not whether we are Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, or Maratha, or Gujarati, or etc. Our identity is India. It's when that is being allowed to be superseded by a religious identity, a cultural identity, an ethnic identity, that we get into this entire issue, and then radicalism is allowed to seed itself. Now let's look at the big questions very quickly. ISKP influence on Indian social and political institutions, is that evident? Those are the questions that stand at this point. Is it very, very evident? The ISKP influence in Indian social and political institutions, very strongly evident, and that to a pan-India presence, pan-India manifestation of a pan-Islamist agenda. Should we now wake up to it? Is there brazen abuse of social media to recruit and radicalize, and how do we tackle it? The Khilafah is equal to a caliphate. Why were red flags not raised when this kind of an institution was being registered? Radical Trojans within are far greater than what is apparent. It's not a few, a handful. This is now becoming slowly a fistful or perhaps an armload. Ramaswamy Mayappan.
See, very true. I think one that now we have to look at is how the state can go through corrective mechanisms. The political entities will have to go through corrective mechanisms and ensure that there is a better atmosphere for the citizens to actually not join hands with these people, and there is sooner identification. I think that has to be priority over the remainder of the political discourse. Like American Narayan brought out that there can't be a political discussion, but when the issue is political, there has to be a discussion on it. One. Two, without that discussion, you can't cull that out. And the same thing will have to be brought out to the citizens in common platform. They should be able to give an educated chance with all of the knowledge, not just to the one-sided opinion. That way you win a political mile over the other party. That should be the position, I think.
SG Surya, how are such entities allowed to be registered? Why is there no red flag?
Anand, the most worrying part is the educated youngsters are being part of it. They are recruited, and there is absolutely no fear of law, and they are radicalized to an extremely different level. See, in all the cases, you take all the latest 4-5 cases, everybody who are involved are educated youngsters, and they are recruiting people who might not be educated and etc. So I think we should fundamentally address this problem. Again, see, with an intention, I told that some radicalization, the political parties should stop in the larger interest of the nation. In a very half-an-hour debate, the Congress spokesperson is again trying to politicize it, trying to color it and etc. So that's why I'm afraid what kind of future we are going to have. How can this radicalization be stopped? Immediately you bring in some different case and you start comparing with it. But are you addressing the problem? Why only 3 states is accounting for 70% of the entire recruits? So there is fundamentally something wrong with these states. That too with educated youngsters getting into it. So there is obviously the factor of separate nation, separate jihad and etc. That is radicalized in these states, which needs to be addressed. We are not going to solve this issue by ignoring and passing on the blame. So we have to understand
there is the enemy's agenda is not K2. It's not just Kashmir and Khalistan. You have to add 2 other Ks to it, and in that there is 1 K that is Kanyakumari, and the 3rd K is the entire region, that is the Assam, Kalimpong, and that entire region which we are looking at. So there are 4 Ks involved, and it's pan-India. This entire agenda to try and break our country. Let's not forget this. And it's manifest. We are seeing it manifest. Now we'd rather wake up to it as a collective intelligentsia, politicians, society, all of us, and turn around and put India first. It's not political party's agenda and political party flag. It is or a cultural ethnicity, linguistic minority, linguistic group flag, or a religious flag. It's the currency, it's the Tiranga, it's the country's flag. That's got to be the only thing that talks. Unless you ensure that everybody puts India first, we are going to have these narratives and these radicals emerge. And in every state, if we have 50, 60, 100, 200, It's a huge number to hurt India. It's a significant number to hurt India. I have to thank all our panelists. I'm going to wind up on that note. But when we come back, we continue to keep the focus on Tamil Nadu, where a sitting minister of the current government, DMK government in Tamil Nadu, has been on a spree of pushing false narratives, falsitudes, and today he's tried to make an effort or a comment which undermines the very democratic values and ethos that we are so proud of. It's a straight face-off between the DMK and the BJP when we come back on the colonial Raj jibe. Stay with us.
has held naval and air force drills as a show of strength. The maneuvers include launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan, several Chinese warships in the Taiwan Strait, and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
And this is going to make China fume even further. The Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the third high-profile visit by a US politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. But what unfolded was simply shocking. Patna's additional district magistrate thrashed and dragged a protester who was lying on the ground holding the tricolour. The protesting candidates say they have been awaiting recruitment since 2019. Fed up with mere assurances from the government, they decided to voice their anger. But they were faced with water cannons and lathi charged by the police. Facing flack over how the protests were handled, the Bihar government ordered a probe.
ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए था। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
An inquiry committee has been ordered by the Patna district magistrate.
Well, there was high drama in Jaipur today after the police lathi-charged ABVP students who had in fact gathered there without permission during a college students' body election. The ABVP's candidate for the president's post in Jaipur Rajasthan University held a show of strength with a large number of supporters during his nomination. An elderly man was left badly injured after he was tossed in the air by a bull. The incident happened in Faridabad in the National Capital Region. The man was crossing a street when the bull charged at him from behind and tossed him into the air with his horns. In fact, bystanders rushed to the man's help and took him to a nearby hospital. A woman toll plaza employee in Madhya Pradesh was brutally assaulted after she refused to let a person pass without paying.
A man walks to the toll booth where the employee is seen standing and slaps her across the face. The woman stumbles for a second, then picks up a shoe and starts hitting the man back. The man tries to grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll
Back on the right stand with the focus back on Tamil Nadu, because even as the DMK has intervened into the entire freebies debate, its finance minister has waded into controversy one after the other. He just seems to have a penchant for not just shooting from the hip, but more importantly, making utterances that are detrimental to the image of the country. Two, he's also challenged the courts and made utterances which the courts have taken cognizance of. But more importantly, he's undermined the feeling and the impact that India has over the world as a democracy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is championing the cause of democracy and using India as an example to say democracy works. And here we have that Mr. Pannivel Thiagarajan has gone to the Oxford, and on the 16th of June 2022, he's turned around and said that India currently is another colony, not under the British, but being run from London, but being run from Delhi. That's what he's turned around and said. Clearly, not surprisingly, there has been a huge political furor with the BJP taking umbrage. And this is what Pannivel Thiagarajan versus the centre. Now, this is where he has stepped and he's been dabbling or flirting with controversy in the recent past, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and understand what all his utterances have been. It is Pannivel Thiagarajan versus the centre on the 21st of August as far as freebies is concerned, saying if the PM gives, it is from the hand of God, anyone else it's bad. It is bad freebie. There is nothing like bad freebie. Freebie itself is bad, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we should look at freebie. Freebie itself is bad. Then, I am outperforming centre. Why should I change my policy for you is what Mr. Thiagarajan says. Just about a year ago, he said that the Tamil Nadu situation is so bad, it's beyond repair. And he's been called out again by Sanju Verma, who's an author on the book that is Modinomics, and who's called on the financial pressures that Tamil Nadu as a state has. Now, on freebies, I am outperforming centre is what he said. Then 20th of August on India miracle, it is today under threat. That's what he has turned around and said. His own state right now is becoming a hotbed for radicals and pan-Islamists. We've put out that story, but he's pushing out a judgment, a value judgment on India per se itself. On federal structure, Raj 2.0 run out of Delhi instead of London. This is a comment he had made back in June 16th, on the 16th of June 2022, but he's pushed that out again, re-endorsing that comment. And now we've just got news coming through. The state president of the BJP, Hungama, has hit back with an open letter where he said, from a common man without a double PhD or a Nobel Prize who knows that 1% of 1.4 billion is not a million. In a detailed letter, the BJP has pointed out that PTR is wielding his sword in an empty room without honoring any of the flagship poll promises. The letter also stresses where Annamalai says that India today is an Atmanirbhar nation under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and asks the Tamil Nadu FM to understand the constitution and devolution of federal powers. He's also written here very clearly that We are well on our way to a Raj 2.0 out of Delhi instead of London is what he has said as a badge of honor. For someone who has not contributed effectively to this nation building speaks much, as who has forgotten what his party's ideologue stood for has to be reminded. Thiru Parnivel Tyagarajan Avargal should grab a few history books, not those written by his partymen, and should clarify who wanted the British to stay back, who supported the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, who begged the British to control Madras presidency from London, and who was deeply devoted and loyally attached to the British Raj. Will the unwilling participant care to answer? India is a sovereign nation, he writes, free from its colonial clutches. Today, India is transforming into an Atmanirbhar nation under our Honorable PM, Narendra Modi. And I am sure Tamil Nadu Finance Minister will find the time to read the Constitution to understand the devolution of powers and that federalism should not be construed as becoming autonomous. The centre intervenes on subjects on the concurrent list, and be reminded that you have taken an oath to perform your duties as per the Constitution and not as per the principles laid down by your forefathers who wanted this country to be divided. Clearly alluding to the letters and the statements made by E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar, who was trying to engage with Muhammad Ali, saying that Muhammad Ali Jinnah, saying that with the partition, let's try and separate Tamil Nadu also, but Jinnah rejected that outright. Those utterances are again documented in history. But is the Tamil Nadu minister undermining democracy is the question that we ask. Colonial Raj Jibe is the hashtag. It's a straight face-off between S.G. Surya of the BJP, Tamil Nadu BJP, and Salem Dharnidharan, DMK spokesperson. Let's go straight across to our guests. Mr. Dharnidharan, would you want to respond to Annamalai's letter and the BJP's charge?
See, I think Annamalai's charges have become baseless. I think he's growing exceedingly insecure with the growing popularity and legitimacy of the MK Stalin government as well as of the finance minister. If you look, when DMK demitted office in 2011, we are revenue surplus state. From 2006 to 2011, we outperformed Gujarat, Maharashtra every year when it comes to fiscal stability and so on and so forth. What all happened in Tamil Nadu happened during AIDMK's regime, for which BJP was in partnership. So Tamil Nadu, from being a revenue surplus state, went on to become revenue deficit in 2021 under Palaniswamy by minus 66,000 crores, unprecedented, because of loot and pillages. And under our Honorable Finance Minister PTR's budget, for the first time ever in 7 years, our revenue deficit as well as fiscal deficit reduced drastically.
Well, I've got Mr. Annamalai on the phone line, and let me ask, Mr. Annamalai, you have just written an open letter to Parnivel Tyagarajan Avargal. The DMK says that you have lost all concept of reality and understanding, and you are talking devoid of facts. How would you want to respond to that, Mr. Annamalai?
Sir, the response is very simple, sir. Now, you can't keep defending the indefensible. What the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister, Mr. PTR, is doing is trying to defend the indefensible. And in the process, the derogatory, abusive nature of his language, and the whole of India is watching a responsible politician, a responsible minister. And not only that, in the recent debate in England, or the way he pulls in the East India Company, it only clearly shows the DMK as a party, they operate with a very colonial mindset. Their mindset itself is very colonial, and they take people for granted. And when the Supreme Court itself is getting into this debate, and they're trying to make it one-sided by the kind of foolish argument is making, sir. That is why we are forced to write a very open letter to the Honorable Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Well, Mr. Annamalai, thank you very much for your inputs. I'm going to ask Mr. Dharnidharan to respond to that, and I have S.G. Surya with us from the Tamil Nadu BJP to take this debate forward.
Can I go on?
Yes, Mr. Dharnidharan.
See, I think Mr. Annamalai again should stop manipulating. The whole point, what he was trying to say in the debate, I was there in the debate, was when he mentioned British 2.0, British 2.0, he was talking about lack of federalism. If you look at Cess and Chacha, in 2012, 2013, it was 10% of the total tax collection. Now it is about 20%. When it comes to sharing of revenue from fuel taxes, it was 50-50 in 2014. Now it is 62% for the state government, for the union government, and 38% for the state government.
This is not the subject of debate. This is not the subject of debate, Anand. I think you know.
No, that is. I think that's the answer to decide. But the whole point is, why I'm trying to say is lack of federalism. is the problem now.
Lack
Modi
of
government acts
federalism,
for
lack of
corporates.
federalism,
See, and Modi government is asking on benefit of the corporates. Let it
No,
be
this
very
is
clear.
this is political.
You reduce corporate taxes.
I thought you would talk about some political something very strongly that the people of Tamil Nadu gave you an overwhelming mandate. That is lack of federalism. The fact that the DMK enjoys a overwhelming mandate in Tamil Nadu is that being controlled out of Delhi. Now the fact is that there are 444 political parties in this country who are somewhere or the other in power and who have been elected. Now is that not the beauty of an electoral vibrant democracy, or what else is it? The fact that my point is, you're talking about democracy, sir. Where is there a Raj from Delhi? If there was a Raj from Delhi, then things would be very, very different across the country. You would not be in power in Tamil Nadu with an overwhelming majority and a mandate that you have from the people of Tamil Nadu. S.D. Surya, respond.
See, Anand, I think the topic of debate is about PTR's utterances in a foreign soil. This is not the first time. Previously, 3 years back, when a Tamil movie actor, I wouldn't want to name him, when he went to Australia for a private visit, he addressed a radio program. In the radio program, he had criticized the Indian government on its decision on Kashmir. So, the same PTR, who is now the finance minister, went on and congratulated the actor for raising this. So that time we flagged that you should not do this, because if the same actor has spoken about this in India, it is not a problem. But when he speaks in Australia, and as a MLA, if you encourage this, we have problems with it. So similarly, today he goes to a foreign soil and criticizes the Indian government. This is something we are against. See, if he talks about British Raj, it is his forefathers and it is his own party's predecessors who wanted the British to stay in India, which is rightly pointed out by my president. So our objection is raising Indian issues in a foreign soil and criticizing Indian government in a foreign event. Secondly, though it is not relevant to the subject, Mr. Dharnidharan spoke about revenue deficit, revenue surplus, and etc. How is it a revenue surplus model now? You stopped distributing laptops, you stopped all the flagship schemes. More than 15 lakh students are waiting for laptops and you have not called for a tender. When you stop every scheme, obviously your revenue will go up and your expenses will come down. So this is a bogus model which they are claiming, and Tamil Nadu's finances are really bad.
Can I intervene?
And
Yeah, please respond.
Yeah, see, I think we have replaced with better scheme. For example, there was a Taliki Tankam scheme. Instead of that, now we are giving 1,000 rupees for women students joining college.
I will, Mr. Dharnidharan, to the DMK and to the BJP, we will have a separate face-off on freebies versus welfare and where Tamil Nadu stands and that entire argument. But the point today is the question of a vibrant democracy versus another, the British Raj versus control from Delhi versus another. Now, this is a statement that the minister himself has re-endorsed. Now, do you agree with a statement like that, especially on foreign soil? Does that not portray India in poor light? And especially when it is devoid of the facts, like I just outlined to you, Mr. Dharnidharan.
No, you should let me complete. I think when I speak, when you interrupt, then it becomes, then I can't communicate. What I was trying to say very clearly is, what he was referring by it was that this government is acting for corporates and is depriving states of their rights. For example, you reduce corporate taxes from 35% to 22% and then increase taxes on fuel. Right now, the fuel taxes.
So these corporates don't operate. These corporates don't operate in Tamil Nadu. These corporates don't provide jobs to the people of Tamil Nadu. These corporates do not generate wealth and do not generate employment across the country. These corporates. No, I'm asking you the same way. So are you then tomorrow going to turn around? And I'm asking you, how is that got to do with anything with a Raj controlled out of Delhi? The corporates are operating even in Tirupur. The corporates are operating outside in Chennai. The corporates are operating in Madurai. The corporates are operating pan-India. So what has that got to do with democracy and a colonial Raj?
There will be an anchor and then there will be a BJP spokesman and myself. Now I think there are two BJP spokesmen and myself.
Or do you keep thinking like that because you don't have answers to my question? I am asking you, there are 444 parties. Now is this an example of a Raj or democracy that the DMK has more than 150 seats in Tamil Nadu?
Sir, you give me 2 minutes.
Assuming they have their concerns.
No, you never answered a single question of mine over the last 9 minutes that you have continuously spoken, Mr. Dharnidharan. You are here to push your skewed narrative, or you are here to answer my question. How can you turn around and say that our country is being controlled by one particular entity in Delhi when you are sitting with an elected mandate which is historical in Tamil Nadu?
Anand, see, assuming they have concerns on federalism, is London and Oxford a right forum to complain about it?
And
Assuming
not just
there's
that, not just the forum, not just the forum. You have asked, we will continue this debate. We'll take this debate forward with Dharani and SG Surya very soon here on the right stand. We'll talk about freebies and welfare too. I've run out of time. Thank you for watching and thank you for joining us on the debate. Zakir ready with brass tacks.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. BJP MLA T. Raja Singh from Hyderabad made some derogatory comments about Prophet Muhammad, much like what was said by Nupur Sharma. He was arrested by the Hyderabad police. He was produced before a magistrate who granted him bail. Now, no one can condone what Raja Singh said, and he deserves to go to jail for the same. But in response, large crowds are raising slogans of Sar Tan Se Juda. Among them is a corporator who belongs to Mr. Owaisi's party, the AIMIM. The question that we're asking right on top here of Brass Tacks is who is going to take action against these folks, including the MIM corporator. Yes, Raja Singh action has been taken and rightly so, but what about these people who do not believe in rule of law, but instead believe in Sar Tan Se Juda, that the head must be removed from the body for what they feel is an insult to their religion? Why no action against those folks? All that and more through the course of the next 40 minutes here on Brass Tacks. But first, the story of what has been a pretty dramatic day in the city of Nizams.
Hours after he was booked for his derogatory comments against Prophet Muhammad, BJP MLA Raja Singh was arrested in Hyderabad. The flashpoint is a now-deleted video in which Raja Singh insulted Prophet Muhammad while taking a swipe at comedian Munawar Farooqi, whose show he had tried to disrupt. After the video went viral, protests broke out in different parts of Hyderabad, demanding action against him.
मैं कोई बयान को देखा नहीं अभी पार्टी का निर्णय क्या हो वो भी मालूम नहीं वो पार्टी जो भी करेगा हाईकमान निर्णय लेते हैं वो आदेश उधर से आते हैं.
While the BJP has suspended Raja Singh, the opposition is now questioning the pattern, coming as it does after the storm over former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's similar remarks on the Prophet.
These sort of statements will not be stopped by BJP leaders. They feel that this is the best way of taking forward their political program in Telangana or other parts of India to create hatred against the Muslims.
While Owaisi condemned Raja Singh's remark, a corporator from his own party raised Sar Tan Se Juda slogans while protesting against the BJP MLA. So whether it's Raja Singh or the AIMIM corporator, who will stop these bigots?
Now, while Raja Singh was released on bail this evening by the Additional Chief Metropolitan Magistrate in Hyderabad, throughout the day today, there have been massive protests across Hyderabad. And while objecting against one man's derogatory statement, protesters have been chanting slogans of Sar Tan Se Juda or openly calling for beheading for what they perceive as a blasphemous insult to Prophet Muhammad. Now, it was not just the AIMIM councillor. His name is Zafar Khan. He's the councillor from Mallepalli in Hyderabad. He was caught on camera chanting the provocative slogan against Raja Singh and his supporters. Also in other parts of Hyderabad, beheading calls have been ringing through the air. So the question is, yes, Raja Singh had no business saying what he said and he has been arrested, now given bail. But what about these others who are equally guilty of inciting passions? Who is going to act against them? Joining us on the talking point this evening here on Brass Tacks, Kalimul Hafiz is the Delhi AIMIM president, Krishank Mane, spokesperson of the TRS, Atikur Rahman, Islamic scholar, Ratan Sharda, RSS researcher and author, Rishi Bagri, political analyst, and Karam Komi Reddy is an advocate. Let me start with Kalimul Hafiz, Delhi AIMIM president. Mr. Hafiz, I just ran the visuals of a man named Zafar Khan. He's a corporator belonging to your party from Mallepalli in Hyderabad. And he's seen on camera, on footage, raising slogans and inciting a crowd with the nara of Sar Tan Se Juda, Sar Tan Se Juda. While you say that Raja Singh should be acted against, he should be arrested and he should be put behind bars, what about Zafar Khan? Shouldn't the same law also apply to him as much as it applies to Raja Singh?
देखिए, कोई भी संविधान के खिलाफ काम करेगा तो उसके खिलाफ संविधान अपना काम करेगा। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब ने भी इस तरह के नारों को कंडेम किया है। हम भी कंडेम करते हैं, चाहे वो हमारी पार्टी का हो या दूसरी पार्टी का हो। सवाल हमारा पार्टी के इंटरनल एक्सप्लेनेशन का है, तो हम उनको एक्सप्लेनेशन कॉल कर रहे हैं, हम उससे पूछेंगे और पुलिस अपना काम करेगी।
नहीं,
लेकिन
ये
मुद्दा
बताइए
ये
नहीं नहीं हफीज साहब, ये बताइए कि आप कह रहे हैं कि ये आपके पार्टी के इंटरनल मामला है। इंटरनल मामला कैसे हुआ? ये खुलेआम सड़क पे या वो भी पुलिस स्टेशन के सामने खड़े होकर एक क्राउड को इंसाइट करते हुए कह रहा है कि सर तन से जुदा। ये आपकी पार्टी के इंटरनल मामला कैसे हुआ?
आपने सुना नहीं जो मैंने कहा पुलिस अपना काम करेगी। पुलिस का जो इशू है वो पुलिस देखेगी। हमारा जो अपना पार्टी का इंटरनल मैटर है वो हम एक्सप्लेनेशन उनको कॉल करेंगे। लेकिन दूसरी बात
नहीं,
ये है,
आप तो बताइए ना, साफ साफ
है,
बताइए दर्शकों को कि जैसे राजा सिंह को अरेस्ट किया गया आज, ऐसे ही पुलिस को जफर खान को भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए। बताइए साफ साफ।
आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, क्या अनुराग ठाकुर को देश के गद्दारों और गोली मारो डैश डैश क्या अरेस्ट किया था? एफआईआर तक नहीं की थी। अगर एफआईआर करने चली गई थी, हाई कोर्ट के जज ने कहा था, तो हाई कोर्ट
सर आप पुरानी बातें मत उलझा के लेके आइए। मैं आज की बात कर रहा हूं। और मैंने टॉप पे जो बोला आपने सुना नहीं शायद। राजा सिंह ने जो कहा एब्सोल्युटली निंदनीय है, उसको जो भी सजा है वो मिलना चाहिए। लेकिन आप ये बताएंगे कि जफर खान को भी ऐसे ही सजा मिलना चाहिए?
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, अनुराग ठाकुर के लिए भी सजा की डिमांड करेंगे आप?
नहीं, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ ना, आज जो घटना घटी उसके बारे में बताइए। आप ये हिस्ट्री लेसन क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं?
जो असल घटना है वो है इस देश की छवि को दागदार किया है। आपको पता है नूपुर शर्मा ने ये गलती की थी, तो उसके बाद देश के कितना शर्म से सर झुका था। 17 देशों में हमारे राजदूतों को डिमार्श किया गया।
तो उसका जो भी सजा है नुपुर शर्मा को मिल गया ना सजा। जैसे आज राजा सिंह को मिला सजा, ऐसे ही नुपुर शर्मा को भी मिला। लेकिन आप तो आपके पार्टी के आदमी के बारे में तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे हैं।
नहीं, आप असल में चाह रहे हैं कि टी राजा से मुद्दा हटकर जो टी राजा की सजा के लिए पब्लिक डिमांड कर रही थी पुलिस
शो के शुरुआत में पहला सेंटेंस तो टी राजा के ऊपर ही था। और मैं अभी भी दोहरा रहा हूं, टी राजा को जो सख्त सजा मिलनी चाहिए उसके सख्त से सख्त सजा उसको मिलनी चाहिए। लेकिन आप क्यों नहीं कह रहे कि जफर खान को भी ऐसी सजा मिलना चाहिए? क्योंकि वो आपके पार्टी के जन है, इसलिए।
नहीं, मैंने आपसे शुरू में कहा कि जो संविधान है अपना काम करेगा, कानून अपना काम करेगा, लेकिन हम इस तरह के नारे का कोई हम सपोर्ट नहीं करते।
Let me ask Krishank Mane, you represent the TRS, you are the ruling party in Telangana, you control the police, and the police, rightfully so, they went and took action against Mr. T. Raja Singh. But what about this gentleman, Zafar Khan? You can see the footage of him. I'm playing that footage. He's the corporator of the MIM from Malipalli constituency. He is seen openly inciting a crowd and shouting the Nara Sar Tan Se Juda, which has no place in a civilized society like India. Why is the Hyderabad police not showing the same alacrity, not showing the same enthusiasm to go after Zafar Khan as they did with T. Raja Singh?
Well, Zaka, a wrong is not an answer for another wrong. Raja Singh statements and the sloganeering is definitely wrong and not accepted in the civil society. Telangana police, government of Telangana, has been seeing these visuals, all the visuals, who has headed the gathering yesterday night, who were the ones who initiated slogans, what slogans were this, and whom were they indicating it? Was it at a group? Was it at a political party? Or was it at Raja Singh? Because based on the slogans, what the clips are being telecasted in the media, yes, you have been saying it that Sar Tan Se Juda, but kiska, whose?
नहीं, किसी का भी हो कृषांक, how does it matter? No,
1 second.
If it is Raja Singh also, it is still inciting violence. No, the answer to a sir, 1 second, give me 10 seconds. The answer or the response to a blasphemous comment or an insulting comment cannot be, I'm going to call for his beheading. That is violence. तो फिर सऊदी अरेबिया और इंडिया में क्या फर्क है, या सीरिया और इंडिया में क्या फर्क है?
Zaka, because the government, the Telangana police is acting suo moto here, and there is no complaint yet from anyone. So we have to, when we are establishing a case, the investigating agency has to see all the corners.
Sure.
So definitely tomorrow they will be booked too. There is no any kind of exemption or bias towards anything. But the larger point, what we are trying to tell today is that there is a conspiracy. The government of Telangana, today 3 incidents I'd like to tell you, Zaka. One, BJP state president inciting violence. Just 5 minutes back, Zaka, we have tweeted it also. The BJP state president has given an appeal to the youth that they should have all pistols. They should all have pistols and be ready. Why does Bharatiya Janata Party need pistols? Simultaneously, there are workers of Bharatiya Janata Party who try to barge into a residence of our women leader, women politician Kavita ji. If ED is doing an investigation, let ED do investigation. Let ED give notices. How can Bharatiya Janata Party try to barge in, trespass into someone's residence?
Krishank, I'll ask this to Ratan Sharda and to Rishi Bagri, but very quickly, but very quickly, can I ask you? Can I ask you one small thing? Very quickly, Krishank, can I ask you one thing? The BJP is saying that to Bandi Sanjay and others, you did not give police permission deliberately to carry out a rally. Is it a crime in Telangana for opposition parties to take out rallies? Why is police not giving permission? This is legitimate political activity. Why has the police denied permission for them to take out this rally?
Zaka, I wish the Delhi media there understands that, of course, BJP Bandi Sanjay doesn't get much of traction, but his Padayatra, this is his third phase Padayatra. Why was he arrested today? Because of his statements. This was on 15th August, I'm quoting Indian Express. Will become gundas, will resort to gundaism if needed, says Bharatiya Janata Party state president.
Okay.
In Padayatra, you speak about development or promise about what you want to do, but you are provoking statements, asking youngsters to pick up pistols. We cannot sit idle. Your party men come into our residences
Ratan
and you do not
Sharda,
want
provocative statements have come from BJP leaders as well. That's why the Telangana police have acted. And Krishank Mane is also assuring on the broadcast tonight that if people have said Sarsan se juda and they've been incited to say that, then action will be taken against those people as well, including this man Zafar Khan. Ratan Sharda.
Zaka, I have not heard Sanjay's statement. I cannot comment on that. I have heard snatches of what Raja said. It was totally uncalled for. It was not required. It is unnecessarily creating problem when the governments are trying to bring some peace to the society. Having said that, what is our secularism doing? A person who abused Hindu gods and goddesses, he is invited to Telangana by the chief minister saying we respect difference of opinion. So person who insults Ram, Lakshman and other gods has a freedom of opinion. But when D. Raja uses the same tool of freedom of opinion, he stopped from going ahead with the stopping of Faruqi. 1,000 police provided to Munawar to carry on with his show, and Raja is arrested. And now he is arrested, but there is one gentleman called Rashid Khan, Congress MLA, whose clips are available, who went to police station, threatened police with action within 24 hours against Raja, or he would burn his house, or he will. Then he said in a TV panel, or I was there, he said, if the law doesn't take its own course, we will do what we want to do. We are Muslims and we can't take any insult to our prophet, but Hindus can take insult. What kind of this argument is going on about TRS? They are the ones who instigated polarization by calling Munawar. And about AIMM, their friend AIMM, Mr. Akbaruddin said insulted gods openly, the gods and goddesses. Was any action taken? No. Their MP said hang Nupur Sharma at the corner. Was he removed? No, he was not removed. Suspended? No. Any action taken? No. Their corporate, of course, you already know. So this excuse of hundreds of people coming to police station and talking tan se juda, why are they so bold to say so in front of police station? Because they know police will not take action. Kashaf, one of the moles of IAM, was another TV channel, smiling, smirking all through the debate and not owning up any of the reasons why he called for violence. And TRS says we can't take action. We are looking technically. What technical? They are there openly coming into police station threatening you. And you are saying we can't do anything.
Words into my mouth.
This is
I haven't said
rubbish because you want to protect these people. That is your view, Mr. TRS officer. A very small monitor, I can't say, I'm sorry. But this approach of TRS is very selective, very difficult to apprehend and very difficult to see. They
No,
have
don't
not
worry.
taken
Tomorrow
action
morning
against
we'll
all
be
other
discussing
importers.
about that.
Atikur Rahman, no, I want to ask a very simple question. Akbaruddin Owaisi, just a few days back, a few weeks back, made this absolutely uncalled for comment about Hindu gods and goddesses. He said, मैं उनके नाम नहीं लेना चाहूँगा जो मनूस हैं. I mean, isn't that an insult to Hindu gods and goddesses? And yet, no Hindu came out in the streets of Hyderabad and said, Sar tan se juda, or we will behead Akbaruddin Owaisi. In fact, I don't think, as far as I know, there's not even been any FIR against Akbaruddin Owaisi. If insulting Islam is one thing, how about insulting Hindu gods and goddesses? How come that is not considered blasphemous, or how come that is not considered a grave crime? Atikur Rahman.
Zakka, for me, if anything matters, is my religion and the Constitution of India, the IPC. Right now, if my religion is under, scanner, it's my responsibility as a researcher on Islamic studies to clear the air. What you mentioned is very much visible in the Quran itself, that do not revile the other gods. In turn, they will revile yours in their ignorance. What's happening in India is the same thing. One people are disregarding the other faiths, and the other faith is disregarding the others. Herein, what counts for me is to say to the people, to my community, that blasphemy as per the Quran is not established. For me, I should clear the air. I invite criticism for Prophet Muhammad. I invite criticism for the Quran and Allah. If anybody have any doubts related to my Quran, my Prophet, they can tweet me, they can come on my social media, they can call me personally.
Then tell me one thing. No, Atiq Saab, then tell me one thing. Then why is it that 2 weeks back, a 24-year-old boy from Lebanon went and stabbed Salman Rushdie? Rushdie apparently wrote in satanic verses supposedly against your God, against your prophet. I mean, if it was not blasphemous and if it was not insulting, then why did this boy from Lebanon go and stab him? Why did a man from Uzbekistan yesterday get caught in Russia? He was planning to attack one of the BJP leaders here in India. Uzbekistan or Nupur Sharma se kya lena dena hai? What is this violent ideology that's been foisted over the last 20 years कि इंडिया में किसी ने कुछ कोने में किसी ने बोल दिया मैं यमन से आऊंगा, मैं सीरिया से आऊंगा, उसका सर तन से जुदा कर दूंगा. ये कौन सा फिलॉसफी है? ये कौन सा आइडियोलॉजी है ये? अतीक साहब.
Zakka, we have a struggle within. Indoctrination, we have a struggle within Zakka. Indoctrination in the name of Islam is going on since ages. What Salman Rushdie did, what Taslima Nasreen did, even if they were, not acceptable to the religion of Islam, the fatwa by Khomeini was not at all Quranic, because it is not sanctioned by a state. A fatwa has relevance only if it is a Islamic caliphate, which in the nation-state system in the world, we do not have. This is a nation-state system we are living in.
Sir, I am asking, आप कह रहे हैं कि fatwas are not valid, आप कह रहे हैं कि what Khomeini issued is not valid. My point is, from Salman Rushdie to Samuel Paty to the Danish cartoonist to Charlie Hebdo to Taslima Nasreen and now Abhi, the Nupur Sharma and Raja Singh, यही तो हो रहा है. And what is worrying is that people sitting in faraway countries, जिन्होंने Nupur Sharma का नाम भी सुना नहीं है, they are getting ready to become suicide bombers. Uzbekistan और Nupur Sharma का क्या लेना देना है बताइए? Those people are ready to come to India to blow up BJP leaders in the name of what? In the name of what ideology? ये कौन सी ideology है ये?
That's why I'm telling you, I need your support, the people's support, the government support to dispel this untruth related to religion, related to Quran. The terrorist elements, the radical elements are doing the same thing. They are misquoting the Quran and calling our people, our youth, to fight for religion.
Rishi Bagri as well as Mr. Reddy the advocate. I'm going to go to Rishi Bagri and to the advocate, Mr. Komi Reddy. Rishi, I'll start with you. Look, we are all Indian citizens. We are all duty bound to live under the Constitution of India, under the legal framework of India, whether it's the Indian Penal Code or the CRPC. As far as India is concerned, which is a constitutional democracy, there is no place for a punishment like blasphemy. There is no place for a punishment like Sar Tan Se Juda, because even for a terrorist like Ajmal Kasab, we extended the full legal recourse to him. He went to trial court, high court, Supreme Court. It's after that he was hanged, found guilty of his crimes. So there's no question of a Sar Tan Se Juda in a constitutional republic. Anybody who utters that, whether it's an MIM corporator or whether it is people outside Friday prayers, those people then need to be booked as per law, because the law of this land does not allow for any, punishment like this kind of reprehensible 7th century punishment where किसी का गला काट जाए, किसी का सर काट जाए.
Jaka, as you know, the constitution, all religions are equal and all religions should be respected equally. What irks me is the selectivity in the approach and singling out and mocking just one religion, which is very tolerant. Now, just take example. Munawar Farooqi can freely crack tasteless jokes on Ma Sita or those killed in the Godhra fire, and merrily stay free and given protection by deploying 1,000 state police personnel from the Telangana police for his comedy show. No, I will be the first, trust me, I will be the first to support Munawar Farooqi if he cracks similar jokes on Islam and Christianity, just like he regularly cracks jokes on Hinduism. Either you crack jokes on all the religion, or either you don't crack joke on any religion. You need to have that equality. And secondly, while Raja Singh has been suspended by BJP for crossing the line, and rightly so, for his derogatory remark for the Prophet, but there's no action has been taken by AIM corporator Jafar Khan for calling for the beheading, or TMC MP Mahua Mitra for openly mocking Shivling. You need to see this thing, and if this is the freedom of speech, I mean, I just want to know whether the freedom of speech is the one-way street. It goes in a one-way street. Does only the sentiment of one community matters to the opposition party? What about the sentiment of the majority of the community? Or the opposition party think that they are the second-class citizen and their sentiment means nothing to them? You need the selectivity which erects the common people. You cannot be selective in your approach. If you say Nupur Sharma is wrong, then you have to also say others who are mocking the gods, like Hindu gods, are also wrong. You need to understand. And that selectivity actually is the problem in this case. The entire controversy is because of the selectivity, not because of the inclusivity.
No, that's the question that I asked the TRS spokesperson also, that yes, the Hyderabad police rightfully so acted against Raja Singh, but they're not showing the same alacrity, the same speed to act against Zafar Khan or others who are instigating these slogans. Let me get a word in the legal position from Mr. Komi Reddy, the lawyer on the panel. Mr. Komi Reddy, like I said, I'm very, very clear that the law of the land is supreme in this country. And as far as Indian law is concerned, there is absolutely no place for this kind of 7th century punishment, Sar Tan Se Juda, beheading for supposed blasphemy, etc. In fact, blasphemy is not even identified as a crime under the Indian Penal Code or the Criminal Procedure Code. The question is simply this, that if Nupur Sharma is hollowed through the coals, and rightfully so, and Raja Singh is hollowed through the coals, then why not these people who are openly, I mean, this is an incitement, active call to incitement for violence. I mean, if this is not, then I don't know what is. And in state after state, not just in Telangana, by the way. After Nupur Sharma incident, there were these open calls for Sar Tan Se Juda from Delhi to Mumbai to Karnataka, and today is the latest thing that we're seeing in Hyderabad. And nobody dared act against any of them.
Thanks for having me, Zaka. Basically, first of all, we need to condemn what Raja Singh said, and I'm glad you did that. And whatever the MIM corporator said also needs to be condemned, and similar action needs to be taken against him. But we must remember one thing, Zaka, whether it's Nupur Sharma or Raja Singh, these were the people who initiated it. And now we're speaking about Munawar. Munawar had to spend some time in jail for what he did. He did pay a price. And eventually the Supreme Court granted him bail. The Supreme Court did not ban or did not impose a gag order asking him not to perform anywhere. So he was supposed to come to Hyderabad previously. He couldn't come for whatever reasons. And now he was here. And if I'm not mistaken, I've read the reports, I've not seen his show, but he did not crack a single joke on any of the gods or goddesses. So, I mean, then what? I mean, Raja Singh did put up a stiff resistance. He was not allowed to go to the show. He was taken into preventive detention to safeguard the law and order in the state. And subsequently, what has happened? This was totally uncalled for. And Raja Singh shouldn't have said this. And Hyderabad is one such city where there is a substantial amount of Muslim population. And if you look at the culture of Hyderabad, you seldom see any communal violence. I mean, this is a call to violence. And well, I don't know if I should be saying this. I was personally surprised that he's been let off on bail for the offenses that he's committed. Now, coming to what the MIM cooperator said, that is just not acceptable. The law should take its course. The police should not wait for any FIR to be registered. It's live, it's on air, it's on YouTube channels.
Yep.
It's an incitement to violence. The police should step in, suo moto take action and arrest him.
What sections would apply in this case? For the, as far as I can tell, it is active incitement to violence. So what sections would likely take premise here?
No, similar sections for Raja Singh as well. Raja Singh was, whatever sections have been applied to Raja Singh, similar sections have to be applied for the MIM cooperator as well. Whatever sections have applied to Zubair have to apply for the MIM cooperator as well. Whatever sections applied to Zubair have to be applied for Raja Singh. Well, you must take one thing into consideration. I mean, we're all going after the MIM cooperator, and let me be very clear on this. I am very clear that the police have to swing into action, arrest him. The law has to take its course. But please understand, Raja Singh did not spend a single minute in prison. Nupur Sharma did not spend single minute in prison. I will borrow the phrase of Supreme Court. The Honorable Supreme Court had said that the Delhi High Court has given a red carpet treatment to Nupur Sharma. On the other hand, Zubair has spent substantial amount of time in the in prison. So did Munawar. I mean, it is debatable whether he cracked a joke, did not crack a joke. That's a gray area. I don't want to get in there. But you must appreciate that there is no gag order against Munawar. He has a constitutional right of freedom of expression. The freedom of expression, I understand, is not absolute. There are certain restrictions. And I think his comedy show or whatever show that he performed in Hyderabad was well within those boundaries.
Okay.
Well, the police did extend him protection because that was the duty of the police. If you look at the Bangalore police, you know what they did. They did not allow him permission, but the Hyderabad police went ahead, granted him permission. It was a full house. It was reported widely in the press. He did not, I repeat,
Ratan Sharda, so Munawar Farooqui did not crack any jokes, at least in the Hyderabad show, did not crack any jokes against Hindu gods or goddesses. And also what Mr. Komi Reddy said, there was no bar by the Supreme Court when it granted him bail against performing in public.
May I add one
Ratan Sharda. Yeah, one second, I'll come back to you. Yeah, Ratan Sharda.
I am horrified at the way a learned lawyer is trying to twist the law and using very partisan language all through his arguments. He says Nupur was the instigator. Doesn't he know that Taslim Rahmani is the instigator? There are people on the panel for 10 days who are insulting and abusing to gods and goddesses. So there is a difference between something done during the debate in heat of the moment, and there is difference in somebody doing deliberately, whether Munawar Farooqui or D. Raja. And when you say D. Raja, Munawar Farooqui is saying that, okay, I don't know what he said on the comedy show. My dear friend, it is available on the video on YouTube day and night. So don't try to make excuses. No, so I didn't stop you. You made your argument. So you have no right to say, I do not know. As a lawyer, you have no right to say that I do not know what he said because it's open in the public. And today, if somebody says,
please read the Supreme Court order in Munawar Farooqi's case.
Did I disturb you? Did I disturb you? Don't disturb me. When you say Munawar Farooqui has right to keep on doing his profession, but Nupur Sharma should stay continuously lifelong in the four walls, so she is threatened for life. Because if you see what has happened to Salman Rushdie, who created a scenario? Your own friends on the social media instigated this violence, and you are defending them. So this kind of pettiness of partial attitude is not due for a lawyer. And you talked about your Telangana government. I asked, why did Telangana government welcome a person who has been refused entry in many states because he spews venom? So should Hindus have created Sar Tanse Juda for the Munawar Faruqi? Because Hindus don't do it when they protest, you say that they are intolerant, they are not.
Okay, let Krishank Mane and Kalimul Hafiz respond to that. Krishank Mane, this is a comedian who has insulted Hindu gods and goddesses. There were numerous states that refused to give him permission to hold his comedy show, but you went ahead and you had apparently 1,000 policemen and women to guard the venue where he was performing. Why do you need to do this, Krishank Mane?
Zaka, has he violated anything on this show? Either Rishi or any other BJP leader or their mouthpieces, have they got any visual? If there is so, please share it. Immediately, government of Telangana will book a case on them. There is no partisan attitude at all. I've told you very clearly in my beginning remarks. I've told you that regarding those sloganeering also, see tomorrow morning, definitely cases will be booked and the same action taken on Raja Singh will also be done. But coming about Munawar Faruqi, when any activity from any organization, be it the right organizations also, many people have come here, they've given statements, and when their statements were scrutinized, they have been booked. But before they coming preempting hypothetically that they are going to speak this, no, in Telangana, law and order doesn't function like Bharatiya Janata Party ruled states.
So
Many Yogi ji has come here and Yogi ji also has come in. Yogi ji has come here also and has given statements here.
Congress
Yogi ji
MLA
also,
threatened the police in the police station. You did not
even
take action.
Amit Shah ji, who had a record of such being boycotted from his state, also can come to Telangana. But they will be under scrutiny. After they speak, definitely they'll be booked. Because we know that law and order is under control. So Amit Shah ji can come, who was sent out of his own state. The same way, if Faruqi has done a mistake in his show, he will be booked. But without he doing it, you cannot have the garb of Faruqi and say that Raja Singh spoke this because he did that. No. In the video, the content is nothing related to Faruqi's show at all. We have seen the entire day of argument of BJP and their spokespersons or their mouthpieces that they are bringing in Faruqi's issue. No, these two are not related at all. Raja Singh wanted to be one more Nupur Sharma. He has thought that Nupur Sharma has gathered mileage. Nupur Sharma has gathered mileage. Nothing has affected at all. Though BJP suspended her, the rank and file of BJP, suniye bhai sahab, BJP, the troll batch, has even told Supreme Court, they have not spared the Supreme Court also on the remarks. So Nupur Sharma became a hero for Bharatiya Janata Party. Raja Singh wanted to follow the same suit, and that is why he's given the statement. He wanted to be Nupur Sharma. So I think we should not discuss on Munawar Faruqi or Raja Singh because it was not
one second, one at a time. I want to pull back from both Krishank Mane and Ratan Sharda. 1 second. Let me go to Kalimul Hafiz. Kalimul Hafiz, I come back to the larger question. अकबरुद्दीन अवैसी आके हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में मजाक उड़ा सकते हैं, मुनावर फरूकी हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में मजाक उड़ा सकते हैं, लेकिन जब राजा सिंह बोलता है या नुपुर शर्मा बोलती है तब सब लोग सड़क पे आ जाके मतलब कहते हैं कि सर तन से जुदा. तो एक ही स्टैंडर्ड होना चाहिए ना. अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी का एक केस तो अदालत तक गई और अदालत ने उनको बरी कर दिया. उन्होंने बोला कि कुछ गलत ही नहीं बोला इन्होंने. तो या तो सेम ही रूल हो, सब हिंदुस्तानी है, सब लोगों के लिए आईपीसी का जो भी धारा है वो लगना चाहिए, नहीं तो then let's accept that there are different rules for different folks in this country.
देखिए, कानून की बात तो हमारे वकील साहब ने बता दी जो रेड्डी साहब है, लेकिन मैं बात ये पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर मुनव्वर फारूकी इतने बड़े गुनहगार हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो चहेती हैं, जो हीरोइन है कंगना रनौत, उन्होंने 200 एपिसोड किए और पूरे दुनिया को दिखाया और सेलिब्रेट किया मुनव्वर फारूकी को, उसे विनर करार दिया. क्या किसी की हिम्मत हुई या अभी भी?
सर क्या बात कर रहे हैं, वो तो प्राइवेट प्रोग्राम है, उसका क्या लेना देना है, वो तो प्राइवेट चैनल में प्राइवेट प्रोग्राम है. आप क्या कैसे मतलब कंपैरिजन दे रहे हैं आप?
मुनव्वर फारूकी सेम पर्सन है.
अरे तो क्या हुआ, कल को उसको एक फिल्म में अगर कास्ट कर लेते हैं और कंगना रनावत उसके ऑपोजिट हीरोइन का रोल निभाती है, तो फिर क्या बोलेंगे आप? वो तो प्राइवेट है, उसमें कोई उसमें
अच्छा,
मतलब वो कंपैरेबल ही नहीं है।
शो प्राइवेट है।
नहीं, आप मुद्दे पे आइए। मैं आपसे सीधा पूछ रहा हूँ, फारूकी का रहने दीजिए। आपके जो लीडर है अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी, उन्होंने क्या बोला? नहीं, क्या वो आपत्तिजनक था कि नहीं था? बस उतना बोल दीजिए।
अब मैं दूसरी बात पूछता हूँ आपसे।
नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ ना, मैं एंकर हूँ, आप जवाब दीजिए। नहीं, आप एंकर हैं कि मैं एंकर हूँ? मैं एंकर हूँ ना, तो मैं सवाल पूछूंगा, आप जवाब दीजिए। क्या अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में बोला, क्या वो आपत्तिजनक है कि नहीं है? बस सीधा सा सवाल है, हाँ या ना?
टारगेट करना चाह रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की चीजों को कवर फायर दे रहे हैं।
अरे कलीमुल साहब, क्या बातें लेके आ रहे हैं? क्या आपके पास मेरे सवाल का जवाब है कि नहीं है? बस
उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
आपके पास सुनिए, 2 मिनट शांति से सुनिए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने
2 मिनट शांति से सुनिए, 10 सेकेंड मतलब चैन से रहिए। मैं सवाल सीधा सवाल है। आपके पार्टी के बड़े नेता है अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी, उन्होंने कहा कि मैं हिंदू देवी देवताओं का नाम लेना नहीं चाहूंगा जो मनूस है या खड़ूस है, जो भी उन्होंने बोला। क्या ये आपत्तिजनक नहीं है?
देखिए, मैं आपसे जो मैंने जो सवाल किए कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूरी सीरीज है और एक नहीं है। नूपुर शर्मा के बाद नवीन जिंदल के बाद आहूजा के बाद अब ये राजा, और राजा के इनके सबके सपोर्ट में इनकी पूरी मोडस ऑपरेंडी है। ये बाकायदा इनको सपोर्ट करते हैं और दिखाने के लिए अभी सस्पेंड कर दिया इन्होंने। टर्मिनेट क्यों नहीं किया? अगर वो ऑफेंस था और अगर सरकार मानती है तो उसे टर्मिनेट के लिए 10 दिन का उसे वक्त क्यों दिया गया? ये सब जो है हिपोक्रेसी है। अब उसको आप बैलेंस करने के लिए 10 साल पुरानी कहानी लेके आए। सब अकबरुद्दीन ने ऐसा कहा था, तो अब उसका इससे क्या रिलेशन
क्या
है?
उसने कहा नहीं था? नहीं, आपके इम्तियाज जलील ने औरंगाबाद में पब्लिक चौक से क्या बोला था?
नहीं,
इम्तियाज जलील तो आपका विधायक है। क्या बोला था उन्होंने कि औरंगाबाद के जो चौक हैं वहां से नुपुर शर्मा को टांगना चाहिए? कि बोला था कि नहीं बोला था? क्या आप उसको कंडेम करते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल कंडेम करते हैं हम। हमारी
उनके खिलाफ क्या एक्शन लिया आपने?
हमने भारत
आपके विधायक है, आपके सांसद है, वो क्या एक्शन लिया आपने? बताइए
जी।
आपने आपके विधायक के खिलाफ क्या एक्शन लिया? कुछ भी लिया आपने?
नहीं, देखिए,
जिन्होंने आप कह रहे हैं कि आपत्तिजनक है, उन्होंने आके बोला कि वो उनको औरंगाबाद के चौक से टांग देना चाहिए। क्या कुछ एक्शन लिया आपकी पार्टी ने?
नहीं, उसमें देखिए जो
क्या शो कॉज तक भेजा आपने? नहीं भेजा ना?
सुनिए, देखिए उसमें एक बीप थी, लेकिन मैं उसके बाद भी कहता हूं, अनुराग ठाकुर ने कहा कि देश के गद्दारों
को दोबारा वही बात लेके आ रहे हैं आप। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आपने क्या एक्शन लिया है? आप उसका जवाब ही नहीं देते हैं, आप किसी और पे फोकस करने शुरू कर देते हैं।
नहीं, फोकस नहीं, मैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सच्चाई
मैं सीधा सा सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, इम्तियाज जलील के खिलाफ आपके पार्टी ने क्या एक्शन ली है अभी तक? बताइए।
अभी तक मैं आपको सीधा ही जवाब दे रहा हूं कि आप 10-10 साल पुरानी कहानी उठा के ला रहे हैं। अभी की बात क्यों नहीं करते?
अरे ये अभी की बात ही है इम्तियाज जलील के जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, अभी की बात ही है। नुपुर शर्मा के बाद ही हुआ है उन्होंने जो बयान दिया है।
चिल्लाएंगे इस पे, कौन सी क्या सजा दे दी? किसी को भी सजा नहीं हुई। बीजेपी वालों ने वो रैली निकाली
अतिकुर रहमान। No, I come back to the larger question, and this is very deeply worrying for a young 24-year-old from Lebanon to stab Salman Rushdie. I mean, he was probably not even born. In fact, yeah, he was not even born when Satanic Verses came out. And then yesterday, the man from Uzbekistan, who probably does not even know where India is on a map of the world, for him to go to Turkey and then go to Russia, to come to India, the plan was to come to India to blow up a BJP leader. I mean, what is this ideology, Atikur Rahman? I mean, what is it that's driving somebody who sits in Uzbekistan who doesn't have a damn clue about India to come to Delhi to blow up a BJP leader? What is this ideology?
Zakka, first of all, we will have to shun our over-sensitivity and getting offended on these tribal issues. I call upon all the religious leaders to form a forum for a dialogue and a debate on anything under the skies. If I claim to be a researcher on Islamic studies, I am trained to answer and remove the misconceptions related to my religion, my prophet, my scriptures. Why to get oversensitive? If in this 21st century social media thing, you are getting oversensitive, every day you will be cropping up such issues. and politicians will get the maximum mileage out of
Sir,
it.
if people are killing writers for something that they wrote 30 years ago, you don't think that's an issue worth debating? If people are willing to travel from Russia and Uzbekistan to come to India to blow up politicians, you don't think that is worth debating? Of course it is worth debating.
A book for a book, a poem for a poem, a portrait for a portrait is the answer. Why to get oversensitive?
Ratan Sharda, and then I'll give Rishi Bagri and Mr. Komi Reddy the final word. Yeah, Ratan Sharda, quickly please, yeah.
See, first of all, I would request people to give some space to people like Atikur Rahman, and I had another Maulana Qasmi, another show, and there are a few more who are ready to speak boldly against these terrorist elements, these radical elements. We should support such people. I have time and again talked about Nahdlatul Ulama in Indonesia, which is working for more than 90 years to take care of radicalism not finding place in Indonesia, educating women, boys and girls, and creating a modern version of Islam. Why can't our Maulanas should come together and respond to these kind of extremist elements?
Okay.
And that is what media should do, rather than calling all these Maulanas who are out there to create hate.
Okay.
And these politics.
Rishi Bagri, the political charge against the BJP is they are deliberately keeping this issue alive in Telangana because polarization is the way in which BJP wins elections, and Telangana is an important state for BJP come 2024. Therefore, it's in their interest to keep this issue alive. And ये भी जो भी suspension हुआ है T Raja Singh का, उनको bail भी मिल गया, and he'll come back into the party as well. This is the political charge. Rishi.
Are you asking me?
Rishi Bagri.
Okay.
No, I just want to say, I mean, those people were comparing Nupur Sharma, Naveen Jindal, and everyone. You need to understand one thing: there's a two different ideology which is working. If you see, if Nupur Sharma has made a statement, she is facing the law. She has been suspended from the party, but she will never able to walk freely in her life. She will always have to stay in a hidden way. But you see the Munawar Farooqi or Mohammed Zubair, he is free to leave their life. Actually, there's no danger to their life. But the moment Nupur Sharma walks out of her home, nobody knows which fanatics will come and behead her. So there's a big difference which we need to understand, and which we need to introspect. This kind of thing is happening in our country. Okay. If there need to be a equal selectivity, equal inclusivity rather than selective approach, which is happening.
Mr. Komi Reddy, final word, 30 seconds, I've got to wrap up. Do you see the Hyderabad police acting against Zafar Khan just like they acted against Raja Singh?
I don't know if they will, but they should. The law should swing into action. He needs to be picked up not tomorrow, but today. Because what he said is on air. So, of course, he needs to be arrested now. Because they don't need anyone to complain. They can take suo motu action. Having said that, may I just add, we've referred to the OIC case time and time again, but we must appreciate that OIC spent a substantial amount of time in prison. We've referred to Munawar Farooqi's case time and time again. We must appreciate that he spent a substantial time in prison. But the irony is that Raja Singh did not spend a single minute in prison, neither did Nupur Sharma. Now, I have another question for TRS as well. There was substantial evidence against Akbaruddin Owaisi. He's been acquitted by the lower court. The tragedy is that the government has not filed an appeal against Owaisi in the High Court.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happening. The law has to be equal for everybody, regardless of what his religion is, what his gender is, what his caste is. Owaisi has paid the price. He needs to pay a bigger price. It's a shame that the TRS government has not filed an appeal against Owaisi's acquittal in the High Court. That is the tragedy.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. I'll end with that comment that Mr. Komi Reddy made. I'm completely out of time. That yes, the law has to be applied equally, whether it is to a Nupur Sharma or a Raja Singh or even a Zafar Khan for that matter, or an Akbaruddin Owaisi. We'll see how this story plays out in Hyderabad. We'll take a quick break here on the program. When we come back, there are massive floods across Madhya Pradesh and it's not looking good across large parts of the state. We'll have details on that story and more right on the other side. He had become a household name during the pandemic when he battled misinformation over COVID. Russia claims that Ukraine's special services are responsible for the assassination of a Putin aide and the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin's daughter, Daria Dugin. In fact, Russia claims that the perpetrator is a Ukrainian citizen who arrived in Russia on the 23rd of July. Dugina was killed on Saturday when a suspected explosive device blew up in the car that she was driving. China is literally crossing the line with its military exercises very close to the Taiwan Straits.
Taiwan claims 4 Chinese aircraft crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The median line normally serves as an unofficial barrier. China has been carrying out drills near Taiwan despite strong objections from the government in Taipei. Beijing claims Taiwan as Chinese territory and has been fuming ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island last month. The PLA's Eastern Theatre Command, which is responsible for the region that includes the Taiwan Strait, has held naval and air force drills as a show of strength. The maneuvers include launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan, several Chinese warships in the Taiwan Strait, and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
And this is going to make China fume even further. The Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the 3rd high-profile visit by a US politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. But what unfolded was simply shocking.
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. The Indian Air Force has been roped in to evacuate people in flood-hit Madhya Pradesh.
Vidisha is one of the worst affected places in Madhya Pradesh. Roads have turned into rivers and water has entered people's homes. Power supply has been cut off and locals are struggling to get their hands on essential items.
Incessant rain for the last 36 hours. This havoc has been brought up by rain in Vidisha district for last 36 hours. And in fact, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, he has reviewed the situation in Vidisha.
The Indian Air Force will deploy 2 medium-lift helicopters for disaster relief operations in Vidisha. Incessant rains for the last 2 days have triggered floods in several parts of the state. To make matters worse, the IMD has sounded a heavy rainfall alert in many districts. In the last 24 hours, the State Disaster Emergency Response Force and the NDRF together have rescued over 400 people.
Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay Kumar was detained in Jangaon district. He was about to hold a sit-in dharna against the arrest of his party workers a day earlier outside the TRS MLC K. Kavita's residence in Hyderabad. As he was being detained, BJP workers clashed with the police. A clash also broke out between students and staff members of the Jawaharlal Nehru University over the demand for scholarships. The ABVP claims that the university staff and their guards assaulted the students who went to seek scholarships, which had been stalled for the last couple of years. Over half a dozen students were injured in the clash. A teacher in Goa was brutally assaulted on his school premises, allegedly by a PWD engineer. While the reason for the assault is not known, CCTV footage shows the accused waiting for the teacher to step out of the classroom, after which he starts thrashing him. An FIR has been filed against the accused. A farmer attempted self-immolation outside the Maharashtra Assembly today as the monsoon session was underway. Policemen doused the flames and the farmer was hospitalized with 20% burn injuries. After the incident, the Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole accused the Eknath Shinde government of not compensating farmers who suffered heavy losses because of rain. A horrific accident was caught on camera in Himachal Pradesh.
A truck hurtles down the road at full speed and then the driver loses control of the vehicle. The truck then crashes into vehicles parked on the side of the road. The impact is so strong that the parked vehicles are completely destroyed. This man was standing near one of the parked cars before the collision. He got pushed towards a shuttered shop. A boy who was sitting in one of the cars was also injured in the crash. Bystanders immediately rushed to their aid and pulled them to safety.
Apple is planning to begin manufacturing the iPhone 14 here in India. Apple is working with suppliers to ramp up manufacturing. Apple is looking at alternatives to manufacturing in China. Manufacturing will begin 2 months post the release out of China. In fact, Foxconn studied assembling device at the plant near Chennai. The first set of iPhone 14s from India will be finished in late October. On camera, a man pushed his wife in front of a moving train at the Vasai station near Mumbai.
The woman was woken up from sleep, dragged towards the tracks and then pushed off the platform as a train approached. While the train passed through, crushing the woman to death, the man picked up 2 children sleeping nearby and fled from the train station. The man was later spotted boarding a train to Dadar and then to Kalyan. He was later arrested last night from Bhiwandi town in Thane and booked for murder. According to the police, the couple was earlier seen quarrelling and then sleeping on the platform with their children.
Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagged off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru. He also hailed Savarkar as the nation's pride and said that nothing negative should be said about him. The Yatra comes amidst an unprecedented face-off between the Congress and the BJP over Savarkar posters across the state of Karnataka. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has triggered a political storm after he took a Muslim minister from his cabinet to the Vishnupad temple in Gaya, which bars the entry of non-Hindus. The temple authorities have demanded an apology from the Chief Minister. The BJP in turn has accused Nitish Kumar of hurting sentiments of Hindus. 2 petitions, including one by TMC leader Mahua Moitra, were filed in the Supreme Court today, challenging the remission order by the Gujarat government, which released the rapist of Bilkis Bano. Although CJI Ramana agreed to look into the matter, no order regarding the hearing has been passed yet. A special judge in a CBI court in Asansol alleged that he had been threatened with a false NDPS case against his family members if he failed to secure the release of arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case. In the alleged threat letter, which was self-written by a self-proclaimed TMC leader. The Supertech Twin Towers in Noida will be demolished this Sunday as per the Supreme Court's orders, and massive preparations are underway right now.
This is first of its kind event in Delhi NCR, where we are going to see this long story building that is going to demolish on that particular day. This is happening after the orders of Supreme Court, and at this point in time, not only the company that is involved with this particular exercise, but also the Noida administration is trying its level best to make all the necessary arrangements and to take all the necessary precautions.
Let's try and break down what exactly is going to happen in bringing down these twin towers. The twin towers have been rigged with 3,700 kilograms of explosives. These explosives have been packed into 9,000 holes that have been drilled all across these two towers. 100 workers were part of the demolition team. In fact, the demolition is going to be so huge that about 5,000 residents who are living in nearby flats in nearby areas have been asked to vacate their premises. In fact, the Greater Noida Expressway will also be closed for some duration this Sunday when the demolition will happen. A shocking video of a cop being thrashed in Uttar Pradesh's Badaयूं is going viral.
The man started beating up the inspector without any provocation. Locals intervened to stop the assault, and it appeared that the matter had been resolved. But after they left, the man started attacking the cop again, throwing him to the ground, kicking him, and raining punches. He even tore the cop's uniform while assaulting him. The assailant appears to be a serial offender. He has attacked a home guard in the past. After the video went viral, he was arrested.
Former Bigg Boss contestant Sonali Fogart died of a heart attack in Goa. She was 42. She had posted images and videos on Instagram shortly before her death. Sonali Fogart, who rose to fame with her TikTok videos, contested the 2019 Haryana election from Adampur as a BJP candidate. She lost to the Congress's Kuldeep Bishnoi. This video of a Zomato delivery executive is winning hearts on social media. The man delivers the order as he's been assigned, while his little daughter is seen strapped to his chest. His son is seen roaming around in the background. After the video went viral, Zomato promised to assist him with childcare benefits. Taiwan's president is refusing to bow down to pressure from China. Here's why.
Taiwan's president inspected 3 military units responsible for monitoring the movements of the People's Liberation Army around Taiwan. She lauded the troops for their indispensable defense in the face of a potential Chinese invasion. She also thanked them for remaining calm and carrying out their duties in such an unprecedented situation. China has been holding naval and air force drills around Taiwan in response to recent high-profile visits from the US to the island. The PLA has launched ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Several Chinese warships have been seen in the Taiwan Strait. And PLA warplanes have breached the median line. In a clear message to China, Taiwan's president warned that a heavy price would be paid for invading or trying to invade Taiwan, and it would be condemned by the international community.
Amid heightened tensions between China and Taiwan, could a new fleet of modern submarines turn the tide for Taipei? Taipei is hiring foreign experts to help with the development plans of submarines. The United States is the primary partner in providing key submarine technology. In fact, the Haiqian class subs were acquired way back in the 1980s. They underwent major upgrades. The Taiwanese Navy currently has about 4 conventional submarines. China currently has about 60 conventional submarines. CNN News 18 Siddhant is the only Indian reporter in Taiwan right now. This is his ground report on the Taiwanese army from the 2 islands that are closest to the South China coast.
On my left is a port, the main port of Matsu City, and this is a biggest center of trade and business for Matsu City, and in fact some portion of this port is occupied by Taiwanese army. Just few meters away from where I'm reporting, there are bunkers, the army bunkers currently in the control of Taiwanese army. In case of invasion or air raids by China, the people will be given shelter in those bunkers.
NASA's powerful new James Webb Space Telescope has captured images of Jupiter which show the gas giant in great detail. In fact, the images will give scientists even more clues to Jupiter's inner life. They show some ornamental designs around the Great Red Spot and also provide an unprecedented view of the auroras over Jupiter's north and south poles. Ahead of the Asia Cup in Dubai, Team India head coach Rahul Dravid is tested positive for COVID. Dravid had not travelled with the team to Zimbabwe for the three-match one-day series. India will be playing their first match of the Asia Cup on the 28th of August against arch rivals Pakistan. The Indian cricket team celebrated their 3-0 series sweep against Zimbabwe by dancing to this popular Bollywood song, which has become a bit of a dance trend across the world.
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. There is a communal storm in the city of Hyderabad. Protests erupted after BJP MLA Raja Singh's derogatory remarks against the Prophet went viral on social media. He made those remarks while taking a swipe at comedian Munawwar Farooqi, whose show he had tried to disrupt. Protesters and the opposition demanded action against Raja Singh. He was arrested by the Hyderabad police and later granted bail. Raja Singh finds himself at the center of a controversy once again, as he is a repeat offender with a whopping 75 cases against him, mostly for hate and provocative speeches, as well as disruption of law and order. In the past, he has threatened to behead those who oppose the Ram Temple and raise the homes of Uttar Pradesh voters who did not vote for Yogi Adityanath. He has even called for the murder of Rohingya refugees. The BJP has finally cracked the whip against the MLA and suspended him from the party. But this is the flip side. Members of the MIM were leading the protests against Raja Singh, and one councillor from the party named Zafar Khan raised the dreaded Sartan Se Juda slogan against the MLA and his supporters. Now MIM chief Owaisi has condemned Raja Singh's statement. He says Hyderabad is known for its harmony, but the BJP is destroying the social fabric of the city, adding that it is abundantly clear that the BJP is anti-Muslim. However, while action has been taken against Raja Singh, no step has been taken against Zafar Khan so far, neither by the police nor by MIM, his party, for his provocative statement. While the city remains on the edge, who is stoking communal tension? Earlier today, I spoke to MIM chief and Member of Parliament from Hyderabad, Asaduddin Owaisi. Listen into what he had to say, and then I bring in the guests. Mr. Owaisi, the BJP has cracked the whip and has taken action against T. Raja Singh over his derogatory comments made against Prophet Muhammad.
Well, I would still reiterate that these sort of statements will not be stopped by BJP leaders. I had said this on record when Nupur Sharma had uttered what she had uttered. I am saying the same thing today when a BJP MLA from Hyderabad has used a derogatory language against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This will continue. It is an official policy of BJP to speak in this language, to ensure that Muslim minorities are made to feel more insecure, and they feel that this is the best way of taking forward their political program in Telangana or other parts of India to create hatred against the Muslims.
But Owaisi Saab, if you look at it, action taken against Nupur Sharma when she made derogatory comment, of course, we do know that it was because of international pressure. The BJP says no, it was not because of that. They found it completely unacceptable and condemnable. In this particular case, also action being taken. Of course, Mr. T. Raja Singh is someone who's seen as a habitual offender as well. But the larger messaging, would you not agree that the party is sending that these kinds of statements against prophet, against gods and goddesses will not be tolerated and has to be condemned? In recent times, we have also seen polarizing statements that were made by the party, other leaders, action being taken. Is this course correction by the BJP?
No, I don't agree with your question. The reason I don't agree is that I feel that I am of the opinion that this is an official policy of BJP. And secondly, to corroborate what I have said, please, you must have seen the video and utterances made by Rajasthan BJP MLA, wherein he was boasting about the killings of Muslims in this so-called issue of cow smuggling. You know, we have seen day in, day out, such statements are issued by BJP leaders. So I am of the opinion that this will not stop, this will continue. And BJP has realized that you make these statements, then we make a statement wherein we'll wash our hands off you for a temporary period of time. But their association with RSS will continue, and it only happened that in Telangana you have a non-BJP government which took a rightful action by arresting the BJP MLA. That has not been the case with Nupur Sharma, because in Delhi the law and order comes under the BJP regime.
And Owaisi Saab, what justifies really those chants of Sartan se juda when Raja Singh was arrested? The BJP has taken action. Will action be taken against all those who were chanting those slogans?
Well, let me tell you that I have condemned anyone who have used those slogans. You have all the right to protest, but by holding a protest, you cannot make a call for killing someone, whether it be the BJP MLA who uttered those statements. I strongly condemn it, and the law must take its own course. I have even told who I know, everyone, that what they are saying is completely wrong. We dissociate ourselves, and they should not use such slogans. You protest, because from morning 12:30 a.m. to morning 6:30, all of us were on toes. You know, we were very, very apprehensive that the peace in Hyderabad, which has been maintained from last 8 years, something untoward can happen. And I'm thankful to the people of Hyderabad for not falling victim to these derogatory statements and to the attempts being made by these radical or unsocial elements. Thankfully, Hyderabad remains peaceful. It will continue to remain peaceful, because as far as Telangana and Hyderabad is concerned, we require peace at all cost. That is how Telangana and Hyderabad can grow, and this will bring benefits to every common person in Hyderabad.
And Owaisi Saab, after Nupur Sharma episode, there has been a rise in hate speech. The overall, the fault lines that we keep talking about are very much on the surface. The atmosphere has been vitiated. There has been fallout that happened in Amravati, in other parts as well, where people from the majority community were targeted too. What will you be saying? Do you think there is a need for political parties, politicians from various parties to come together to ensure that there is peace largely and a big message of communal harmony that is given?
Yes, that is the inherent responsibility of the political parties. You need not require Maria Shakil to require every political party of their inherent responsibility. But my question is that to stop radicalization, rule of law must prevail. And the law should be applied equally to everyone. The law should not be applied selectively. I'm giving you an example. You have a non-BJP government, a person has been arrested. You have a BJP government in Delhi, Nupur Sharma is not arrested. So how can there be a selective use of law?
So you are saying that it is essentially justice delayed, and because Nupur Sharma has not been arrested, justice has not been really achieved.
Yes, that is the case so far. And that is why we see that when people see that the law is being applied selectively, they feel that we are the blue-eyed boy of the ruling party and we will continue to say all nonsense, use derogatory language against one particular religion and about their prophet. So that cannot, if you have to put an end to all this nonsense, please apply law equally. Now we have seen that the NSA, when he was in Russia, he was told about a suicide bomber who wanted to come to India. I hope that the political antenna of the ruling BJP will go up and they will at least stop now the selective usage of law in the implementation part of it.
But that's also a reflection of deep radicalization that's happening. And also, when you talk about that bomber, that's also, yes, of radicalization and indoctrination.
Well, Maria, radicalization is also there when a BJP MLA says that we have killed Muslims at 3 places in Rajasthan. You have radicalization where when someone says in Mysore that if you remove the poster of Savarkar, we will cut your hands. So radicalization has to be seen without looking through it through the prism of one religion. Anyone who calls for violence, for cutting of hands, for cutting of head is a radicalized element. Simple as that.
And Owaisi sir, what will you tell those who are saying that this arrest will further lead to communal polarization and division, particularly keeping in mind the elections in Telangana, where BJP is looking at a possible toehold? They made significant inroads by winning 4 MPs in 2019.
Well, I have no issues as far as BJP takes on K. Chandrasekhar Rao politically, which I am sure they will be unsuccessful. Because K. Chandrasekhar Rao is the tallest leader in Telangana and they are no match to his political sagacity. But allowing your MLA, but for my today's press conference and but for yesterday's protest, which continued from 12:30 a.m., BJP was compelled to act on it. And the Telangana government had taken a rightful decision. Let us have a political fight. Let us strengthen democracy. Let us have a dialogue. You defeat me through ballot, but please don't try to defeat me through violence.
And talking about that, you have condemned the words that were chanted when Raja Singh was arrested. What about action being taken against them?
Well, the law will take its own course, and we will not be an impediment when the law will be applied.
Have those people been identified? And the similar point being made by the BJP here in the centre, sir, that law is taking its course, and that is the reason why perhaps Nupur Sharma has not been arrested.
Exactly, law was not allowed to take its own course in Delhi. Law took its own course in Telangana because you had a non-BJP government which has applied law on everyone, which has arrested everyone. Because we know as an Hyderabadi that if peace is strong in Hyderabad and Telangana, then it is the common people who will go to sleep peacefully, and because they will have the means to earn their livelihood. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, it's a pharma capital, Hyderabad. This is what we want Hyderabad to grow. We want peace to prevail. You have no power disconnections in Hyderabad. You don't have load shedding in Telangana. We want this to continue. The BJP has no words, have no other way to reply, and unfortunately they're indulging in this language which has been equally condemned by everyone in Hyderabad, irrespective of which religion they belong to.
But Owaisi sir, inflaming sentiments when you look at it, and these corporators and others being emboldened and going ahead with these slogans, completely unacceptable, call for violence, that should go beyond just condemnation, sir.
Well, you be rest assured that action will be taken. I, as a party president, will not allow such utterance to be made, and one cannot make these utterances. You have the right to protest, please protest. A BJP MLA has said all nonsensical things, the derogatory language is used, law has taken its own course, but one cannot make a call for violence. I don't agree with it.
Let me bring in my guests at this hour on News Epicenter. Tariq Fateh, author, columnist. Ravula Sridhar Reddy is senior TRS leader. Vinod Bansal is national spokesperson of the VHP. Syed Asim Waqar is a spokesperson of MIM. And we also have Vemul Patabi, he is an advocate. Tariq Fateh, Raja Singh has been a habitual offender.
Yes.
You know, the fact is that he continues to make these statements. Yes, the party has suspended him. Do you see this almost like some kind of brazenness because he knows that he will get away with it?
Well, he was charged, and he's, my understanding, he's got out on bail.
Yes.
And the legal framework, the court system in India will have to take its course. But the reaction of Sartan se juda and all that, this is not to be taken lightly. We've seen that happening right across wherever there is this sense of victimhood and sort of a grievedness that Muslims are being made to feel. We've seen that happening in New York with Salman Rushdie. We've seen that happening in many places in India where people have been beheaded, the videos have been made, and this notion that if you say something which we don't like, we will simply cut off your head. And I'll give you the example of Nupur Sharma. As a Muslim, I don't understand what exactly she said, other than her tone, that every Muslim knows is the right thing. She simply quoted from Islamic texts. She didn't add anything to it, yet she
But Mr. Tariq Fateh, I'm going to put your focus back on Raja Singh and his controversies.
Yes.
He was put under house arrest because he threatened to disrupt Munawar Farooqi's show only recently, that is on 19th August. September 2020, again, he was seen, the Facebook had labeled Raja Singh as dangerous individual and banned him from all its platforms for hate speeches. In his election affidavit, he has talked about police cases. April 2017, to those who warn of dire consequences if Ram Mandir is built, we are waiting for you to say this so we can behead you. He's someone who's known for his provocative speeches. He incites violence.
Of course he does. There's no question about it. But the point is that the court, the legal system has to take its course over there. The point is that will Muslims invoke their own unwritten Sharia law as a way of punishment for those that they feel have sort of insulted the Holy Prophet? It simply can't work both ways. You either have the aspect of the constitution, the law of parliament, the Lok Sabha, right down to the provincial and district levels, that this is a Hindustani civilization. This is where you came to live. You have a choice. If you don't feel that India is a place where Muslims can live, everyone is free to go to Pakistan. They'll find out that
Asim Waqar, he has been arrested and then released on bail. The question is, what action has your party taken against that corporator and all those who have been identified who were shouting that slogan? How is call for beheading or call for violence acceptable to your party? And then you say that action has not been taken against Nupur Sharma. She has not been arrested. What about you taking action against your own corporator?
देखिए, मुझे बहुत अफसोस इस बात का है
जी।
हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ रही हो तो मैं बोलूं?
जी, आ रही है।
मुझे बहुत अफसोस इस बात का है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने भी ये बात कही, मैं भी कह चुका हूँ, इससे पहले भी कई बार इस तरह के मामले आए। देखिए, संविधान हमको प्रोटेस्ट करने की इजाज़त देता है संवैधानिक तरीके से, लेकिन उस प्रोटेस्ट में, उस प्रदर्शन में इलीगल स्लोगन्स, असंवैधानिक बात की इजाज़त संविधान नहीं देता है। हम लोग तो संविधान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन जो मैं भी आपसे पहले भी कई चैनल पर था, बात ये निकली मैडम कि जिस आदमी ने पैगंबर इस्लाम मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में ये बकवास बकी है, या नुपुर शर्मा पे लोग बात कर रहे हैं, क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता या बीजेपी क्या अब इस तरह से धर्मों को गाली देकर हुकूमत करना चाहती है? क्या अब सब प्रोग्रेस, तरक्की, बाकी सब काम पीछे हो गए? भाई नुपुर शर्मा को तो आपने जिंदल को कह दिया फ्रिंज एलिमेंट, अब इसको फ्रिंज एलिमेंट कैसे कहेंगे आप?
राजा सिंह भी
ये
क्या
तो
फ्रिंज
आपका विधायक है,
विनोद
कई बार
बंसल
का
जी?
विधायक है बीजेपी की टिकट पर।
विनोद बंसल जी, क्या राजा सिंह भी फ्रिंज एलिमेंट है?
बात पूरी हो जाने दीजिए। नहीं, बात पूरी हो जाने दीजिए।
हाँ, करिए।
बात पूरी हो जाने दी, फिर पूछ लीजिएगा।
हाँ।
देखिए, सवाल यह है कि राजा सिंह कहने लगा कि भगवान और धर्म पहले है और बाकी सब बाद में, और मैं मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम से बहुत प्यार करता हूं, जान दे सकता हूं। अच्छी बात है, दीजिए। मैंने बीजेपी के नेताओं से एक सवाल पूछा, बीजेपी वाले तो आ ही नहीं रहे, भाग गए, कि अगर आपको भगवान से और धर्म से इतनी प्यार है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक राज्यसभा सांसद नरेश अग्रवाल ने राज्यसभा में बीजेपी के मंत्रियों और एमपीज की उपस्थिति में प्रेजेंस में क्या वो उसने क्या कहा?
विनोद बंसल जी जवाब दीजिए। विनोद बंसल,
you dismissed,
you took action against Nupur Sharma, suspended her. Action has been taken also against Raja Singh, but the larger question is that he gets away. एक brazenness है उनमें कि कुछ नहीं होगा.
नहीं, Maria ji, there are four or five questions raised out of this debate. One is that what Nupur Sharma has said, nobody has appreciated it. Number one. Number two, what she had told to the entire country is quoted by Hadith. If the Hadith is wrong, one has to clarify it. If the Hadith is right, what is the way, whether it's, her communication is wrong, let us so mean. I mean, question is that ये राम और कृष्ण का देश है, हम भगवान राम और भगवान कृष्ण के जीवन चरित्र पर खुले मन से चर्चा करते हैं, सब तरह के क्रिटिसिज्म को भी झेलते हैं। पैगंबर मोहम्मद साहब के अंदर जो अच्छाइयां, उन पर बहस क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए, उस पर चर्चा क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए, उससे क्यों भागना चाहते हैं? Are you going to create the Islam as a name of fear? क्या there is no Islam without fear? Number one. Number two is that मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, looking to the all scenario of the case, आप देखिए कि जहाँ राजा के बारे में तो सब चर्चा हो रही है, उसको अगर जेल में भेजा गया तो किसी ने कोई क्रिटिसाइज नहीं किया, जबकि मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्या राजा ने पैगंबर मोहम्मद साहब का नाम लिया था कि अपनी स्पीच में? आज कोई, मुझे लगता है नहीं। नंबर वन, खैर जो भी है वो डिसाइड करना कोर्ट का काम है, उसने गलत बोला सही बोला, लेकिन क्या उसने जो कुछ बोला उसकी सजा सरतन से जुदा है क्या? और वो जो सरतन से जुदा के नारे जिन्होंने लगाए, आपने भी 3 बार असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब से भी पूछा था और इनके प्रवक्ता से भी पूछा कि जिन्होंने पैगंबर मोहम्मद साहब की शान के लिए और सरतन से जुदा के नारे लगाए, क्या वो इस्लाम में जायज है क्या? नंबर वन। नंबर टू इज दैट कि क्या उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए था क्या? आपने डी राजा को तो तुरंत अरेस्ट कर लिया, लेकिन आपने एक मिनट मेरी बात।
Okay, no, in fact, I'll bring in Sridhar Reddy now. Sridhar Reddy, since it is your government in the state of Telangana, why no action has been taken against? You know, the fact is that it was a prompt action. One moment, please, just hold on to your thoughts. It was a prompt action against Raja Singh, which was needed. It was the need of the hour. His arrest was important. It should have been exemplary. But what about this MIM corporator? Sridhar Reddy.
See, it is not about. Can I?
Yes, Mr. Reddy, go ahead.
If he stops.
Sridhar Reddy ji, boliye.
See, it is not about individuals, whether an MIM corporator, shouted the slogans or somebody. Whoever tries to disturb the peace and tranquility in Telangana or in Hyderabad, we are not going to keep quiet. The government is not going to keep quiet. The law enforcement agents are at their liberty to take necessary action on all those elements who are trying to create disturbance. So, Raja Singh has been arrested based on a complaint, and at the same time, the police will look into the aspects of what you are just claiming now, whether these slogans or shouting slogans.
No, I'm not claiming. There is an audio. There is an audio for which Mr. Owaisi and also Asim Waqar, both of them have condemned that audio. But the question is that this is an open call of beheading. We have seen what happened against Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur. We have seen what happened against Umesh Kole in Amravati. These are incidents which were clearly revenge. These were hate incidents. So what has to be done? That's what I'm asking you.
See, we are a responsible government. There is no bias towards anyone. We are going to, treat equally all the faiths and all the beliefs. Whoever done a mistake, whoever does a mistake, the government definitely will initiate an action which is suitable to the, prima facie guilt that they are found. So the issue is who is trying to instigate the violence. We are a state for the last 8 years without any issue, without any communal rights or violence. We are running a peaceful state, and today there are some elements who are trying to create disturbance in our state, in Hyderabad especially, to spoil the brand of Hyderabad, to instigate violence with their hidden agenda of polarization. So, irrespective of the, whether whoever maybe it is, we, the government, will be responsible enough to handle them properly according to the law of the land. There is no doubt about it. Raja Singh has been arrested. At the same time, whoever does it, they also will be tried
Mr.
accordingly.
Patabi, you heard from the government representative here. He is saying that action will be taken, but that certainly is not a satisfactory answer, because when we ask in case in term, in the context of Nupur Sharma, why no action, why no arrest, then similar question will be asked about in the context of this MIM corporator who has been caught on camera. In front of the camera, he's seen chanting those slogans, that is provocation, that is insightful, that is hate speech.
Definitely, see, police will look into every aspect. They'll definitely try to collect the
Mr.
evidence.
Patabi, please go ahead.
They will definitely initiate a necessary action.
Okay.
We are
Let's see what
going
action you
to do
take. Let's see what action you take.
towards any
Mr.
sect.
Patabi.
Yes. So here what's happening is somehow the police have been acting in a discriminatory manner, I can say, because one hand they take action against the BJP MLA. Say the utterances by the BJP MLA are absolutely objectionable and not warranted by any civil society. At the same time, what the MIM corporate also has done is equally reprehensible, and the police should have taken the same sort of action which they have taken against the BJP MLA. So, because the law requires that whoever it is who makes such utterances and disturbs the public peace and public peace and tranquility, they have to be proceeded against as per law. So ultimately, the police are there to enforce rule of law and see that there is no discrimination, there is no bias.
And are you seeing this as discrimination? Are you seeing this as selective action?
It appears that because having taken, say, I am not supporting either one, but the fact is that whoever utters such sort of public peace disturbing utterances, they have to be proceeded with as per law. In fact, as Mr. OIC has earlier stated, rule of law prevails. It is not a question of whether it is a Muslim, whether it is a BJP person, whoever it is. The society stands endangered by this sort of hate speeches, and the government has to immediately rush in and curb these things by taking preventive action. So this is where what I see is lacking here.
Both are culpable. Mr. Reddy, both are culpable here.
See, I made it very clear, we are not going to go by the political affiliations. We are not going to see, the government is not going to see, the law and order enforcement agencies are not going to see which party they belong to. Whoever tries to disturb the peace, whoever tries to take the law in their hands, definitely, as it was said earlier, the law will take its own course, and we are going to act on it.
Okay.
But my question is again, who is instigating the violence in the first case?
Okay.
It seems the BJP rank and file have not learned from the experience of Nupur Sharma. Even after that, you have been saying is a serial offender. Raja Singh was trying to talk in the same manner repeatedly. So the question is, today BJP has taken an action, suspended him, but at the same time, who is giving them that confidence? In Telangana, the BJP state president says that he will dig mosques to identify whether they are temples or mosques. He will also threaten Hindus. If anyone plays Bhagavad Gita in the final rites, they will attack. They will burn theatres if they don't like the content in the movies. Who is trying to? Why there is a selective punishment to Raja Singh, not to the state president? Here we call nobody should take law in their hands. Nobody
Vinod Bansal of VHP.
do such derogatory comments. Nobody
Vinod Bansal
should
of VHP now.
try to instigate such kind of violence or hatred speeches.
Okay. Vinod Bansal जी बोलिए.
हाँ. मारिया, मैं सिर्फ एक पूछना चाहता हूँ. इन्होंने बहुत सारी भाषण दी है, लेकिन इन्होंने एक बात नहीं बताई कि जो सैकड़ों की संख्या में लोग प्रोटेस्ट करके सरतन से जुदा करने की बात कर रहे थे, उनको पहले गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए या डी राजा को पहले गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए? नंबर 1। नंबर 2 इज दैट इन्होंने कहा कि डी राजा जिम्मेदार हैं। क्या डी राजा से पहले मुनव्वर फारूकी जिम्मेदार नहीं है कि जिनको आपने रेड कार्पेट वेलकम दिया था? क्या उससे पहले आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अगर ये सुनिए मेरी बात को पूरी होने दीजिए प्लीज। आपने उन वो सरतन से जुदा करने वालों में से कितनों को अरेस्ट किया? क्या उन पर रहने से लगाओगे? क्या उन्होंने देशद्रोह नहीं किया? क्या उन्होंने देश के कानून को और शरिया का कानून बनाने की कोशिश नहीं करी? क्या आप मुझे बताइए, आखिरकार जो नूपुर शर्मा कहते हैं, मैं कहता हूं अगर नूपुर शर्मा को अगर पुलिस अरेस्ट कर लेती है तो क्या कोई गारंटी देगा कि उसको बेअड नहीं करेंगे? आप मुझे बताइए 33 साल बाद न्यूयॉर्क के अंदर जिसको नहीं छोड़ा, आप मुझे बताइए उस इस्लाम के बारे में और उनके जिहादी कट्टरपंथी सोच के बारे में क्या कहा जा सकता है? इट इज वेरी शेमफुल एंड टू हुम यू आर मेकिंग द विक्टिम। मैं कहता हूं भारत में अगर आप सरतन से जुदा की संस्कृति पैदा करना चाहते हो तो किसी हिंदुओं का और भारत का नुकसान नहीं कर रहे, आप इस्लाम का नुकसान कर रहे हैं। यू आर अटैकिंग ऑन इस्लाम बिकॉज नोबडी विल बिलीव ऑन द इस्लाम एनीमोर।
Okay. Asim Bakar,
politics you are doing?
Asim Bakar, inflammatory comments, hateful speeches from all the sides are condemnable. Question is, he was arrested and then released on bail. Action taken here. What about your corporator? I am saying it again because even in the case of what happened in Ajmer, Dargah Sharif, all the calls that were given by those who are seen as the the caretakers, no action has been taken against any of them. It is just stops at condemnation. Why should it stop at condemnation?
मारिया, आज जो है ना कांग्रेस के सचिव ने भी बोला है वहां पर।
आसिम बकार,
अफसोस की बात है।
हाँ।
मैं सबकी बात सुन रहा था मैडम, मैं सबकी बात सुन रहा था। बहुत अफसोस की बात है, हम लोग तो कहीं से समर्थन नहीं कर रहे। मुसलमान ने अगर कभी किसी ऐसे व्यक्ति का समर्थन किया हो जिसने किसी धर्म के बारे में टिप्पणी की हो,
बकार साहब बताइए ना।
अब बोलने तो भाई इनका ये टेप रिकॉर्डर बंद कराइए, ये जो रेडियो है ये रेडियो बजता रहता है, इसको उसका स्विच दबाना पड़ता है।
खान और जफर खान कौन है ये तो बता दो, और इनको ऊपर रहने से कब लगाओगे आप? बस इतनी सी बात पूछ रहा हूं मैं आपसे।
अरे मेरी बात सुनो मेरे लाल, तुम बोलते ज्यादा हो, तुम्हारी अकल कम है।
अरे
तो अगर सुनोगे, लोगों की बात सुनोगे।
मेरी अकल कम है, मुझे
अब
पता है कि
इतने लोग गाय के नाम पे मार दिए इन लोगों ने, गाय के नाम पे इतने लोग मार दिए, बेकसूर लोग मार दिए, उस पर ये बात नहीं करता है।
आपके सपोर्टेड पार्टी के जो कॉर्पोरेटर हैं भाई, वो तो सीधा
भाई आपका ये जो वर्सेस वाला सिस्टम है ना मारिया शकील जी,
वो पता है क्या
ये आपके लिए टीआरपी का सिस्टम होगा, लेकिन मेरे लिए नहीं है। मैं इस तरह की बहस में बैठता नहीं हूँ।
विनोद बंसल जी
सुन लीजिए, ठीक है, वरना मैं शांत बैठा हूँ।
सुन लीजिए आसिम बकार, प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड। यस विनोद बंसल जी, you have made your point, all of us have heard you. Now there are other panelists, let him speak. Asim Bakar,
kindly tell him to be in
देखिए ये
विनोद बंसल
ये देखिए ये सुपर हिंदू हैं ये विनोद बंसल।
चलिए आसिम बकार बोलिए।
मैं इन्हीं से कहूँ, ये बहुत बोल रहे हैं,
इनके पास तथ्य नहीं है तो
अरे बोलने दीजिए, ये बहुत बड़े हिंदू हैं और मैं समझता हूँ ये इनसे बड़ा हिंदू देश में कोई नहीं है।
चलिए बोलिए।
मैं इनसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य ने भगवानों के बारे में टिप्पणी की, बहुत गलत, और बीजेपी ने उसको बना दिया मंत्री कैबिनेट का। इन्होंने रिपोर्ट लिखा, इन्होंने विरोध क्या स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य का।
तेलंगाना में
नहीं, ये बहुत बड़े हिंदू है ना, मैं इनसे पूछ रहा हूँ। नरेश अग्रवाल ने मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम के बारे में गलत टिप्पणी की,
नहीं होंगे।
ये जो बैठे हुए हैं इन्होंने रिपोर्ट लिखाई, इन्होंने विरोध किया नरेश अग्रवाल का।
पता लग गया
नहीं, मतलब अगर हिंदू कहे
जफर खान पे नहीं बोलोगे
तो ये कहते हैं जय कह लो।
आप राशिद खान पे नहीं बोलोगे।
अगर नरेश अग्रवाल बेइज्जती करे भगवान की तो ये कहते हैं कह लो।
कौम के नाम पर अंगार बरसाना चाहता है, कौम का नाम पर अंगार जो आग लगाना चाहता है, कौम के नाम पर।
विनोद बंसल जी, you have made your point and you're constantly disturbing others. You'll have to be patient. Please listen.
मैडम, मैं माफी के साथ आपकी डिबेट छोड़ रहा हूँ, मैं माफी के साथ।
आसिम बकार, ओके आसिम बकार जी बोलिए।
इससे टीआरपी मिलती है, कोई टीआरपी नहीं मिलती है।
Go ahead.
इसको कोई सुनना ही पसंद नहीं करता है।
Okay, go ahead, make your point.
मैडम, इस आदमी को कोई सुनना पसंद नहीं करता है, आपको लगता है टीआरपी मिलती है।
चलिए आप बोलिए।
आप मेरा भी वक्त जाया कर रही हैं, अपना भी कर रही हैं।
बोलिए।
है ना, इसको थोड़ा सा लगाम लगाइए, इसको कोई सुनना पसंद नहीं करता है। ये इसके दिमाग खाली है।
पर्सनल
मैं
अटैक्स
पूछ रहा
मत
हूं,
करिए।
नरेश अग्रवाल ने रामचंद्र जी की बेइज्जती की, रामचंद्र जी की बेइज्जती की, इसने क्या किया? पूछ रहा हूं, इसने क्या किया? नरेश अग्रवाल कर सकते हैं बेइज्जती? स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य ने भगवान की बेइज्जती की और बाद में बीजेपी ने कैबिनेट मंत्री बनाया। क्या किया इसने? बैठा हुआ है यहां बोल रहा बड़बड़ बड़बड़। पूछिए इससे, बगैर तो कितना भी हंसेगा, कोई जवाब नहीं देगा। ये सीता जी के बारे में इनके डिप्टी सीएम ने क्या कहा? बजरंगबली को क्या कह दिया गया? कोई जवाब ही नहीं होगा इनके पास, लोगों के पास।
आसिम वकार जी, सवाल ये है
भगवानों से
कि when the attack is no kind
ये
of attack on gods and goddesses should be acceptable.
मैडम सिर्फ एक बात, एक मिनट सुनिए। आप तो महिला है ना, आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, पूरे देश में एक मुसलमान बताइए जिसने किसी बलात्कारी को उसके रिहा होने पे माला पिनाई हो, मिठाई बांटी हो? एक बताइए मुसलमान। और ये पूरा समाज खड़ा होकर बलात्कारियों को माला पिनाता है, उनके लिए तिरंगा यात्रा निकालता है, उनके लिए मिठाइयां बांटता है, एक दूसरे को गले लगाता है।
Asim Mukherjee, you have still not
क्या
answered.
मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं?
There is a problem in the
क्या मैसेज देना चाह रही
community
हैं आप?
about
आप भी सवाल नहीं पूछ रही हैं।
radicalization and indoctrination. That has to be addressed. वो रिफॉर्म्स की वॉइसेस कम्युनिटी के अंदर से आकर के ये कंडेम करना चाहिए। ये बस कह देना कि लॉ विल टेक इट्स कोर्स इज नॉट समथिंग दैट विल बी एक्सेप्टेबल। अगर आप सवाल दूसरे पे उठा रहे हैं तो सवाल आप पर भी उठेगा।
यस
यस, गो अहेड।
10:30 बजे तक टाइम।
आसिम वकार,
नहीं, मैंने तो आपसे बहुत जेन्युइन सी बात की। अगर मैंने या मेरे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जनाब असद साहब ने ये कहा होता कि नहीं बिल्कुल ठीक किया नारे लगाकर, तो आप
ये थोड़ी
अभी
कहेंगे।
आप इनसे पूछिए कि पहलू खान को क्यों मार दिया, ये समर्थन करेंगे। अभी आप इनसे पूछिए अलीमुद्दीन अंसारी को मारा, उसके अंदर मिठाई बांटी, फिर माला पिनाई, तो ये तारीफ करेंगे कातिलों की। हम लोग साथ नहीं है कातिलों के। ये क्या समाज को डेवलप कर रहे हैं, किस तरह की? ये बैठ के सवाल करेंगे? ये सवाल वाला मुंह है इनका। अभी गुजरात में बिल्किस मानो के जो बलात्कारी थे उनको रिहा किया गया, सजा याफ्ता मुजरिमों को, और वहां मिठाई बट रही है साहब, माला पिनाई जा रही है। ये सवाल पूछने की इनकी शक्ल है सवाल पूछने की।
आई हैव जस्ट इनफ टाइम फॉर तारिक फतेह। तारिक फतेह,
तो कठुआ में एक बच्ची का रेप कर दिया, मार दिया उसको।
तारिक फतेह, द लार्जर क्वेश्चन
निकालना है कातिलों को बचाने के लिए।
is
किस मुंह से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं?
provocation happening from both the sides, and also clearly here that the fault lines are on the surface. There is much more that has to be done to address this communal tension now.
No, there's much more than what you see. When a Muslim child from birth is told that the Hindu and the Jew is your enemy, that he is inferior, that you are superior, and when in every Friday prayers you pray कि या अल्लाह मुसलमानों को कौमुल काफरीन पे फतह नसीब करे, what are we doing? Deoband has influenced and created the entire Taliban without ever having shaken hands with them. This is a war of ideas, and in that the people who go and put floral wreaths over Aurangzeb's mazar, they are equally responsible. They honor and call Aurangzeb the wali, जिसने कितने लोगों का, लाखों का कत्ल किया, मुसलमानों का ज्यादा मारा, हिंदुओं को कम मारा. We are sitting there as if the past has just been one great gloriful
No, but the question is that this is raised to the bottom. If it is about insightful hate speeches and then there is counter insightful hate speeches, then action has to be taken. We cannot be just saying that it stops at condemnation. That's where the problem is. It cannot stop at condemnation.
It is not even that. The condemnation takes place when the mics are on and the cameras are on. And when they are off, the speech changes. जिसे तकैया कहा जाता है.
All right.
So, say, I know, more Muslims have died in Yemen. आप क्या समझते हैं? वहाँ हिंदू बैठे हुए हैं क्या? 5 लाख Yemeni Muslims have been killed. 5 lakh Syrians have died. The Pakistan's Islamic army butchered 10 million Bangladeshi Muslims. Balochistan mein maar rahe. Turkey is attacking Kurdistan. You need to see the whole picture.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Tariq Fateh, Mr. Reddy, Vinod Bansal, Syed Asim Wakar, and Advocate Patabi. Of course, this is something that is still a developing story. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll get you details of what the Congress party is saying is their big movement ahead of 2024 polls.
Biggest makers of Apple iPhone to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. But what unfolded was simply shocking. Patna's additional district magistrate thrashed and dragged a protester who was lying on the ground holding the tricolour. The protesting candidates say they have been awaiting recruitment since 2019. Fed up with mere assurances from the government, they decided to voice their anger. But they were faced with water cannons and lathi charged by the police. Facing flack over how the protests were handled, the Bihar government ordered a probe.
ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
An inquiry committee has been ordered by the Patna district magistrate.
Well, there was high drama in Jaipur today after the police lathi-charged ABVP students who had in fact gathered there without permission during a college students' body election. The ABVP's candidate for the president's post in Jaipur Rajasthan University held a show of strength with a large number of supporters during his nomination. An elderly man
अगर वो ये मानते हैं कि आज वो संविधान खतरे में है, लोकतांत्रिक सिद्धांत जो है, लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाएं जो हैं वो खतरे में हैं, तो वो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में शामिल हों।
बात यह है कि आज हालात बिगड़ क्यों रहे हैं? क्योंकि देश में एक वर्ग है, एक विचारधारा है जो कि अपने विचारधारा को दूसरों पर थोपने का प्रयास करते हुए समाज में एक समरसता जो है उसे बिगाड़ रहे हैं।
there is a big revival push coming in from the Congress party on the road to the 2024 general elections. Today, the Congress announced its Bharat Jodo Yatra, which will kick off on the 7th of September from Kanyakumari and traverse 3,500 kilometers through 12 states to end in Kashmir over 4 months later. The plan was announced by Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Digvijay Singh, who confirmed that the Padyatra would be flagged off by Congress MP Rahul Gandhi with a core group of 100 to 150 party workers. Rahul Gandhi has also reached out to 150 civil society groups to take part in this yatra. The Congress party says that such a movement is the need of the hour. Jairam Ramesh has said inflation, GST, unemployment and social polarization are breaking India, adding that the mass movement is aimed to strengthen the Congress party ahead of 2024 general elections. Digvijay Singh called the yatra an essential move to protect democracy and the constitution. It is an ambitious move from the Congress, which continues to find itself on the back foot in the political arena. Remember, this also comes ahead of internal elections in the party, where all indications suggest that Rahul Gandhi has opted out and the Congress could see a non-Gandhi as president. So can the Congress revive itself through such a movement? Joining me on the show, Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, Rohan Gupta, representing the Congress, Rashid Kidwai, author. Rohan Gupta, what will this yatra really achieve? Will it really be able to solve the fundamental problems that ail the Congress party?
See, Maria, this is not only about Congress party. This is about the whole country. If you see BJP's role, today, whether it is inflation, whether it is GST, whether it is unemployment, all sorts of the issues, where the economic issues, this government has miserably failed. The only issue they are scoring or they are winning election is dividing the country. So this is the time for uniting the country. Bharat Jodo is the need of an hour. If they are not successful in dividing the society, I am 100% sure that that propaganda will be exposed and the people will talk about their performances.
I want to understand from you, Rohan Gupta, has the Congress party given up on Gujarat and Himachal? Because if this yatra begins on 7th and Rahul Gandhi is to flag this off, it clearly means that he is not really available for campaigning in these states.
You are not updated. 5th of September, Rahul Gandhi is coming to Gujarat. He is meeting all our workers, the booth workers, and then he is going there. And even after he flags off the yatra, there is possibility that in between the yatra, he might attend the programs and might join the yatra back. So it's not about, leaving Gujarat. Today we had a whole workshop of our workers in presence of K.C. Venugopalji and the whole Congress leadership. See, it is a larger idea, Maria. What's happening is, what BJP is doing, if you see any case today, whether it is Bilkis Bano or any other case, what BJP is trying to do is divide the society. They know that until they do this Hindu-Musliman, they cannot survive in the power. Otherwise, people will talk about unemployment. Otherwise, people will talk about their failed promises. Otherwise, people will talk about...
Okay, Tuhin Sinha, the Congress says that you are deflecting issues, that as far as the bigger issues of the people is concerned, that is what this yatra will be raising.
Well, good evening, Maria. First of all, Congress embarking on Bharat Jodo Yatra in the first place sounds very ironical. It sounds very oxymoronic because Congress's track record on Bharat Jodo is disastrous. They could not take a stand on Article 370. Rather, they in fact supported, they wanted reimposition of Article 370. When Rahul Gandhi would go to campaign in Kerala, he would criticize people from North India. When he would go to campaign in Assam, he would criticize people from Gujarat. Until a few months ago, he was insistent India is a union of states. So I think their own track record on Bharat Jodo is disastrous. Secondly, as the Honorable Prime Minister had clearly pointed out in his speech, till these parties come out of their culture of corruption and nepotism, they have no future and the people would reject them, which is what has happened. So I think this is a desperate gambit by the Congress in the existential crisis that it is facing to somehow survive.
Okay.
But that again is a big question.
Rohan, this is desperate attempt because you have organizational issues, internal differences, likes of Anand Sharma and Ghulam Nabi Azad, who are part of Group of 23. They have become even more vociferous in their opposition. All these certainly do not bode well for the Congress party.
Every party has its own issue. Why you are forgetting Mr. Nitin Gadkari? Why you are forgetting Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan? So anything, Congress is not only about Congress party, it's about saving the country. See, larger idea here is what, Maria? What BJP is trying to do is they are weakening the country for their electoral role, electoral gain, which Congress has never done. This is the basic issue. The China comes and occupies our land. BJP is always in denial mode. This is what they are doing to our country. They are just misguiding the people. They are just diverting attention from the core issues. Any government is elected to power to perform, to show to the people that, okay, these are our promises and this is our delivery. What BJP is doing today? You ask anybody in Gujarat or Himachal or anywhere, the only thing where BJP is successful is polarization. The day this myth is over, BJP will
So, in respond to this charge of polarization, it's not only coming from the Congress, it's coming from all your political opponents.
But what is new in it? Yes, today there is polarization, but of a completely different kind. It is between corrupt and non-corrupt. It is between dynasts and non-dynasts. It is between performers and non-performers. Rohan Gupta just raised the issue of the changes in our parliamentary board. Does he have a problem with new people getting chances? Because that is precisely what the Congress culture is. They never give chance to anybody for the last 24 years, barring two people. Nobody has got a chance to be the president of the Congress party. So these are the issues which even the Congress, the people of the country now identify. The polarization is there, yes. But it is now between performers and non-performers, dynasts and non-dynasts, and corrupt and non-corrupt.
Okay. Rashid, let me bring you in and then I'll go back to the politicians for their final comments. There is a plan, that's what the Congress has unveiled today. But this is also coming at a time when there is buzz that Rahul Gandhi has opted out of the presidential elections, the internal organizational elections, and there could be a non-Gandhi as at the helm. The question then is Rahul Gandhi a yatri in this yatra, or is he the one leading it?
Yes, Maria, I think Rahul Gandhi is proving to be a very unconventional politician. Remember, job of a political party is in a parliamentary democracy is to win elections. At a time, as you rightly pointed out in opening remarks, when there is a kind of battle for Gujarat is getting up and battle for Himachal Pradesh is there, and he is going for this yatra. And most of these things are being outsourced. You look at that involvement of, civil rights group. Yogendra Yadav ji is playing a very important role. Apparently, he's just, planning that whole Rahul Gandhi. The many, creative groups which are not known for political campaigns. There is a company called Teen Bandar. They are being drafted in. There is going to be a caravan kind of tent for Rahul Gandhi for 125 days. So all these things are going to cost a lot of money when there is a resource crunch. So it's all question of priorities also. And at the same time, it will be very difficult for a non-Gandhi to head the Congress, because remember, there are three Gandhis who are there: Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. So in terms of functional relationship, it's going to create a lot of problem. My understanding is, Maria, that Rahul Gandhi is looking for electoral success, which is not to be seen. Therefore, he's going on this abstract things like Bharat Jodo Yatra, etc. And he's assisted by another utopian person like Yogendra Yadav.
Okay, so you are saying that this is an abstract idea. Then if it doesn't yield electoral dividends, and when the priority of any political party would be immediate elections, which is the two states that are going to polls, Gujarat and Himachal, then what will this really achieve? Rashid?
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. So
what is the end game here?
Precisely. So the end game is, you cannot quantify
3,500 kilometers. What will the Congress achieve?
No, but he's going to walk, 25 kilometers a day, and there are going to be a lot of, problems. That is what I'm saying. You cannot quantify a success of yatra. He's being apparently told that, Chandrasekhar did his yatra and Rajshekhar Reddy did this yatra, and they became, kind of prime minister and chief minister respectively. But India has changed. There is Narendra Modi, and that earlier debate I was watching. There are many issues of polarization, etc., which are confronting. The Congress has an ostrich-like approach. It doesn't want to address that. It gets into, shield behind a kind of yatra. That's what I'm saying. It is a typical left liberal kind of narrative, which actually doesn't dealing with people. What is preventing Rahul Gandhi from winning support of masses in electoral politics?
Okay, so Rohan Gupta, this is an ostrich-like approach, and yet another example of Congress party's disconnect with ground realities.
Absolutely not, Maria. If we see Congress party, it has been party of movement, whether it is freedom fight, whether it is Bharat Chodo. The Congress has emerged out of these yatras only, these movements only. And this is going to be one such movement where the hatred is going to be over. I disagree with my friend Rashid Bhai here. Generally, his comments are, balanced. But this time, I think Congress is working hard, and you will see that the narrative is going to change. The only narrative BJP is thriving today is all about hatred. The day this narrative goes, BJP will be over.
But Rohan, again, I want to bring that in as someone who has covered multiple elections from the ground. That is not only the only issue that you hear on the ground. You hear people who vote for the BJP talk about welfareism. Does the Congress have a plan to counter that narrative rather than just being focused on communal polarization?
See, welfareism, if you talk about welfareism, if you compare the Congress governments, they are much ahead. Let me have debate on welfareism if Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh governments are concerned. The benefits have reached to people more in our two governments. So we are ready to, we welcome those debates. But when you talk about welfareism, now our PM tells these things as reveries now. So I think BJP is caught somewhere. When they offer something, it is not reverie. When anybody else offers, it is reverie. So now they are confused. And again, I am telling you, Maria, if the core narrative is changed, only thing where BJP is getting saved is this polarization politics. The day it stops, BJP is going to be over.
20 seconds for you, Tuhin, and then I'll give the final words to Rashid.
Well, as Rashid Bhai very clearly mentioned, the whole idea of this yatra is very abstract. What is Bharat Jodo today? Har Ghar Tiranga was Bharat Jodo. In 3 days, the response was overwhelming. It reminded people of the pre-independence days. So we have attained that in 3 days. And what Rahul Gandhi will attain in these several weeks would be, some irresponsible statements like blaming us for not democracy being weak, but actually not, having the answers for the National Herald case. So I think nothing is going to come out of it. We have we have attained Bharat Jodo in the last 8 years, and the only thing which Rahul Gandhi can achieve by this yatra is, to spoil that environment.
Okay, Rashid, final words to you. Is this just an idea for which you are saying it's an ostrich-like idea? What does Congress really achieve again by embarking on a 3,500 kilometer yatra across 12 states?
Maria, it's very simple. The Congress must make up its mind whether it is a political party, a party that believes in, winning elections. If you look at the track record of Congress in post-independent India, it ruled for 54 years and they were in power in many states. Was it all wrong? But why Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi didn't opt for yatras? So they were in electoral politics. That's a barometer of success. Today, when you see the Priyanka Gandhi may have worked very hard, but who won Uttar Pradesh? It was Yogi Adityanath. Who came number 2? It was Samajwadi Party. So that kind of thing is there. So I think the Congress strategy at this time, it defies logic. They fought very well, Maria. In 2017 in Gujarat. What is preventing them from marshalling all resources for Gujarat rather than spending money and all these things about in this yatra?
All right. Point well taken. Rashid Kidwai, Rohan Gupta, Tuhin Sinha, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
Helicopters for disaster relief operations in Vidisha. Incessant rains for the last 2 days have triggered floods in several parts of the state. To make matters worse, the IMD has sounded a heavy rainfall alert in many districts. In the last 24 hours, the State Disaster Emergency Response Force and the NDRF together have rescued over 400 people.
Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay Kumar was detained in Jangaon district. He was about to hold a sit-in dharna against the arrest of his party workers a day earlier outside the TRS MLC K. Kavita's residence in Hyderabad. As he was being detained, BJP workers clashed with the police. A clash also broke out between students and staff members of the Jawaharlal Nehru University over the demand for scholarships. The ABVP claims that the university staff and their guards assaulted the students who went to seek scholarships, which had been stalled for the last couple of years. Over half a dozen students were injured in the clash. A teacher in Goa was brutally assaulted on his school premises, allegedly by a PWD engineer. While the reason for the assault is not known, CCTV footage shows the accused waiting for the teacher to step out of the classroom, after which he starts thrashing him. An FIR has been filed against the accused. A farmer attempted self-immolation outside the Maharashtra Assembly today as the monsoon session was underway. Policemen doused the flames and the farmer was hospitalized with 20% burn injuries. After the incident, the Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole accused the Eknath Shinde government of not compensating farmers who suffered heavy losses because of rain. A horrific accident was caught on camera in Himachal Pradesh.
A truck hurtles down the road at full speed and then the driver loses control of the vehicle. The truck then crashes into vehicles parked on the side of the road. The impact is so strong that the parked vehicles are completely destroyed. This man was standing near one of the parked cars before the collision. He got pushed towards a shuttered shop. A boy who was sitting in one of the cars was also injured in the crash. Bystanders immediately rushed to their aid and pulled them to safety.
Apple is planning to begin manufacturing the iPhone 14 here in India. Apple is working with suppliers to ramp up manufacturing. Apple is looking at alternatives to manufacturing in China. Manufacturing will begin 2 months post the release out of China. In fact, Foxconn studied assembling device at the plant near Chennai. The first set of iPhone 14s from India will be finished in late October. On camera, a man pushed his wife in front of a moving train at the Vasai station near Mumbai.
The woman was woken up from sleep, dragged towards the tracks and then pushed off the platform as a train approached. While the train passed through, crushing the woman to death, the man picked up 2 children sleeping nearby and fled from the train station. The man was later spotted boarding a train to Dadar and then to Kalyan. He was later arrested last night from Bhiwandi town in Thane and booked for murder. According to the police, the couple was earlier seen quarrelling and then sleeping on the platform with their children.
Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagged off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru. He also hailed Savarkar as the nation's pride and said that nothing negative should be said about him. The Yatra comes amid
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in from the state of Punjab, where the BSF has recovered a major cache of arms and ammunition along the international border. This is in Firozpur in Punjab. The weapons were lying in packets on a slope at a farm close to the border. They include 2 M3 rifles, 3 AK-47 rifles and 2 pistols along with ammunition. Those visuals on your screen. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodi on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Tejinder, when it comes to this massive arms haul by the BSF, any indication coming in whether this was a drop for terror groups or for the gangs, those infamous gangs which have been wreaking havoc in Punjab?
This is the matter of investigation, as the BSF, after the recovery of this huge cache of arms and ammunition from near the international border, this cache has been given to the Punjab police and they have already registered a case. But one thing which is satisfying, that the recovery was made before this consignment of arms and ammunition could have landed in the hands of anti-nationals, be it the terrorists or the gang elements who have been on a killing spree in Punjab. So this is something satisfactory, that this arms and ammunition, they were recovered much before they could have landed in the hands of the anti-national elements. As you rightly pointed out, that during the routine checking or routine patrolling of the international border in the Firozpur sector, this is near the India-Pakistan international border, that the 182 battalion of the BSF, they found 2 white packets on a slope near the international border. And when they opened those packets, the bomb disposal squad of the BSF was called to the spot to see whether they contained some booby traps or some explosives. So when the bomb disposal squad was called to the spot, they searched these packets, and on the opening of these packets, 2 M3 type assault rifles along with 4 magazines, 3 AK-47 assault rifles with 6 magazines and 2 pistols with 4 magazines were recovered from those 2 packets. There were also large quantity of ammunition that was also clearly packed in these 2 white packets. A case has been registered. These arms and ammunition have already been handed over to the station house officer of the local police station, which is at Lakho Ki Bairaham, the area in district Firozpur. The FIR has been lodged and the investigation is going on. But yes, you rightly pointed out that in the recent past there have been instances when drones are being used by the Pakistan side to send in these type of consignments of arms and ammunition either into the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir or in Punjab. There have been several instances where these consignments have been recovered by the police, by the army, or by the BSF. But there have been several instances when these type of arms and ammunition they have landed in the hands of anti-national elements. So to keep a check of such type of arms smuggling, the BSF on the international border, the army on the line of control has increased the patrolling so as to find out if there has been any drone dropping that has been done. In Jammu and Kashmir also, night patrolling along the international border by the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police has also been increased, though the BSF continues to maintain vigil on the international border. But the SOG in Jammu and Kashmir has been carrying out such type of search operations along the international border. And as we speak about Punjab, the SWAT teams of Punjab Police, they have also been pressed into service along the international border in the areas near the international border to carry out regular patrolling and also to carry out regular searches in the area to see and foil any such attempt from across the international border to push in these arms and ammunition into the Indian side. Yes, Ashman.
Right. Thank you, Tejendra, for joining us on the broadcast. And with that piece of breaking news, so major victory for the security forces. Now, there is a communal storm in the city of Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen. Protests erupted after BJP MLA Raja Singh's derogatory remarks against the Prophet went viral on social media. He made those remarks while taking a swipe at comedian Munawar Farooqi, whose show he tried to disrupt. Protesters and the opposition demanded action against Raja Singh. He was arrested by the Hyderabad police and later granted bail. Raja Singh finds himself at the center of a controversy once again, as he is a repeat offender with a whopping 75 cases against him, mostly for hate and provocative speeches, as well as the disruption of law and order. Now, in the past, he has threatened to behead those who oppose the Ram Temple and even raze the homes of Uttar Pradesh voters who did not vote for Yogi Adityanath. He has even called for the murder of Rohingya refugees. The BJP has finally cracked the whip against the MLA and suspended him from the party. But this is the flip side. Members of the AIMIM were leading the protests against Raja Singh, and one councillor from the party named Zafar Khan raised the dreaded Sar Tan Se Juda slogan against the MLA and his supporters. Now AIMM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has condemned Raja Singh's statement. He says Hyderabad is known for its harmony, but the BJP is destroying the social fabric of the city, adding that it is abundantly clear that the BJP is anti-Muslim. However, while action has been taken against Raja Singh, no step has been taken against Zafar Khan, neither by the police nor by the AIMIM, for his provocative statement.
Hours after he was booked for his derogatory comments against Prophet Muhammad, BJP MLA Raja Singh was arrested in Hyderabad. The flashpoint is a now deleted video in which Raja Singh insulted Prophet Muhammad while taking a swipe at comedian Munawar Farooqi, whose show he had tried to disrupt. After the video went viral, protests broke out in different parts of Hyderabad demanding action against him.
मैं कोई बयान को देखा नहीं अभी पार्टी का निर्णय क्या हो वो भी मालूम नहीं वो पार्टी जो भी करेगा हाईकमान निर्णय लेते हैं वो आदेश उधर से आते हैं.
While the BJP has suspended Raja Singh, the opposition is now questioning the pattern, coming as it does after the storm over former BJP spokesperson Nupu Sharma's similar remarks on the Prophet.
These sort of statements will not be stopped by BJP leaders. They feel that this is the best way of taking forward their political program in Telangana or other parts of India to create hatred against the Muslims.
While Owaisi condemned Raja Singh's remark, a corporator from his own party raised Sar Tan Se Juda slogans while protesting against the BJP MLA. So whether it's Raja Singh or the AIMIM corporator, who will stop these bigots?
And more breaking news coming in. The central government has opposed the live streaming of court proceedings in pleas seeking the legalization of same-sex marriages. The centre has said that observations in such cases can evoke sharp public reactions. That's the piece of breaking news coming in. The stand of the centre when it comes to live streaming court hearings, when it comes to pleas pushing for same-sex marriage. I'm joined by my colleague Ananya on the broadcast to decode this move from the centre. Ananya, give us the details.
Well, yes, this is not the first time that the central government has in fact opposed, live streaming in matters relating to the same sex. Remember that this is a matter pending before the Delhi High Court, wherein the High Court is basically listening on the point whether there should be a legalization of same sex marriages, and if at all, yes, then under what provision? Because whether it's the Special Marriage Act, whether it's the Hindu Marriage Act, or some other act under which such marriages should be registered. And in this particular matter, there has also been demand that all of these proceedings should be live streamed because they are of national importance and to importance of the general public. But then now, Center for the second time today has opposed the live streaming of court proceedings in this particular matter, saying that the observations and the arguments in this particular matter can invoke a lot of emotions, and hence there can be an effect on the general public, which can not only have effect on the general public in real life, but also on social media platform, which can flare away a debate. And in fact, something bad can also happen in this particular matter. And remember, this is the second time the center has opposed this. Earlier also, the center had filed an affidavit clearly opposing a live streaming of the court proceedings in this particular matter. However, the affidavit was not accepted due to certain comments that were the court felt were derogatory in nature and had to be changed. And hence now a second affidavit is coming from the central government, clearly opposing a live streaming of the court proceedings in this particular matter, clearly saying that this can, in order to maintain the seriousness of courts and in order to maintain the balance here, the live streaming of these proceedings shall be stopped. Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Ananya, for joining us on the broadcast. So the centre stand is that this could lead to further societal tensions and even a law and order situation if those hearings are live streamed. Now, getting you a wrap of all the other news, a clash broke out between students and staff members at Jawaharlal Nehru University over the demand for scholarships. ABVP claims the university staff and guards assaulted the students who went to seek scholarships, which has been stalled for the past 2 years. Over half a dozen students were injured in the clash. A Goa teacher was brutally assaulted on his school premises. Reports suggest it was by a PWD engineer. While the reason for the assault is not known, CCTV footage shows the accused waiting for the teacher to step out of the classroom, after which he starts thrashing him. An FIR has been filed against the accused. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagged off a Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru. He also hailed Savarkar as the nation's pride and said that nothing negative should be said about him. The Yatra comes amid an unprecedented face-off between the Congress and the BJP over Savarkar's legacy. The Supreme Court has ordered Sukesh Chandrasekhar be moved from Tihar to Mandoli jail in Delhi. Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife had filed a plea claiming a threat to their lives and had sought a transfer to a prison outside Delhi. Sukesh Chandrasekhar has been in jail on charges of extortion, money laundering and cheating. Two petitions, including one by TMC leader Mahua Moitra, were filed in the Supreme Court today challenging the remission order of the Gujarat government which released the rapist of Bilkis Bano. Although CJ Ramana agreed to look into the matter, no order regarding the hearing has been passed so far. A judge in a CBI court in Asansol has alleged that he had been threatened with a false NDPS case against his family members if he failed to secure the release of arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case. The alleged threat letter was written by a self-proclaimed TMC leader. And this video of a Zomato delivery executive is winning hearts on the internet. The man delivers the order he has been assigned while his little daughter is seen strapped to his chest. His son is seen roaming around in the background. Now, after the video went viral, Zomato promised to assist him with childcare. And now the Bihar government is under fire after a young man was brutally beaten for demanding jobs. The additional district magistrate was present in the area and even the tricolour was disrespected as the youth was dragged and thrashed. While Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav has ordered an inquiry into the matter, my colleague Arunima spoke to Union Minister R.K. Singh. This is what he had to say.
So we've just seen the pictures of protesters who were seeking job being beaten up, and now it seems there's an inquiry ordered there by the Deputy Chief Minister when the Home Department is with the CM.
No, that's the curious thing, you see. I mean, the authority to order inquiries into lathi charge or such law and order operations is with the Home Minister. I thought the Home portfolio was with Nitish. If he is sort of surrendered it to Tejasvi, that is another matter. Or if he has agreed to work as number 2 to Tejasvi, that is another matter. Incidentally, I feel that this very act of ordering an inquiry was ill-advised, because you do that and then next time there is a law and order issue, any magistrate will think 5 times before taking action to disperse an unruly mob. So that was ill-advised. But apart from that, the major question is this: what does it show about the inter se sort of relations between RJD and JDU, and between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister? It seems the Deputy Chief Minister is calling the shots. When I was District Magistrate of Patna, I had executive magistrates there, and the executive magistrates were authorized to take whatever action was necessary under law in order to maintain order. That's the meaning of law and order. So we had said that this is the boundary line, nobody will cross it. So there's a message to the state saying that, look, I am in charge. So where does that leave Nitish? I think Mr. Nitish Kumar needs to think about it.
So there's no end to the political war of words. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Is so huge that about 5,000 residents who are living in nearby flats in nearby areas have been asked to vacate their premises. In fact, the Greater Noida Expressway will also be closed for some duration this Sunday when the demolition will happen. A shocking video of a cop being thrashed in Uttar Pradesh's Badaयूं is going viral.
The man started beating up the inspector without any provocation. Locals intervened to stop the assault, and it appeared that the matter had been resolved. But after they left, the man started attacking the cop again, throwing him to the ground, kicking him, and raining punches. He even tore the cop's uniform while assaulting him. The assailant appears to be a serial offender. He has attacked a home guard in the past. After the video went viral, he was arrested.
Former Bigg Boss contestant Sonali Fogart died of a heart attack in Goa. She was 42. She had posted images and videos on Instagram shortly before her death. Sonali Fogart, who rose to fame with her TikTok videos, contested the 2019 Haryana election from Adampur as a BJP candidate. She lost to the Congress's Kuldeep Bishnoi. This video of a Zomato delivery executive is winning hearts on social media. The man delivers the order as he's been assigned, while his little daughter is seen strapped to his chest. His son is seen roaming around in the background. After the video went viral, Zomato promised to assist him with childcare benefits. Taiwan's president is refusing to bow down to pressure from China. Here's why.
Taiwan's president inspected 3 military units responsible for monitoring the movements of the People's Liberation Army around Taiwan. She lauded the troops for their indispensable defense in the face of a potential Chinese invasion. She also thanked them for remaining calm and carrying out their duties in such an unprecedented situation. China has been holding naval and air force drills around Taiwan in response to recent high-profile visits from the US to the island. The PLA has launched ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Several Chinese warships have been seen in the Taiwan Strait. And PLA warplanes have breached the median line. In a clear message to China, Taiwan's president warned that a heavy price would be paid for invading or trying to invade Taiwan, and it would be condemned by the international community.
Amid heightened tensions between China and Taiwan, could a new fleet of modern submarines turn the tide for Taipei? Taipei is hiring foreign experts to help with the development plans of submarines. The United States is the primary partner in providing key submarine technology. In fact, the Haiqian class subs were acquired way back in the 1980s. They underwent major upgrades. The Taiwanese Navy currently has about 4 conventional submarines. China currently has about 60 conventional submarines. CNN News 18 Siddhant is the only Indian reporter in Taiwan right now.
Welcome back. Breaking news on the international front. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive coming in from Pakistan. 2 more cases have been lodged against Imran Khan and other leaders of his party, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. They have been booked for violating prohibitory orders by organizing a rally in Islamabad earlier this month. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. So more trouble for former Prime Minister Imran Khan. I'm joined by my colleague Abhishek on the phone line. Abhishek, so how do you see this push coming in from the coalition government in Pakistan right now? Is this no more than a pressure tactic to suppress the PTI's rise among the voters in Pakistan?
These cases have been lodged against Imran Khan of PTI for violating 144 during this ongoing rally in Islamabad on August 19th. And we know that in the last 3-4 days, there has been a lot of political pressure on Imran Khan and his party because of the statements that Imran Khan has apparently made during the weekend on Saturday in Islamabad and then in Rawalpindi also. He's already facing a lot of legal hassle because just yesterday only he had got this legal respite by getting an anticipatory bail, but the order that the court had given for not getting Imran Khan arrested is not for a very long time. He is also to appear in court on 31st of this month in a case of contempt of court, and that case goes back to the statement that he has made on the rally in Islamabad, where he had called the additional session judge of Islamabad, and he has also said that when his government will come, then the additional session judge, she is going to face the music. So that has been construed as a threat to the judiciary, and accordingly, he has been charged. He has been charged in contempt of court, and he has to present himself and defend himself on 31st of August. So clearly, there is many pressure going on to corner Imran Khan from the coalition government because every time we see the new cases, they are not very highly incriminating, but they do construct some sort of material where Imran Khan could be put behind the bar for some time, where though he might get free very soon, but then he will have to spend some time behind the bar, and that is the political time. That is the time that the opposition the government currently wants to have, because the meteoric rise of Imran Khan as a new leader of Pakistan in the last few months, we have seen that that is something that has rattled the Pakistan's current dispensation also, and probably this is why we are witnessing so many cases back to back being registered against him, including that anti-terrorist case against Anti-Terrorist Act, and then this contempt of court charges, and now this is violation of 144 against Imran Khan.
Right, so he may have been ousted, but he's still a political force in Pakistan, which, as Abhishek is saying, has rattled the coalition government. Abhishek, please stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news when it comes to the international tussle between Taiwan and China. Now, the face-off between these two nations continues amid military drills. Now, Taiwan's president inspected 3 military units responsible for monitoring Chinese movements. She expressed gratitude towards the armed forces in the face of a potential Chinese invasion. So the battle of optics is also underway between Taiwan and China, with Taiwan's president there, those visuals on your screen, inspecting those military installations which have been tasked to monitor those Chinese drills in the Taiwan Strait. So Abhishek, there's this sense of confidence coming in from the Taiwanese government that they know that if there is a potential invasion by China, America will come to their aid.
Of course, and this has emboldened with the recent visit of Nancy Pelosi, which has actually also not gone down well with the Chinese authorities, and probably that resulted also in this whole heightening of tension across Taiwanese strait, where China also tried to do military drills and live fire exercises, which has also given some sort of worry to the existing Taiwanese government. And we know that Taiwan is a very small island nation. It may not have that might against the Chinese military, but they're surely in the face of the heavy military deployment by Chinese side, they have been very undeterred and defied all those coercive actions by the Chinese military. In fact, when during the exercise, when Chinese military planes, they encroached the area of Taiwan's identified military airspace zone, Taiwanese equipments or their defense mechanism was also alerted. They tried to scramble their own fighter planes to chase away those Chinese fighter planes also.
Right.
So even the face of the heavy Chinese military might, Taiwanese force have been very alert awake and very determined to counter any aggressive positioning by China. And this is why the Taiwanese president was there among the men who were on the ground and who were working to defend Taiwan's sovereignty. And she was trying to thank them and in a way boost their morale also.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. Now, that's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care. He was later arrested last night from Bhiwandi town in Thane and booked for murder. According to the police, the couple was earlier seen quarrelling and then sleeping on the platform with their children.
Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa flagged off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysuru. He also hailed Savarkar as the nation's pride and said that nothing negative should be said about him. The Yatra comes amidst an unprecedented face-off between the Congress and the BJP over Savarkar posters across the state of Karnataka. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has triggered a political storm after he took a Muslim minister from his cabinet to the Vishnupad temple in Gaya, which bars the entry of non-Hindus. The temple authorities have demanded an apology from the Chief Minister. The BJP in turn has accused Nitish Kumar of hurting sentiments of Hindus. Two petitions, including one by TMC leader Mahua Moitra, were filed in the Supreme Court today, challenging the remission order by the Gujarat government, which released the rapist of Bilkis Bano. Although CJI Ramana agreed to look into the matter, no order regarding the hearing has been passed yet. A special judge in a CBI court in Asansol alleged that he had been threatened with a false NDPS case against his family members if he failed to secure the release of arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case. In the alleged threat letter, which was self-written by a self-proclaimed TMC leader. The Supertech Twin Towers in Noida will be demolished this Sunday as per the Supreme Court's orders, and massive preparations are underway right now.
This is first of its kind event in Delhi NCR, where we are going to see this